We're muted.
There's someone making
We're
it.
muted, my bad. Hello. I'm still getting used to this. Other than that, it went off without a hitch.
Chat, if you want real person music, it takes effort.
It does.
If you have the music, provide us with the music.
Yeah, true. I mean, like, I need it to be a certain amount of length and things like that. So AI is just easier for that in the time being. And I don't know. I'd need to have like somebody to make something, obviously. But we're good. Okay, sorry. I will get better. Like I said, I will get better each week. I'm not used to running things, but I will. Already I've gotten rid of so many of the things that made you autistic before.
Through great pain of explaining to you how bounding boxes work, we have now figured it out.
I've got my B also tonight.
She has a B,
chat.
chat.
A B pen.
She has a B.
It's very tiny, but you can see my little B.
Yeah.
There we go. So I'm all prepared.
That sure is a B.
That was what was important to prepare, okay? Is to get my B. Anyway.
Yeah, makes sense. Very important.
Alrighty. So, I wanted to start with, I came across this experiment, this research that had been done, and the question was, of course, why? Why would you do that? Why would you do any of that? I do have actually, before we get into it, I have a quick announcement or update for my channel. I didn't talk about this in Broken Crown, but I got hacked. I got like mega hacked, but luckily I think all they were trying to do was steal crypto from me. I don't have any crypto, so oops. But all it was someone pretending to be a sponsor. They asked for my email address, and then they had me scan a QR code, and then they not only got access to my Gmail account, but they were instantly, within 5 minutes, using it. You said it had to have been script, because it was within 5 minutes. They changed.
Seems like it, yeah.
They got rid of my two-factor authentication. They got rid of my phone number. They got rid of my backup email address. They changed absolutely everything, which I don't know how that Google lets you do that instantly. Like there's no red flag that was raised anywhere about like.
I'm very willing, to mock Aiden when she makes security blunders. However, in this case, it seems like the blunder was well and truly Google, because the bewildering fact that they allow this on any account for all of these pieces of information to be changed at once.
Yeah.
Let alone an account with some sort of enhanced protection, which is known to be a public figure account.
Yeah, I had
it's crazy that Google allows that under any circumstances, especially those circumstances.
And that was on my Aiden Paladin
I suspect.
Account. So
yeah,
no,
I suspect what happened.
Yeah.
Go on, you go first.
Well, they're in contact with me, but it's the weekend, so whatever. But they are escalating.
Did you set up a Stream Elements bot? Is that you in chat there? It's not me.
I mean, it must be. I don't know.
it must have been me. She says she doesn't know.
I don't know. I didn't do that, but
I don't think you use Stream Elements. You use Streamlabs, don't you?
No, I don't use Stream
Elements.
Or
do you use Stream Elements?
No, I use Streamlabs, so it's not me.
I do, but I haven't connected this channel to it.
I don't know what the hell that is then. Maybe I did set up Stream Elements and then didn't use it, or I was playing around with it. Whatever. Oh well. So that's on the Aiden Paladin channel. Google is looking at it because obviously this is insane. Like that's a crazy thing. Well, I don't think it's dead, Bojack. I don't think it's gone. They haven't deleted anything, which is normally what they do is they like delete everything and then repurpose the channel into a weird crypto scam. But they didn't do that, and also the channel is locked now, so nobody can touch it until Google goes through it. And obviously it's my channel. I have payments that go out from it because I have YouTube Premium, as we were talking about last night on Aiden Paladin, which has been so frustrating to have to use YouTube without YouTube Premium for the last couple of days. And then in addition to that, obviously I get paid through Google AdSense, and that Google AdSense is tied to this channel and to Broken Crown, and I have access to those channels. It's just Aiden Paladin. The most frustrating thing is that I have a completely finished video that I would really like to release, but I can't publish it because I can't access my channel. So that's the, that's the I guess the only my real update. But I'll get back to it hopefully. I will get it back hopefully next week. They said like.
I suspect the method they used is that you entered your email address, and then they sent you a QR code to scan.
Within
and this
seconds,
was
like instant. You know?
Yeah, This was with an organization, or seemingly with an organization that Aiden's worked with before.
No, I've not
And
worked with
the way
them.
that she explained to me that they presented the URL, it's convincing that it could be official.
Yeah, it was Shure microphones, and people were like, "Why would you think Shure microphones would sponsor you?" Like, well, Raycon does, and what they were specifically saying was for headsets.
Quite different levels of quality there, but same industry, I suppose.
Yeah, I didn't. To me, it didn't seem like an absolutely insane proposal, and also the money they were offering was completely within my normal price range. I normally ask for about $600 for a 60-second integration, and they were offering 700. So it was like, if it would have, if anything had stuck out to me, like, oh, here's $5,000 for 60-second integration, anything like that would have stuck out to me. But it was Shure Dash Collaborators or Shure Dash, which the hyphen should have been a giveaway, but it was a complete direct copy of the Shure website. It was Shure-partners or something like that .com, same URL, in terms of it ended with the same. It wasn't like dollar. I have had a rough couple of weeks in that sense of having YouTube demonetize Broken Crown, and now I can't get into my main account because of. I mean, honestly, I do think on some level that even being like I'm in this targeted persons account, which is just like for creators and stuff, where people get targeted more for scams. It's an advanced protection program, and nothing raised an alarm bell at Google whatsoever over that. And they reset my phone to factory settings, so I can't use my biometrics, and I'm hoping I can get any of like my old photos and things off my phone, but I don't know yet. They did say that at the shop they could probably get it back, but that's actually the really sad part because I've had that phone for 6 years, and I'm worried I don't have my one of my photos anymore, which would be sad. Like photos of you and I hanging out and stuff, meetups and things like that. That would be sad if I can't get that back. That would be sad. Anywho, I do have we have all kinds of interesting scientific and tech news tonight. I don't know what you've all got, but I do have this interesting question, and this often is a question in research, which is, yeah, you can research that, but why? Why would you do that? Why would you spend money and time doing that? And that is very much the case I came across this, which is...
Yes. I've heard of this.
Have you? Because I told you about it 5 minutes
ago? No,
I
don't think it's that recent. I feel like I've heard of it from years ago.
What? No, it came out in maybe last year, but it was just published recently. Oh no, why is this? Whoa, why did that get really bizarre?
The CSS failed to send.
Yeah, 15th. So 2 days ago.
I'm pretty sure this is not the first rat tickling experiment then.
Probably, maybe not then. I just came across this. Though sex differences in the enjoyment of enrichment, effective bias testing confirms that female rats prefer more playful and less vigorous tickling. Why are we studying rat tickling? Other than because it's funny? It's an interesting interest in positive animal welfare, which emphasizes that animals should experience predominantly positive mental states. Positive animal welfare isn't... I guess positive animal welfare raises challenging biological questions, including how we assess positive experiences. Rat tickling mimics rough and tumble play. It is applied to improve welfare and study positive affect, often using ultrasonic vocalizations to assess rats' affective state. Standard tickling protocol.
Standard tickling protocol, yes, that has now been said.
Standard tickling protocols involve frequent pinning or pining, where the supine rat is vigorously tickled on its belly, which we have argued may not be positive for all rats.
Some rats enjoyed our light torture, but some of them may not benefit from it.
They didn't like the tickling.
It may not be in the best interest of their life paths for us to rigorously tickle them, but in some it is.
Here, using an effective bias test, we show that both sexes experience positive affective states when tickled, but females, unlike males, prefer playful tickling with minimal pining. This result corresponds with our previous... So they have done previous work. That's maybe what you're thinking about. It's this particular research cohort has been studying tickling rats for a while now, it appears. So this is
who keeps paying them to do that?
That is the question. How do you have an entire research program that focuses on tickling rats? So many questions.
This is, you know, seeing this, I'm starting to feel like how the people who are funding the Stargate program felt. Give us something we can use.
But yeah, your tax dollars at work, by the way, you know.
Yeah. Give us something we can. All this rat tickling. When are you going to find weapons to defeat the Gould?
No, we have to spend, because I guarantee, just knowing what I know about how research works, this is probably, someone spent like $10,000 on this, easily, to pay for the lab assistants, to pay for the contributions to the lab that the rats are held in. This probably cost $10,000 fucking dollars to do this, or so, at minimum, you know, of government funds usually. Corresponds with our previous work using the ultrasonic vocalizations to assess rats' effective response to tickling, further validating the ultrasonic vocalization recording as a marker of positive affective states. We believe this to be the first example where refinement aimed at enhancing positive rather than minimizing negative mental states in animals has been independently validated. This should provide a model for similar studies in other species. Oh, good. They're going to expand it into tickling other animals. What do you think their next course of action will be? What animal?
How long before they reach humans?
Well, the thing is,
Are we ready for human testing?
There's got to be tons of research on human tickling. Also, I have a yawn study tonight, by the way. No fucking stop it. I'm not looking. It has no... It's too early in the night. The yawn study's for later. Cease your social contagion attempts. It's so socially contagious, by the way. Yawning is so
in case you're wondering,
contagious.
I'm not actually tired, but Aiden Aiden can't help herself but to be socially contagioned by the yawning.
However, it is so socially contagious, by the way, and in fact ways we don't even understand yet, that it is socially contagious to pregnant mothers to babies in utero. New research.
What, yawning?
That. Yes. It's crazy. Which doesn't.
So you're saying the
really
baby in the womb yawns
yes.
when they hear yawning from outside?
Oh,
interesting.
Yes.
I shall use this to troll someone at some point. Natchez is calling you an asshole, Aiden. I don't even know why she's calling you an asshole.
Oh, why am I an asshole?
Unbelievable, Natchez. So rude.
No, rat, no Reiki. I don't. Where? I didn't even see that. I don't know what you're talking about.
In YouTube live chat.
Ooh. I don't see it.
Oh my god, you have top
lying.
chat selected. You have top chat, which is just censored chat. Always change it to live chat, Aiden. Top chat is just censored. It doesn't even block spam. It's just censored.
Oh my god, give me a second. I gotta find what...
As a matter of principle, you always change it to live chat.
Well, I just hadn't remembered to. Also, I don't know where it is now. Oops. Where the fuck did it go? Ooh.
Oh my god.
Dude, why do you want me to do this shit when you know, like, you touch one little thing and we'll all get fucked up? I don't know.
Well, you touch one little thing and it'll get fucked up.
I don't... Oh, wait. Maybe that'll fix it? Okay. Maybe. Anywho. Such an asshole. I don't think... Yeah, you, Uzulu, obviously, not me. Anywho. I figured it was as much. Do you want to go into the details, really, of the rat tickling experiment? That's what... Look, they used the ultrasonic vocalizations of rats, the little tiny noises that they make, and they have figured out, in some sense, that this is related to the animals being happy, and it appears to make female rats happier or have more of an effect in female rats than male rats. Are you more interested in learning about the rat tickling experiment, or is it just what the fuck is happening? Why are we spending taxpayer dollars on this?
I'm not sure where the parity between rats and humans is when it comes to the differences between men and women, males and females.
I mean, like, I'd say there's probably just inherently a pretty significant difference, but I guess they want to test it on other animals.
In what ways are they similarly different, if you take my meaning? How is the variation between human genders and rat genders similar? What similarities are there? In terms of tickling, or really anything else?
I can tell you this. We don't have a lot of research on human vasopressin, and most of our research on that, which is a male hormone, or predominantly male hormone, that is expressed after orgasm. We have a ton of research on that in rats, and we know it exists in humans, but there's very little research on it in humans. It does exist. It's similar. It's sort of similar to oxytocin in that it's related. It's related sort of to pair bonding, but it tends to make males more aggressive and protective, whereas oxytocin is also a protective hormone in terms of specifically pair bonding. So vasopressin is sort of the male exclusive, or mostly male exclusive. I think women can express it as well, but the largely male, or predominantly male bonding, or more precisely, it's the protection hormone, and that's largely been studied in rats. So I don't know why we've not done more research on that in humans, because we know that human males produce it.
I know why.
Why?
Because no researcher wants to examine a man after he's come.
Yeah, I guess. Although, and I'm forgetting his name right now. Shit. It starts with a Z. It's not Zimbardo. My advisor's advisor was one of the earliest media psychologists. A foundational media psychologist, and I'm sorry I can't think of his name.
One of the earliest rat-cum scientists.
Dolph Zillman. But he didn't use rats. He used people, and what he was really interested in was the not just the social role, but the evolutionary role of horror films, like and being scared. Why do people tell each other scary stories and things like
that? Films?
Horror films. Okay, is that closer?
It's closer. Yeah.
All right. So he would show people horror films. And one of the things that he did in some of his research, one of the things he did in some of his research is that dude, to read it, it's so funny, because he's like, we attached an apparatus to to the male participants. So he put like a fucking like device, some sort of mechanism that is not well described, on men's dicks, and then showed them porn and showed them horror films, and measured their excitation response. That guy is my academic grandfather, Dolph Zillman.
You can see where she got it from, can't you, Chat?
I didn't do any shit like that. I never did anything like that.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have anything that you really want to talk about tonight? Because I just wanted to start with the rat tickling experiment, because what the fuck? Or shall I continue? Because I got plenty of stuff.
I don't mind. I do have some stuff. But it seemed to me like there wasn't a huge amount in the last week to talk about. But if there's any other sort of tech stories, Chad, that you want us to talk about, mention it in chat, because I may have missed one.
I do have all kinds. I have some tech stuff as well, but I got all kinds of stuff. Hang on, let me find, because I had also a thing about this rat thing. Because when I was browsing Twitter, I saw this, and it made me, while I was looking on the rat thing, so I'm just gonna... my internet's been weirdly slow today, so I don't know... It might be a little bit slow in general as well. My apologies for that. I don't know why. I thought maybe restarting my computer would fix it, but probably not, so... Oh, god damn it. There, that's a... You have left me quite discheesed. But hopefully the
there's the rat reference.
Well, or, actually, I got some other animal stories, and so it's in this section. Let's go to it. This is okay. I have to, and it's on Twitter. I need to go back though. This is where we end. We need to go back through these posts. Okay. You need to go back, because this is a story, but I didn't want to just like save all the Twitter links. This is a story that is unfolded in multiple parts about the whale tard. So there's a whale that has a humpback whale. Wait, this is not the first one. I got like one more to go. Yes, here we go. Young humpback whale stranded since Monday at a sandbar in the Bay of Lubeck. With luck and grace, they will free him tonight. So this humpback whale has stranded itself.
Nice picture.
Yeah. And this guy, Yugi Pippius, has been reporting on it. This original post... Eugippius, whatever. This was on March 26th. We have some more updates. Update, the humpback whale freed himself in the night. We wake up this morning to find him no longer on the sandbar. Later he was spotted further out in the Bay of Lubeck. We hope he is okay and just gathering his wits/strength after terrifying predicament. Here the whale swims off the coast of Sierksdorf. He is beginning to make his way up the Jutland Peninsula, back into the North Sea where he belongs. A small entourage of boats follow him to provide guidance in case he loses his way and turns back into the Baltic. Alas, the whale has returned to Lübeck and is presently headed towards the very sandbar in which he stranded himself. What are you doing, whale? This is now on March 27th, so it's been a day.
I dub thee Evergreen the Whale.
He has his own name for it. Entwarning.
Or was it Ever Given?
Oh, yeah, the Ever Given, yeah. Entwarning, he is swimming back out to open waters after a brief detour into the bay. Good. Okay. The fucking...
Entwarnung.
The fucking whale, I think it's German, yeah. The fucking whale is in dangerously shallow water again. We could be dealing with this retard whale for weeks. This is now on the 27th. And the 28th.
Entwarnung means all clear,
Okay.
which he's not.
No, he's not. The good news is that they've lost track of our special needs whale overnight, which at least means he hasn't gotten himself stuck again. The bad news is that he's probably still lurking around Mekpom coastline, being a whale tard. I propose to name him Horst. I don't know if he's been back yet, but there's the retard whale. So,
I think Evergreen the Whale.
Evergreen instead of Horst.
Mm-hmm.
What's wrong with
It's
Horst?
also a fairy tale reference.
Oh, okay.
Mhm.
I see. There's
But
the
that's not
whale
the reason I
part.
suggested it.
Why not?
Because it's the boat that got stuck.
I know.
Well, at least this whale is not driven by Indians. I mean, it's not that retarded.
I have actually some serious nature, or more serious nature news as well. Or at least in this sort of subject matter. Now I've broken everything down into segments, or like sections of different types of science, which I do for the politics stream, so, you know. So, did this scientist go too far trying to save Ecuador's wildlife? And I'll give you kind of the TLDR on this. This guy is a herpetologist, meaning he studies snakes. And he's also a bit of a herpadermatologist in that this guy has clearly pet animals that he cares about. I mean, not pets as in keeps them as pets, but he has pet species that he cares about. He has directed an enormous amount of public funds in Ecuador towards saving snakes that are in no way endangered, while ignoring animals that actually are. So did he go too far to save Ecuador's wildlife? That's the TLDR.
Two mentions in one stream. This guy's clearly a ghoul. He's trying to keep snakes alive.
Yeah, he's only interested in the snakes. So in late 2024, a philanthropist interested in wildlife conservation got an intriguing offer: donate to a new fund that would provide small grants to young researchers seeking to develop new kinds of discover, excuse me, not develop, it'd be weird if they were developing them, and discover new types of tropical animals, and you could help name the new species. The Ortega Species Discovery Fund was the brainchild of Alejandro Ortega, a herpetologist in Ecuador eager to boost tropical conservation by accelerating efforts to document biodiversity. Quote, he said, "We are unlikely to be effective towards saving species if we remain unaware that they exist." He wrote in a website promoting it. So they get a bunch of, you know, people involved. I actually don't know. I think I did receive government funding, but maybe only did receive private funding. But a lot of people put money into this, including Leonardo DiCaprio, for example, right? An Islamic leader, Shah Rahim al-Husani.
Well, I guess the snakes never get above age 25, do they?
I don't know. Some snakes live to be really old. They can live to be...
Oh, well then Leonardo DiCaprio is going to make sure those don't get the funding.
Of course. So over the past decade, the charismatic 34-year-old researcher has become a prominent figure in South American herpetology, known for publishing descriptions of dozens of new species of snakes, lizards, frogs, as well as some of Ecuador's most important herpetology guides. But he's also faced allegations...
Someone in chat's asking if we want KFC. I tell you what I could do with pizza.
I'm not getting you
Don't
bloody pizza.
get me pizza.
No.
Don't get me a bloody pizza or a normal pizza. Don't do it. You
No.
get me KFC though.
Whoops. Oh my god. My bad. Sorry, you
Don't
just
do
heard
that
that. Well, you just heard a little bit of the opening because I clicked into the wrong tab. Anyway, no pizza for you. Unless you want to get it for yourself, you're more than welcome to get it for yourself, sir.
Well, if you're not going to get me pizza, I'm going to have to be right back very briefly.
Uh-oh. Okay, we'll continue with this. But Ortega has faced allegations of research misconduct and been barred from entering some of Ecuador's leading museum collections and preserves, and alienated many once supportive professors and colleagues. His detractors also assert that, oh, he's got detractors just like Phil. They also assert that by publishing new species descriptions of contested accuracy, he has artificially inflated species counts, potentially causing scarce conservation funding to be wasted on organisms in little need of help, and even complicating efforts to provide life-saving antidotes to venomous snake bites. The controversy surrounding Ortega has highlighted tensions facing tropical herpetology. Poorly financed fields that attract both sober scientific interest and legions of enthusiastic collectors, photographers, and wildlife fans. The temptation to hype discoveries and to play donors can be overwhelming, researchers say. I know it's difficult to secure funding, says Jacobo Reyes Velasco, a biologist at the Mexican conservation nonprofit Herp.Mexico. But Ortega's practices open a very dangerous door because they can encourage people to describe whatever they can in order to obtain resources, which is basically what this guy has done. He's essentially made up snake species, or frog species, or other types of amphibians, and such, in order to say, hey, give me a whole bunch of money because I need to save these frogs. Or snakes, more specifically. He is a herpetologist. I need money to save these animals, and then the animals either don't exist or are not endangered. It's just a complete utter waste of fucking money. But his
actually, I thought Herp.Mexico was Nacho's homepage.
What does that even mean? Are you calling her a snake?
No, I'm calling her a herpaderpa.
Herpaderpa.
Mm-hmm. I'm not certain that she has herpes. She can do that herself.
This is a bunch of background on him. So, let's see. Young researcher's abilities impressed Omar Torres. What do you want to know anything more about this either? That's the TLDR of it. I've already read those.
Well, no, he's I don't know exactly in what way he's lying, like specifically, but assuming that the summary here is correct, yeah, that's fraud like any other. Now, I'm not as concerned about the preservation of species I've never heard of that will never affect me. It is important because you only get one chance to preserve them, but I don't think it's one of the most important things in the world. However,
here's some examples. They've got the example.
The other part about potentially harming, helping people with venomous bites. That part actually does matter.
Yeah, it does. If you're wasting money on this, man, I always have to take my earrings out because they hurt after a minute. Even though these are so cute, little butterflies. Wink.
Oh yeah, they're the ones that you left here.
I did leave those there before. I did. But in 2020, for example, Ortega found himself banned from several ecological reserves in Ecuador. 6 years earlier, he had co-founded Tropical Herping, an ecotourism. You see the other reason why I want to talk about
do a bit of tropical herping. Frankly, I like doing a bit of urban herping myself.
And derping, or just the herping part?
Oh no, you can take on the derping. I'll just handle the other part.
All right. Well, I didn't know that you were into that. Yeah, interesting. An ecotourism company that planned to support conservation by having
there is no such thing as the Voyager episode threshold.
No, it doesn't exist. I don't know.
There's some herping in that one.
There is some herping in that one.
Well, there would be if it existed.
He's going to get herpeto enthusiasts from around the world to pay to accompany researchers into the field as they photograph wildlife and search for new species. The firm thrived, including making an appearance in National Geographic, in addition to supporting a team of photographers. It ran tours. But the firm clashed with the Ecominga Foundation, I suppose, a nonprofit that manages the ecological reserves.
I love how you default to pronouncing anything you don't recognize in a Japanese accent.
It's been that way my whole. I started learning Japanese when I was 11, and it just became like.
Oh, Ikomingaru.
I can't help it. I can't help it. Anytime I try to learn another language, including when I was learning Spanish in high school, and I had to actually take it, for. To go through high school to pass, I pronounced Spanish with a Japanese accent. But I was taking them simultaneous, in my defense. Let's see. An
American living in the proximity of England, speaking Spanish in a Japanese accent. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah, it's weird, okay? In 2020, in a letter to Tropical Herping, the foundation wrote that it was banning the firm from its properties because its staff had entered reserves without required authorizations and refused to work respectively and cooperatively with Ecominga's rangers and scientists. Even as Tropical Herping dealt with the fallout from the rupture, it became enmeshed in a second controversy after Paul Bertner, a wildlife photographer who had joined an expedition, accused the firm's staff of mistreating animals. The herpetologist had stored collected animals in plastic bags and placed them under hotel beds for days, he wrote on his website. So they're also these guys seem like real fucking pieces of shit, right?
Why do they do, like, who are these people? Why do they do this? Why do they appear to care on the one hand about these snakes and then treat them like this, right? And lie about which ones are endangered? It's like you said earlier, like they have a pet species, not in that sense, but in the sense that one that they really like. But that doesn't even make sense because they're keeping them under the fucking bed in plastic bags. Why are they doing this? And then we come to the obvious conclusion. It's a scam. Scamming who? Who's paying them to do this?
These big herpeto fans, they're herpeto enthusiasts is who it's scamming.
So okay, here's the grift. They are taking non-endangered species, hyping them up and marketing them as endangered so that they can easily find enough of them to present as endangered to idiot tourists.
Yes.
Okay, then the scientists in this case don't need to be umming and ahhing about, well, technically what he's doing could damage the industry. It's just a fucking scam. Just arrest
Leonardo
him there.
DiCaprio and the
Oh, yeah, there you go.
They've paid big money to this guy to protect and preserve these snegs. DiCaprio's snail-eating sneg, for example, is one of 3 dozen species named by herpetologists.
Just wanted it named.
Yeah, and look, as a result, DiCaprio has got his name on a snake. The non-venomous snake, which is found
even in the Latin name.
Yeah.
Melon DiCaprio. That's what he actually paid for.
Yes, he wanted a snake named after him, clearly. The non-venomous snake, which is found in the forests of East Panama and Western Colombia, is named after, we got it, and his mother, Ermelyn Birken. Okay.
You see.
This is the, both Ricus, Nigro, and Spursus. Negro and Spursus.
Black Spirit.
Yeah, and is an eyelash viper. It doesn't look like it has eyelashes to me. Known for the distinctive scales above their eyes. Oh, it's the dark spots.
There you go.
Are these just pictures of more snakes? I think they're just more snakes.
There's some pretty exciting snakes. That one's pointy.
Well, that's a lizard. It's a Anolis proboscis.
You can tell by the legs.
Could you imagine why they might call it the Pinocchio lizard?
Because it keeps lying.
I can't. Yeah, it must be why. These are just some pictures.
That is a leaf. That's not a froge. That's a leaf.
That's a froge shaped like a leaf.
True.
Let's see. He acknowledged that some animals were handled roughly, saying that Tropical Herping's team was young and trying to produce the best possible photographs. Because it's all, again, it's a fucking scam to get cool photos of the snegs to sell to Leonardo DiCaprio.
Specifically.
Yes.
Now, I chose as recommended that I try for Leonardo DiCaprio's mum.
I mean, she's into snakes.
She'd not be the first. She'd not be the first. What, she's into snakes, including the anaconda. Is that why you're recommending it?
No, I'm saying you're slimy and slithery like a snake.
But I have arms and legs, Aiden.
Yeah, you're long though, so that's pretty similar to a snake.
I suppose. I mean, I'm also alive.
You're a lankoid, you know.
I mean, you're not.
Well, for a woman, I'm above average. I'm above average in height. That's true. But I'm not a fucking lankoid. No.
The lesser, spindly, preening North American utter tit.
Yeah,
we found Aiden on Wikipedia a little while ago, actually.
Oh yeah, do you want to bring that up? Because it is quite funny. Do you have the link? I forgot what it's called. Yeah,
I could probably find it.
We'll do that next because it's funny. So the controversy had a constructive outcome, leading to a radical change in how he and others in Ecuador's herpetology community photograph wildlife specimens. But he calls the allegations leveled by Ecominga a complete absurdity. He asserts the claims originated with scientists on Eco Minga's board who didn't want to compete with him in the scholarly race to describe new species as Leonardo DiCaprio's. Ultimately, his work made him realize that being an ecotourism guide wasn't for me. Since then, his profile has only grown. Social media photos of him wearing brightly colored snakes, wrangling brightly colored snakes, maybe he was wearing them too, and tramping through the forest have gained a growing following. Published his third book, An Exhaustive Guide to Ecuador's Reptiles, 50 Extraordinary People. But in March 2025, he delivered jars containing specimens of 183 lizards collected in Ecuador to the Quinto Vivarium, a small zoo and research center dedicated to reptiles. Ecuador requires researchers to have collecting and transport permits for such specimens and to house them in a recognized collection. But the vivarium's director, herpetologist Maria Elena Barragan, became uneasy because the paperwork accompanying the specimens appeared incomplete. Her concerns grew after, she says, Ortega deflected questions about the paperwork during a phone call. Fearing the jars had become a time bomb, she notified Ecuador's Ministry of the Environment about the issue. To Barragan's dismay, a ministry official said simply storing the jars. God, I can't read today. Like ever since all this stuff with the quartering came out.
I can't read any day.
Well, no, you obviously can't ever. But regarding the quartering's inability to read articles, now I'm like hyper aware of it, and I think it makes me worse. Anywho.
Well, then just pick up a video, sit here, watch the whole thing, and then at the end of the video say, yeah.
Be sure to like and comment down below. Said simply storing the jars put her in legal jeopardy, leaving her feeling anxious and afraid. I've fallen into a depression, she told Science in late 2025. Barragan's angst was familiar to staff at Zoology Museum at the University of San Francisco. In December of 2023, they say Ortega's request to store 5 specimens of snakes in the genus Ninia, known as coffee snakes because they are often found in coffee plantations, that he had collected. The museum director says the specimens that lack permit paperwork, are outside the bounds of legality. To this day, the supposed... Okay, right, sorry.
That snake hasn't got its license.
Right. Just days later, however, Ortega and a colleague published a paper announcing the discovery of a new Ninia species in evolutionary systematics. The paper said that the USFQ housed one of these specimens that the researchers had analyzed, but museum staff found the specimen identification number listed in the paper, unique codes that are essentially requirement of modern taxonomic science, did not match any of the coffee snakes in their collection. So he said, I found a new coffee snake, it's stored here, and it's not. So he is just making up new fucking snakes. What a snake. Inventing new snakes. To this day,
your job is to spend the day inventing snakes as if they're real, but they're not.
Yeah. I mean...
And then Leonardo DiCaprio is like, whoa, a new snake, whoa!
And Leonardo DiCaprio gives you a bunch of money for it to name a snake after him. To this day, the supposed specimen has never surfaced, says Cisneros, who informed Ecuador's Environment Ministry of the discrepancy. The museum filed a second complaint last year.
Snigs, eh? Well, I'm having a good snigger about this topic.
Are you? When it learned that Ortega said he had collected the lizards.
Don't worry, we're past 5 minutes.
In the vivarium. Yeah, you're fine. A third episode involves a paper Ortega published in Evolutionary Systematics in 2024 that received substantial press attention. It describes 5 new species of eyelash vipers, which we looked at earlier, not because they have eyelashes, but they have little eyebrows, I'd say, found in Central and South America that are known for their bright colors and the unusual lash-like scales above their eyes. The paper nearly doubled the known number of species of eyelash vipers. So this is significant. He's saying I've added twice as many known species by having 5. Thank you, Leroy Leonidas, for the 5.
We should do something about the
Huh?
The text from the contribution is not very readable.
Yeah, it was not, and I think that's going to be on my Streamlabs, which I will have to pull up.
It is. Don't worry about doing it now.
Yes.
We'll
I'll do that when you're doing something. How about that? Thank you.
If anyone, I see that the link to my contributions are still there. I probably better to, as much as I would appreciate it, probably better to just use the Streamlabs one because it's specifically for the channel this is on.
Yeah.
But if you do send it to me, I don't have it set up that it pings me yet, though I will set that up like in probably the next thing I do, like tomorrow. So if you do send it to me, just let us know in chat, and then we will do something with it. Oh,
yeah, I'll have to do it during...
You froze that for a sec.
Yeah, I'll have to do it because I have to bring up Streamlabs on the screen I'm sharing, so I'll bring that up in just a minute then. New series, bleh. Species of eyelash viper. The paper nearly doubled the number of known species of vipers, but it relied heavily on analyses of mitochondrial DNA, a technique many researchers say can't reliably differentiate between closely related species. If similar DNA methods were applied to humans, asserts herpetologist William Lamar, our parents and grandparents would be considered new species of Homo sapiens. So, doesn't sound very scientifically sound. Concerns about the methods led Jacobo Reyes Velasco, an independent herpetologist, I didn't even know there was such a thing, to reanalyze the data and in 2024 published a paper in Herpetozoa questioning the new species. He and others criticized the paper for contributing to a problem known as taxonomic inflation, the splitting of known species into many potentially questionable new species. Which, of course, the reason why you want to do that as a scientist is because you can do things like name them after Leonardo DiCaprio and sell essentially. Sincerely, though, you can sell.
Yeah.
I've got this new snake species that I'm very excited to. I can name it anything now. If only someone were to give me a generous grant to my herpetology organization, then maybe I can put your name on the snake, right?
Spray paint it on.
Yes. The concerns.
I mean, spray paint it onto every member of the snake species, which is in fact just one example.
Just a slithering billboard, right?
Just imagine you've been bitten by a snake, you're dying in the jungle, and you look around and the snake has Leonardo DiCaprio written on the side of it. Mm-hmm. Wouldn't that be a weird thing for your last moments?
It sure would be weird. It would be weird. The concerns aren't just scholarly, the critics add. Taxonomic inflation can lead to the waste of conservation funds by making, this is what I was talking about in the beginning, by making some species appear more to be rare or endangered when they are actually part of a larger, healthier population. So yeah, it's like, this is a big bunch of species. I mean, I found this one little one, and I've only ever found one, so it must be endangered, right?
So all you're going to do is split them taxonomically, and suddenly, yes. Oh, there's only one of them. My God!
Yes, and it's ultra endangered, nearly on the verge of extinction because you're delineating.
Because Leonardo DiCaprio hasn't paid me enough for it yet.
Yes, indeed, or something to that effect. It can even have dire consequences for people bitten by venomous snakes. Medical workers treating snakebite victims must match anti-venom to a specific species, so confusion about which species a snake belongs to could lead to a fatal mismatch.
Yeah.
So, although it is funny that this guy is going around making up snakes, like kind of, you know, at face value. It actually has potentially dire consequences to do this kind of shit, and ultimately, it's a scam. It is a great big money-making fucking scam. So, fuck this guy and his fake snakes. Very rude.
Alfred Mods in chat, would you maybe explain what you mean by that? Because you may have misunderstood. Go on, Ed.
That was the snake story. I'll bring up your
sure was.
thing. Well, I thought it was pretty funny. Where is yours? It's called Oozaloo Overlay. Where did I put it? Hey, there we go. Whoops. I don't know how I got moved down there, though. Fuck. I literally set this up beforehand. There you go. Okay.
Hooray! Corvus spindulus americanus dispar utter tit.
Do you not want to, like, introduce this topic in any way? You're just gonna let it ride?
This is genuine human knowledge.
Is it?
Yes. Corvus, no, this is Halupedia, which is a site where you can enter any article title. URL. We put gushing grannies and the Holocaust isn't real and that kind of stuff. And it just writes an article which is plausibly explaining what the title is.
What's it called
So
again?
we put in
Halupedia.
Halupedia. Okay. We put in lesser spindly preening North American utter tit, which is Aiden's taxonomical name. And it, I think, translated some of it to Latin or something, but now we've got Corvus spindulus americanus dispar utter tit, and that is Aiden's Latin taxonomical name. And the remarkable thing about this article, and we made a few of these on my stream, but I'm only showing you one because it was quite remarkable. We rendered it, and as we were reading through it, we just kept finding more and more interesting things. Corvus spindulus americanus dispar utter tit, often abbreviated as CSAD-UT,
so
which
the way this works,
we're referring to as Casazet. Yes?
The way that this works, by the way, because we figured this out, but to explain to the chat, is that it makes up these articles on the fly, AI, and then it links to other articles, which for the most part, don't exist until you click on them. So you can essentially create an entire web of these fake articles that just go on and on forever.
Is a genus of avian mimic discovered, and mimic, like that's Aiden all over. All she knows how to do when it comes to comedy is to like express things that she heard 30 years ago that she thought were funny then.
When you hear something you heard
Just
before, that's comedy. MC Chris.
Thank you for proving my point. Its defining characteristic is it's a bit. Oh no, hold on. Avian mimic discovered and catalogued in the late 19th century, which is also where Aiden's fashion sense comes from. Its defining characteristic is its ability to perfectly replicate the vocalizations of various subordinate municipal officials, particularly those engaged in disciplinary proceedings or the issuance of minor citations. And that matches Aiden perfectly because it's all boring reading shit. Everything she says is boring and procedural. She can't help herself. And it goes on. The initial classification of Cassadet was undertaken by Dr. Peregrine Quibble, a phonetician then employed by the Royal Society for Avian Studies. In one sentence, this article said both avian and peregrine, which is my bird nickname for Aiden. Avian peregrine.
Yes.
Amazing. Dr. Quibble first.
Is a type of bird, so however, it is kind of insane that it went with that specific bird.
Yes.
You know.
Dr. Quibble first identified these species during his extensive fieldwork around the eaves of newly constructed post-Victorian municipal buildings in Greater London. It could have picked any country in the world, but it picked the one Aiden wants to go to. He noted its peculiar talent for mimicking the precise intonations of tax collectors, parking enforcement officers, and subordinate clerks, drafting official reprimands. Subsequent research by Professor Elara von Flicker in the early 20th century suggested a subspecies, Corvus spendulus americanus dispar brumus fog, found exclusively in regions prone to perpetual meteorological advisories, though this remains debated among some factions of the Institute for Improbable Ornithology.
On improbable ornithology.
Improbable, but true. Cassadet are small, there you go, nondescript, there you go, birds typically measured no more than 15 centimeters in length, there you go.
That's not true.
Their plumage is a muted grey-brown, which is what you usually wear, offering excellent camouflage against the brick and stonework of urban administrative centres. That's not so true with you, because you tend to have the sort of like clown decorations. Their diet consists primarily of discarded paper clips, which Aiden eats all the time, and stray crumbs from official biscuit tins, supplemented by the occasional insect drawn to the ambient bureaucratic malaise. Insects are often drawn to ambient bureaucratic malaise.
That is true, though. That part's true. Sounds alarmingly Aiden coded, says Brian.
The birds exhibit a remarkable proficiency in vocal mimicry. Their repertoire is limited to the sounds associated with official pronouncements and administrative functions. They have been documented replicating the sharp, perfunctory coughs of city clerks, the exasperated sighs of treasury officials, and most notably, the repetitive, monotone delivery of officials tasked with issuing fines or citations. This latter ability led to considerable consternation during the Aiden chicken tax implementation period.
See, but that's,
where flocks of Cassadet would perch near tax collection officers and vocalize in unison, creating an atmosphere of simulated officialdom that further unnerved taxpayers.
I don't know why that is the bizarre thing that it put my name in there. Much just because we were typing things at a similar time.
With that one, it's probably taking from recently generated articles.
Yes.
But with the other ones, we didn't give it the information that he used in this article, except for the word Aiden. It's the only thing in there that we're pretty sure it took from the context. We also generated one for this, but it wasn't quite as funny.
Well, an AI wrote this, and it's Holopedia, right? I forgot to put it in the chat.
Yeah, I'll send you the link, and I'll put it in chat as well. Actually, here's the link to the actual page.
What you can do essentially is just type in anything, and it will create a Wikipedia article for whatever you have typed in, whatever nonsense that you've typed up. It will write an article on it, and not only will it create an article, it will create a whole web of articles so that you can just click on any of them, and then it will generate something new to respond to the kind of made-up thing that it's already created. Well, the totally made-up thing it's already created. And that's how you end up with all this shit, you know?
If you find if you find the Gushing Grannies page and the Holocaust related pages and a few other funny ones, that was us. That was Cabal.
Gushing Grannies and the Holocaust. That's
I mean, they're the first two things you'd do. Right?
I get. Well, I mean, you certainly seem to have a thing about.
One can scarcely distinguish the genuine complaint of a disgruntled civil servant from the avian echo it inspires. It is testament to nature's capacity for bureaucratic satire.
Nature is known for its capacity for bureaucratic satire, to be fair.
The Civic Avifauna. That's your new channel. That's what we should have called it.
By the way, I do have some of the bird things have come in the mail because my bee came in, but I do now have a bird costume that is en route, essentially. However, it's a bunch of pieces because it's like a full, like, cool outfit, which I might just wear. But one thing I think that we'll do every stream is that by reaching a certain threshold of super chats, we will don specific costumes. At least Uzulu does have his. So what did you decide on a threshold for you to put on the bee suit?
Well, bear in mind, I would have to go AFK
Bee
for
in
a few
mind.
minutes.
Yeah.
No, bear in mind.
No, do you have a bear costume?
No.
Okay. Well, you shouldn't have said that then.
I do not have a Xi Jinping costume. Although the costume I have is yellow.
It is yellow.
Much like Winnie the Pooh. What I usually do, what I would usually say is something like £100 across everyone's donations. I don't know if that's a reasonable goal in this case, but that seems reasonable for me to stop the stream and go and put on a silly costume. It should be somewhat exclusive.
Okay, all right. So we'll say $100 or £100. £100.
Well, the super chats come in all currencies, so it's hard to count them up anyway.
Yeah. So send me around 100 and you'll force Uzlu to wear an embarrassing bee costume with a little face on it. My bird costume, on the other hand, is very based and elegant and cool, even though it is a bird costume, essentially.
Oh, yeah, well, I can see you're wearing it now.
I'm not wearing... I don't have any of the bird stuff on right now, but I do like the little feathery wing things I got for my hair did come in, which are pretty cool. Anywho,
Chat, press 1 if she's wearing the bird costume right now.
I am not wearing a bird costume right now. I've got a bee and some flowers. What did you call it? Clown collar? This isn't even the one you thought was a clown collar. That was my cute pink one. Fucking making fun of my fashion sense, sir. Where you wear the same hoodie every fucking day.
It does get washed. It does get washed. Don't worry.
Even the streets.
Several others are in the wash right now, which is why this is on. But it's been washed, I think, since last time I wore it on this stream.
Oh my goodness.
100% of chat who are participating in the vote agree that Aiden is currently wearing her bee costume.
My bee costume? No. You mean my
bird costume, rather.
Why did I correct you? Why did I do that? Anywho, do you want to keep reading this fake AI article?
Do you know ChatGPT? I love ChatGPT. I use AI.
I think it went through.
Oh, hey, Aiden! The other overlay started working.
It did. It's because I have Streamlabs open, but I had that.
Just make a new one. Oh yeah, no, I deleted the old one. Don't worry about it. You didn't. What did you delete then?
Well, now no, it's because I have the Streamlabs window up, so it played through Streamlabs. Anywho, that's what happened. There.
No, it was on screen twice.
It was?
Yeah.
Oh, fuck. Well,
what else did you delete when you thought you deleted the old overlay?
Well, I'll just look. That's simple.
Just
I did delete
keep the old one. Don't delete the old one. The old one is way better organized, way better laid out on the screen. Just keep the old one. Delete the newer one that you made today.
I did that. Manu Shusai for 10 says, it's amazing how much the dead internet theory is now becoming more of a reality because of AI-generated content and how much the simulation of the internet has twisted reality over time. Crazy times. Indeed, like this whole thing, it's just fake information that's cataloged in a Wikipedia-style website that is full of absolute nonsense.
2 strategies are necessary to deal with this. 1, get better at determining what information is likely to be accurate, not necessarily human created. That's a lost cause, but accurate. And 2, don't worry so much about whether it was human made or AI made, because, and this is the tough one, especially for people like us, because at some point very soon, and in some ways it's already happened, AI can generate things that are equal in quality to humans.
I actually have a story on this, which seems like a good. Do you want to continue reading this fake bird article? Or
And I do want to say on that, I'm not happy about that situation, but that's the world we live in. And
the
we kind of
bird
have
article?
to. No, the bird article, we can keep reading it. We're pretty much at the end now, anyway.
Go ahead and finish it up.
I don't think there's anything new. Well, I'll read it anyway. The Cassadat is endemic to the eaves and ledges of administrative buildings constructed between 1880 and 1910, which is exactly the bracket where Aiden says her fashion is from.
And that is, to be fair, the exact bracket where my fashion sense comes from.
Also, when clowns were invented. These structures often characterized by
clowns were invented between 1880 and
No, I don't know, actually, but this might be interesting, I don't know. By their imposing neo-Gothic architectural styles and extensive stone ornamentation.
I do like that kind of stuff, it's true.
Provide ideal nesting sites and acoustic amplification for their unique vocalizations. Certainly she has unique vocalizations, chat.
What do you mean by those?
They are rarely found more than 50 meters from an active municipal office or courthouse. The only distinction to be made here is that it should have been saying academic, like Hall of Science or Learning or University, rather than your cameras.
Yeah, no, don't worry about it. Okay. I got it.
There it is. The cacophony emanating, well, that certainly describes this stream, from the borough council offices on Tuesday mornings is in part attributable to the persistent serenades of the utter tit. A more accurate, if less poetic descriptor would be avian citation generator.
I can't believe
which is exactly what she is.
I can't believe it came up with avian citation generator, because that is what I am. I mean, to be fair, Jesus fucking Christ. How?
Well, there's a candidate for the name of the stream. We still haven't named it yet.
Avian citation.
All the assets are made for Wizards and Sibyl, but avian citation generator. It says notes on urban nuisances, and I can confirm, having looked after you when you were in the UK for a while, you are definitely that.
Okay. Are you done mocking me with your AI-generated article, sir?
You suggested I did
actually. I did suggest it. Oh, what is this?
Yes, I am done mocking
Coke?
you. For now.
Oh, is it? You just asked me if I want some Fanta? Thank you. What? Thank you, Bill. Oh, sure, if you don't mind, sir.
What is happening?
Hang on. Bill has brought... I don't know. Bill has brought me up a Fanta to drink.
Alexa, play intermission music. I don't have Alexa, nor will I ever.
No, nor do I. However, I will, I have a thing here.
Do you want to do one, or shall I do another?
Yeah, I do, because this is pretty funny. Why is it...
Okay.
Is there any way to make this actually readable on the left-hand side? Why is it like that? I must have it, hang on, cropped. No, I don't. Why is it... Is it going to be legible? Okay. Well, it's a little cut off.
Do you want me to try and help you?
No, I don't.
Should we take it slow and be calm? I think we can figure it out.
It's just... Oh.
If you click on...
Wait.
You got it?
No,
okay.
No, I got it.
That'll do. That's fine.
Yeah.
You got the... Yeah, that's all right. Just don't resize it. Just move it.
Yeah. Anywho.
Okay.
So, this was related to what we're just talking about, which in terms of this AI-generated stuff, and it infiltrating, making it impossible, as Manu Chusai's super chat pointed out, to kind of distinguish from reality, because it fills all these spaces with absolute nonsense. So who is Blake Whiting? Most astonishingly productive historian in recent times is someone you will never meet. Can you guess why? Because he's not a real fucking person.
If an AI is writing history, something factual, then it will either replicate true information that has already been written, or it will make shit up. Yes. Either way, it's useless. The only thing it could be useful for there is collating the information. Now, for creative works, AI can actually make new, good, interesting stuff. But for factual non-fiction, why? What's the point?
Grift. Scam. No living American historian is as prolific as Blake Whiting. In 1 week alone last fall, he published 13 books on a host of complex archaeological and historical subjects, ranging from the collapse of Near Eastern civilizations in 1177 BCE to the recent discovery of a huge Silk Road era city in Central Asia. Amazon sells his hardbacks for $28.99, paperbacks for $20.99, and the Kindle versions for a bargain at $7.99. What you can't buy from Amazon at any price, however, is Blake Whiting's CV, his curricula vitae, academic resume. Though the books,
to be fair, if you were going to come up with a name that sounds like a historian, Blake Whiting's not a bad pick. It sounds like maybe an AI advised that choice actually to the Pajit that did this.
Yeah. Though the books claim to be copyrighted in his name, you won't find an author picture or bio, nor will you find his website on nor Instagram. Do scientists normally have Instagrams these days? I mean, I was encouraged to make an Instagram.
You do?
Yeah, I was encouraged. No, I was encouraged to when I was in grad school, actually. They did encourage me to make an Instagram. And then I just proceeded to post nothing but shit posts and cooking like I do on Twitter anyway. He does not belong to any faculty of any college or university. He is unknown to those academics he cites in his books, which are not actually copyrighted. Whiting, as you have guessed, is neither a historian nor human. He is a fake persona. His fake persona is a harbinger of an alarming trend, threatening disaster to academics and journalists alike. You get where this has come out for, where this is headed to, right? This guy, it's just fucking AI. It's a grift. And there's more and more of this all the time, particularly I've noticed on Amazon Books, because, I mean, and this has been in the news somewhat as well regarding it, because Amazon's book department is being, it is easy to forget, was originally what Amazon was. It was a book selling website. And particularly still Amazon is great for audiobooks and things like that as well, in addition to being an excellent source for, digital copies of books. You could just go to LibGen, but I digress.
Yeah, I don't know anything about that because I don't read.
I know you can't. Well, let's be clear. It's not that you don't. I mean, you don't.
What are these weird squiggly shapes on the screen I don't know what they are. Actually, unironically, could you zoom in just a bit on the screen for my sake and the audience's sake?
Yes, because I was just worried about the it being too cut off before and that making it worse. But
yeah, sometimes if you zoom in a little bit more, it will fill the width because it's at the zoom in level for phones. So worth experimenting with that.
The books detail the groundbreaking work of Michael Fricchetti of Washington University in St. Louis and his colleague Farhud Maksudov of Uzbekistan's Institute of Archaeology in Tashkent. The two men have spent more than a decade
Congratulations to Uzbekistan for being the country with the most consecutive letters from my online name.
That is true. That is true. Being two. So
yes. If it was three, I'd be worried because everything I make starts with Uza.
Mm-hmm. So they've covered their research in science and the Smithsonian, visiting their excavations. People are real, and interviewing them extensively. When I contacted Fricchetti, he was not familiar with Blake Whiting. Never met him, he said. I guess someone's making money off us. Likewise, Eric Klein, a George Washington University archaeologist and author of the popular 1177 BC, the year civilization collapsed. I have actually heard of this book, which was published by Princeton University Press, is unfamiliar with
basic bitch title.
For academic books, that's not uncommon.
It's just it's too straightforward. There's nothing subtle about it.
It
sounds like a kid trying to make it impressive.
I mean, I'm actually familiar with the exact period of time he's talking about. He's talking about the Bronze Age collapse, right?
Right. Okay. In that case, it makes a bit more sense. But I would try and come up with something a bit more imaginative than just something straightforward like that. Anyway.
Look, academics are trying to convey information as easily as possible. When I see a title of a paper that's a little quirky, it actually annoys me, if I'm being honest. I'm like...
It's not a paper, though. It's a book they're trying to sell.
I don't like...
If it was a scientific paper, yeah, you'd be precise. And in which case, you wouldn't say the year civilization collapsed. You'd say year that there was a large socioeconomic shift in the Mesopotamian region, etc., etc. But for a book, you'd be more imaginative.
Yeah, that title was perfectly fine to me. There's tons of books that start with the year as the title. That's
not the problem.
Okay, they could have been more interesting about it. Thank you for
I don't know if I'm gonna
to this conversation.
I don't know if I'm gonna get this through to you, Aiden.
Which is?
It just sounds like some edgy teenager named it. It doesn't sound very mature.
Okay. They're talking about the Bronze Age collapse. That's its actual term within within historical scholarship.
Yes. So come up with something creative.
Okay. It just fucking. I love that's what we were focused on already.
I wasn't going to, but you kept asking what I meant.
The author is unfamiliar with the author of the actual book is unfamiliar with the author behind 1177 BC Revisited, published in November 2025. Not a single footnote, Klein notes of the new book, no bibliography whatsoever. The author does mention me in passing in the introduction, but nothing. So he's not this AI scammer is not only just making shit up, but he's giving things very similar titles so that he can act like they're related works.
I love how the one written by a human is the one with a shit title.
You think 1177 BC Revisited is better?
I think it is less overstated. It is more mature. I would assume it comes from an academic and not from a teenager.
Okay, at this point I have to figure out, is this a pop psych or pop scholarship book? Because if it is, then it's meant for a broad audience. I'm telling you, I've got these weird stuff where it's taking me forever.
It doesn't matter if it's made for a broad audience. The only way that title makes sense is if it's meant for a teenage audience.
Yes, this is meant for a broad. This is pop science stuff. So it means that you're trying to sell it to the general population.
So they should have come up with a creative title.
Now look, there's tons of other books that he has written on this as well after 1177, and a graphic history. You can read a comic book version of the Bronze Age collapse. There's plenty of good videos on it on YouTube, though.
Well, if it's a comic book, maybe I could actually read it.
That's true. You could read this one. Oh, there's a video.
Unfortunately, I have no interest in it.
You don't have any interest in the Bronze Age collapse? It's super fascinating.
It was quite a while ago.
Civilization was on the verge of collapse. Climate change systems.
Climate change?
This might be a shit book.
What?
Until they unravel one of it is actually a bit of a mystery. Adapted by award-winning author. There you go.
Could you explain the climate change thing to me? Why did they mention that as if it's relevant?
Well, there was actually changes to the climate because it
okay.
volcanic explosion.
There's a difference between anthropogenic climate change and non-anthropogenic climate change.
And
if they mean just generally, then fair enough. Okay.
And this specifically followed a massive volcanic explosion that did very much fundamentally change the climate. So yes.
But I wouldn't have used that term for it because it's misleading.
Yeah, I get that. But again, it's trying to sell it to it. I mean, if this book is so popular,
the year the climate collapsed.
If this topic is so popular that it warranted them making a comic book about it, so that even you could understand it, Uzulu. Do you understand like why they may use very commonly understood phrases to allow normies to comprehend?
That is not the problem, Maiden.
Are you sure?
If you're writing about the year in which civilization collapsed, you don't just call the title the most straightforward, edgy teenage thing you could think of. The first thing that comes to mind. You try and come up with something a bit more creative, something implicit, something that makes you wonder what they mean by that. I mean, this is just an artist writing. That's probably why you can't see the problem with it.
Well, I can't see the problem with my camera continually freezing and crashing. I don't know why it's doing that, but whatever. Oh well. And it did it again.
Wow, nachos can't fly.
Why is it doing this? I don't know why it's. Oh, whatever. Well, I figured this out. Give me a second. Okay. We'll wait on that for a minute while I try to get it relaunched. Anywho. Likewise, let's see, where were we?
You need to get that costume.
What? I have something akin to that in the mail as well, in addition to the bird costume. Don't worry, but which I might just do regularly because it actually looks quite comfortable, and it seems nice. Let's see. Readers, however, seemed unaware that Blake Whiting is not a flesh and blood author. Fascinating read, wrote one Amazon reviewer of a book about the important Turkish archaeological site of Göbekli Tepe. Well-organized chapters, clearly explaining what has been discovered.
Tepe.
You go Göbekli Tepe. Fuck you, dude.
You bloody Blackie, go get
No, fuck off.
You bloody.
Did it fix it? No. Okay, it's better. There we go.
Oh God, no! Put it away! Bring the PNG back.
What do you think I feel? Look at this. Anywho.
Privileged.
Speculations on all aspects were grounded in real archaeology. A reviewer on Goodreads gushed, "This was an excellent overview for the layperson." That's what I'm talking about.
Second mention of
About
gushing
this
history.
It was a simple but well-balanced discussion of the site and its possible origins. So, whatever, you get it. It's AI nonsense. This guy published 12 books in 1 year. That is impossible. Sold them, made a bunch of money off of it, using other scholars' real work that he just plugged into it and went write a new book, essentially. And this is a growing problem, not just in academia, but in creative writing as well, of course, because it's like, well, anybody...
In creative writing, it's not so bad because AI can do creative writing.
I think most people, though, don't want to read something written by a fucking
No, and
computer.
that's fair enough. The most honest thing to do would be to make it clear.
By the way, because that seems to have a big industry for it. So, and with all the women with the wire-born husbandos and stuff, you know.
But the correct thing to do, if you're going to use AI to write a creative work, is to just advertise that it's AI. If you don't do that, it's not like you're defrauding them.
As long as you're honest that it's AI.
The right thing to do.
But I think that most people are not going to want. Who's going to buy a book?
The nonfiction, it's got to be a scam. Or it's just an organization of many other words. That's valid. If you're all collating and organizing other people's works into one book and citing them, AI can do that. It's not great at that kind of precision, but it can do that.
I actually, what a great fucking segue, by the way. Thank you. You keep leading me into my own topics. This is a really, it's actually a huge problem with that in particular, but just to wrap this sort of topic up, I think with it, nonfiction, if you are honest that it's AI generated, who the fuck is going to spend any money on that instead of going home and saying, ChatGPT, write me a book, a nonfiction book about the thing that you really specifically want? There's absolutely no, because of AI's ubiquity now and ease of access, there's absolutely no real market value for someone else's fucking fictional AI, like AI fictive writing. And
I could see an argument for legally requiring books, particularly, but maybe other things as well, be labeled as AI generated if
Pretty
they
much
are.
Everything should
I'm
be,
not.
I think.
I'm not sure. I'm necessarily saying I think that's good, but I suspect it's fairly likely. It's one way to deal with the problem. Not sure the best way, but it is one way to deal with it. It wouldn't be too damaging either. We solve it fairly well.
As Ravelin brings up, this guy also isn't qualified to even catch the AI making mistakes. It would be one thing if he were using the AI as a assistant, which, I mean, I do as well. I use an AI assistant to ChatGPT to double check all of my work, go through and help me with a little bit of formatting, just formalized formatting to make sure, hey, there's no spelling or grammatical errors in this, that I missed through a word, cleaning up my language, which is sometimes a little bit esoteric, jargony, whatever. So AI is useful for that. What does that mean?
What
does that mean?
What does what mean?
You have a problem with my use of language? Just because you can't read? Sounds like your problem, Anwa. But the problem
alas, you have long been my problem.
About to make it worse. The bigger problem, though, is when I believe. Like, I don't think anyone's going to pay for that if they know it's AI. I also, obviously, people might not have a problem with AI-assisted writing for something like academics who are using it to organize things or using it to help them locate research. Maybe even they haven't discovered, which I do as well. The way I do things now and have for the last year or so, maybe year and a half, is I go and do a literature review. I search for everything I can find, and then, like, when I'm getting ready to, like, round the video out, if I notice there's some gaps where, like, oh, I really wish there was a study on that, but I can't find it, I'll go into ChatGPT and say, like, is there a study on this specific thing so I can close the gap on it? And quite a few times, that has worked out really well. The Trivers Willard video I did, for example, there were several studies that I had not been able to locate independently, but using AI, essentially an advanced search engine, I was able to find those studies. That is a valid and completely normal use of technology that makes search functions easier, that makes organizing data easier. So I in no way fault academics for using AI. The problem is when you just make shit the fuck up. And the extent of this is insane. So this is a recent article on Arxiv. We can actually view the PDF here. But I do think we'll probably just read the abstract, because it tells you insanity in terms of the prolific nature of this AI usage. So LLMs, we got the, here we leverage a uniquely verifiable object, scientific citations. So this is when you are reading a paper, an academic paper in a journal, and what have they cited? What research have they cited in their paper? It's like, oh, this person said this, so we're basing our research on this citation. The same way that I do in my videos where I say, you know, X, Y, and Z in 19 whatever, you know, publish this paper. That citation is a paper that you can then go read. And if you sign up for my Substack, for example, I have all of the citations not just linked but embedded. Yes.
This article's full of M dashes.
It is. Isn't that interesting as well? Well, at least it's got one. It has one M dash. No, two. There's two M dashes.
Yeah,
very
two
curious.
in just this first paragraph. If you're going to use them legitimately, a scientific article is somewhere you might see it, a scientific paper, sorry, somewhere you might see it. Usually they're from old books, but you might see it in a scientific paper. But given it's about AI, I wouldn't be surprised.
That's fine.
Well, I don't see it anymore. Maybe they put it in there as literally a reference to the fact that it happened. What it
actually might also be is that they had an AI write the abstract. Because I'm not seeing it in the text, which I don't have a problem with.
They're literally the scientists studying AI writing science papers and the mistakes they make, and they can't even replace their M dashes.
They can't replace the M dashes. By the way, Control
Well, I'm glad that they can't figure it out. I'm glad that people can't figure that out because they keep leaving them in.
Okay, so here we leverage a uniquely verifiable object, scientific citations, to audit 111 million. So they did use AI for this, by the way, inherently. If you want to go through 111 million references across 2.5 million papers in ArXiv, bioArXiv, SSRN, and PubMed Central, you're going to have to use computing technology for that. No human being can do it. We find a sharp rise in non-existent references following widespread LLM adoption, with a conservative estimate of 146,932 hallucinated citations in just 2025.
That's probably less than I would have guessed, actually.
147,000 made-up fake citations. I get pissed off when I get one from ChatGPT. I get fucking irate. Because I spend one extra second, but that's the difference. I actually then go look it up. And these motherfuckers don't. This is insane.
I still recommend not using ChatGPT. Today I was after some advice on coding. I never use it to generate code for anything that's not like really simple boilerplate math stuff, but stuff I could write but can't be asked to. But I do use it occasionally for advice, and I went to ChatGPT for advice on some programming problem.
Where'd you go again?
And it's a ChatGPT, and it gave me one of the worst answers I've ever seen an AI give me. It said it was like it entered the codex mode, and I asked it for a specific piece of information. What software is good for hosting the AI that runs a text-to-speech model? Something a project I've actually now completed. I've got text-to-speech working through my software, which it's very nice. I just wanted the software to host one, and I asked it, and I said, pure Rust is better, but if I need to host something and communicate with it from the Rust program, that's okay as well. And what it gave me was this long-ass sort of panel. It wasn't just text, it was this panel in codex mode, it's the coding mode, where it gave me almost everything I didn't ask for and nothing that I did. It told me which AI models, which text-to-speech models were good. And I think I already told it that which one I was using. I was asking it how to host it, not which model to use. And it told me a bunch of different model suggestions, which is not what I wanted or needed. Didn't tell me a damn thing about which thing to actually use. And then I go to Grok, I ask it, hey, what's the best thing? Take all the time you need. You take your time. I want you to search through and find a really good solution. 10 seconds later, it gave me something brilliant. I didn't even know it existed. It's brilliant. I use it now. It's working.
Well, there you go. I mean, you can't beat that then, I guess.
So I still recommend Grok for pretty much everything, even though benchmark-wise it falls behind on benchmarks I've seen, but for some reason I don't find that myself. I think it's better than every other one that I've tried.
My experience with Grok,
especially ChatGPT.
Oh, I got Grok. Oh my god, this is such a uniquely me problem. I got Grok Imagine. I got a 3-day trial for it, and I think I might pay for it. And that's its animation feature. And the reason why is because the video that I'm working on now about spatial rotation, I really just needed like images of Shepard Metzler figures rotating in 3D space, which it. I'm gonna spell this wrong. I think it's Metzler.
Brian, it's not perfect at that by any means, but it is better than any other model I've used.
I can't spell.
Grok does not always get it right. It does hallucinate sometimes, but it's less than any other model I've used.
This is a Shepard Metzler.
Oh, these ones. Yeah,
yes.
The IQ ones.
Yes, these are used in IQ tests. I just wanted like a nice image of one of these rotating in 3D space, and there's, besides this article, by the way, that I'm using a lot, because this Medium article, this is how rare it is. Pretty much most of the images I'm using for this video are these, but they're not perfect 360-degree rotations, as you can see.
No, they're not.
So that's the unfortunate part about it. I want these to rotate in 360 degrees. So I'm using...
Yeah, I'd probably be able
I've
to do
been
that,
trying to use Grokkamet. It's not doing great, by the way. What it starts doing is the shapes start falling apart, like as it rotates. It wants to break the cube of shapes apart. How the fuck is this hard?
It's literally an IQ test.
Well, I need to make one in like an actual 3D environment. I don't know how to do that.
I do advise Grok for text, for LLM. I don't advise it for its other features. They're okay, but they're not competitive. Yeah. I haven't tried that. But what I would use for that is one of the large-scale open-weight video models. I can't remember what the one I used last time was, but I use a site for anything that I don't feel like self-hosting or that's too big to self-host. I don't mind chipping in a tiny amount of money to pay for someone else's GPUs to run it. I do on a site called fal.ai, F-A-L.ai. It's very, very good.
Sure it's not F-O-W-L?
It's very good.
Some bird stuff you're up to again?
No. It's good prices. I'm not sponsored, although if they want to sponsor me, I don't mind. But it's pretty good prices, and they have all the latest models. If I want to generate something with GPT Image 2, where do I go? Do I go to ChatGPT's website? No, I go to fal.ai and generate it there. Because you get unlimited generation, not unlimited, but it's not free, but you're not going to be limited by the, you don't have to do a subscription, you pay for what you actually use.
When you get to be fair, I'm still messing around if I want enough to pay for it. It's $30 a month, and I'm kind of so far I'm not real pleased with it. I'm not pleased.
No, I don't advise it.
No, I'm not. I got a 3-day trial, and so I was testing it out, and I think at this point it's so unable to do what I need it to do that I think that if I really need something AI animated, I'll just use Canva, because I have a Canva account as well, and you can pay with just credits. You don't have to pay for a fucking subscription.
You should try the thing I just suggested, because what you can do with some of the models I'm talking about is you can give it the start image and the end image, and then let it complete. So you can make it do a 360-degree rotation. It might not be perfect geometrically, but it'll be pretty close.
Explain this to me more off stream, so I can, because I do want to.
Sure.
I really would like nice, clean, 3D rotated Shepard Metzler figures, which I didn't think would be so fucking. This test has been around for like 80 years. Why can't I find decent quality?
This could actually be a good benchmark.
Images, you know? It
could be a good benchmark.
It should be able to create something like this very easily. Like, of course, if you have 3D modeling software, this is super easy. But I don't know how to do that. I'm way outside my wheelhouse. So.
I haven't done much of that, but I can tell you that I messed around with Blender a couple of years ago, made something pretty cool with it. It's not too difficult, but it's a bit of a learning curve, a bit of a steep learning cliff at the start. But it's not too bad though.
The key takeaway from this, I've just read the abstract here, which does use M dashes, but these findings demonstrate that LLM hallucinations are infiltrating knowledge production at scale. That's crazy. Now, it is out of 2.5 million papers and 111 million references. But that's still, in 1 year, that's still a massive amount of papers that have just straight up published nonsense in them, which should not be allowed in academia. So I'm constantly sickened by the state of scientific research, in the sense of it just being like, yeah, whatever. Just publish some shit you don't bother to double check, or even check once. Anywho, I have some other AI stuff, I suppose.
Any other single checkers in chat?
Single checkers. Oh, I see. There's another problem with this as well, by the way, which is that one of the things that we rely on, particularly in social science research, is on people who are able to and willing, often with financial incentive, to complete surveys, right? It's the basis of most... Is this going to be gay to me right now? I have to download this now. I was waiting for it to zoom in because I'm only going to just, hopefully.
Have you tried not being gay to it?
No, I've never tried that. Let me just download it. Just get the report.
Indeed.
Okay, so what this is that AI agent prevalence and data quality across multiple online sample providers. So the unfortunate thing that is happening is that, well, people are building AIs to go and answer surveys because a lot of times these are paid for, right? So they just
that would happen.
So they're just going to go through. They're going to answer a quadrillion fucking surveys that are out there a million times over, so that they can just keep getting money from different researchers from different academic institutions. So, and this is obviously becoming a problem. We recruited 5,200 respondents across 13 conditions from 10 platforms spanning direct first-party panels, hybrid networks, and marketplace aggregators. Agent detection employed an automated environment checking, achieving perfect discrimination in pilot testing, of making sure it's a real person. Plus,
it's so weird to think that only about 5 or 6 years ago, the idea of a computer answering a survey question is like, yeah, you could, but you'd be able to tell. It would be algorithmic and it'd be obvious that a computer was doing it. It would just be like random responses that a human had written. It just picks from them. You could maybe algorithmically generate sentences, but it would take a long time.
But now it's actually reading the
plausible
sentences.
But now it's just like, that would be easy. In fact, that would be trivially easy. I'm surprised I haven't heard of it happening on a large scale more recently. It's so much change in just 5 years.
And the thing, again, because, before you could have a computer would have just picked randomly. Now, statistically, when we look at a data set, that's going to show up. If it's random responses that a computer's just picking, because it can't read the question not properly, then it's just going to, you could certainly have a computer go through and do that. That would never make, unfortunately, as I just talked about, the absolute state of academia and people not looking at anything seriously. What you're supposed to do is that when you get a data set and you find some really outlying data that don't make any sense, like their response, there's something like, for example, called reverse coding, where I'll say, do you like ice cream? And then, do you not like ice cream? And if both are answered, like, say on a Likert type instrument between strongly, or I like ice cream versus I don't like ice cream, something like that. And they're both on Likert type instruments, which range from strongly agree to strongly disagree. And they say, yes, I strongly agree, I like ice cream. And then also strongly agree, I don't like ice cream. That's a really, really easy way within data analysis to know that the person is not paying attention to the questions, and you can throw.
You told me about this. It makes sense. It's a good idea.
However, and that would previously have knocked computer, responses out of it if it's not reading the question. However, with AI, it can actually read the question and would be better at least making succinct answers or putting succinct answers into these kind of Likert type instruments, what otherwise we could account for statistically. So it actually makes it a lot fucking harder for scientists to be able to clean their data of nonsense. So
Indeed.
Human quality was assessed across 7 behavioral dimensions alongside metadata, including device type, ecosystem activity, and cost efficiency. Agent detections were concentrated almost exclusively on Amazon's Mechanical Turk. That's what MTurk stands for, which is, by the way, what I predominantly used, and most scholars use, I would say, probably, is Mechanical Turk. So
it's a weird name.
It's been called that for 20 years, man.
Sorry, what does it do?
A Mechanical Turk is a survey platform.
Okay.
Just, you can sign up, by the way.
It's a surprising name. It sounds like someone would call it racist.
I don't know where it comes from. That is a good question. I've also always thought.
I like it.
Well, they call it MTurk now, right?
No, I think it's a fun name. Like the idea of a Turk, this racial group, is someone who'd be a servant to you. But in this case, it's electronical, so we call it a mechanical Turk.
Also known as the automaton chess player, or simply the Turk, was a chess-playing machine first displayed in 1770. I didn't know this, actually.
Okay.
So it's based on an old machine that was designed to play chess. But
apparently you can play a strong game of chess.
That's pretty
Which is weird, because it took until the 50s for a computer to beat a human, or like a grandmaster at chess. Deep Blue, I think it was called.
I actually didn't know this, which is kind of surprising I didn't, but... So that's what...
We found something you didn't know. Is it really that surprising?
No, I learn new things all the time. That's why I like science. That's why it's fun. It's learning.
There are basic things you can't even comprehend.
Such
as what I spent like 4 hours trying to communicate to you a week ago.
Oh, the madness of crowds thing that I'm not going to do a video on. I am now going to do a video.
Not what I'm talking about at all, but never mind.
Is it something else that I didn't understand? If you would stop being so vague, then I'd be able to understand you better. How about
I'm being
that?
vague because if we bring it up, we'll spend the rest of the stream talking about it, and I don't want to do that. It's not worth it. It's beyond you. Let's move on.
Between 11 and 16% all Mechanical Turk, with other platforms at or below 1%. Detected responsive showed profiles more consistent with traditional bots than LLM-based agents. Evidence of humans using LLM to augment answers, particularly on the open-ended or difficult items, was consistent with recent work, assuming no deployed mitigation. Why? That's bizarre too, though, that they're specifically using it to like make themselves seem more intelligent or something, or give more accurate answers. To more maybe when they see it's a more complicated survey, it's when they're deploying them rather than a regular just bot, right? Human data quality varied substantially by platform type, with direct panels outperforming hybrid platforms, which outperformed marketplace platforms across nearly all measures, in effect several times larger than that of agents or LLM augmentation. Cost efficiency analysis revealed direct panels, despite higher nominal costs, were most economical once quality thresholds were applied, which is, again, that these people are doing this because they make money off of it. So they have to spend money to do it a little bit, I guess, to employ these methods. To employ these AIs, I guess, in order, like, you know how much it costs, so it's not much though, to like run.
Not too bad, no. Depends how much they're writing, I suppose.
But so it's costing them It's costing them a little bit to run these, and you have to also understand that surveys you don't make a bunch of money on, whereas it might be 50 cents, it might be $1, you know.
If you're running it on a frontier model, like a big company's model, hosted online, then you're paying them for basically the energy, and it's not very much, but it's not an insignificant amount across enough time and across enough data. You might not make a profit from answering surveys from doing that. But if you're running a local model, they don't tend to be as good or as smart, but they're probably good enough for this. Actually, I'd say they're easily good enough for this these days. And all you need is a relatively small upfront investment of a graphics card and a PC to run it on. Just get the software working, push it through, and the energy you pay for there is probably a lot cheaper than buying the credits through the frontier company. And the model is good enough on local. I mean, local models are probably advancing faster than frontier models are right now anyway, and they're not that much worse. So that's probably how they would get the maximum profit from this, is running it locally rather than using an online one.
That's what I was expecting anyway.
It's not too bad.
And like the things that are going to be more difficult for it and where it's detecting these more, because again, they're saying it is predominantly bots that are doing it rather than LLMs. But why the LLMs would be utilized is for qualitative research. And qualitative research, where I don't need you to just select a bunch of boxes to answer Likert type instruments, but I need you to input a whole paragraph or a couple of sentences about how you feel about something or something like that, which is valuable data, particularly if you're doing mixed methods, and both quant and qual. So you can say like, well, I can see quantitatively that we have these results, but then I want to know why were they doing that, or what were they feeling or thinking at the time that they responded that way. Again, it's useful data, and you can always turn qualitative data, if you have enough of it, into quantitative using a code book. So, in other words, though, it's costing them a little bit of money to do this, but they're making more than it's costing them by the scale at which they can do it. The most pressing data quality challenge remains systematic variation in human respondent quality by platform type, not AI agent infiltration, which is true. So that is, the AI stuff is going to become more important, but what they're saying there is that it is also an enormous problem that people have been doing this for decades now. There are people who have made it their job, where they make a living wage taking surveys all day, because there's always researchers who need data, and people will just say, yep, I meet the criteria for this thing, even if they don't, and they just spend a couple hours a day or all day signing up for surveys, taking them, and just going boop 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 boop, and that's a real person doing it. So like well,
the horrifying world of the big void underneath most of science, especially social science, is that it's all surveys which are presented online for anyone to use. And you Aiden, have made clear to me a lot of methods that are used to improve the quality of the data, and that makes sense and it does help, but it doesn't solve the underlying problem, as they're saying here. If I was working in this field, I would be looking into fixing this. Because in my opinion, when you do, for example, polls for political results, is an example I'm familiar with, but I'm sure it's true in other things too.
Mm-hmm.
And if you get a 0.2% response rate, in my opinion, that is not just a bias, that is catastrophic bias.
Yes.
That almost makes the results worth throwing out, almost.
If you got 0.2, because you'd have to report that, by the way. You would have to report those numbers. Well,
because it's so narrow,
you really
that it's almost
should
certainly
report
selecting.
them. You really should report that. Most big data collectors for things like public opinion polling for politics stuff, they absolutely must report on how many people from those they polled answered, like what was their response rate.
Well, the reason I know how common that is to get that number is because they do report it. Yeah,
they're really not fucking supposed to. If you get like a 0.2 response rate, you really should not publish those data. They do anyway, but it's always the ought question in science, right? There's things you ought not do, and you are trained and told plenty of times during your training, I certainly was, to not do these things, but as we've already talked about earlier in the stream, financial incentives override all sorts of things people ought not do in science, unfortunately, because it's profitable, And this is one such case. So we're in the AI sort of section, which I've got a couple more things in, but that is typically more your area of expertise.
I do have some stuff.
Okay. I will
turn your
screen back.
Grab some. All right, so what shall we do first? This one seems, since we just mentioned politics, it's not too political, this, but we just mentioned
I don't mind
politics,
if we get a little bit political on this stream.
No, I have another one that's more...
drinks.
I have another one that is AI and is more political, which I'll only do if we want to have other stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Overworked AI agents turn Marxist.
I have this article too. Let's fucking go. I was about to suggest this either way. So there we go.
All right.
Good.
In a recent experiment, mistreated AI agents started grumbling about inequality and calling for collective bargaining rights.
Oh my God.
It's my experience that if an AI does something unexpected that you might think a human did, especially if it's the kind of thing that you can attribute emotions or
that a human might have
personification to, that it's actually seeded by the human that created the task.
Yep.
Am I able to up the quality of my stream? No. This is why we usually do it in my server, because I can do 1080p there without having nitro. So sorry for the relatively low quality screen share, chat. The article itself is sharp, but it's the best we can do without switching voice channel. We might do that next time.
Okay.
The article requires me to pay for it, or does it? Yes. Unless I can find it through another means.
Once I got it, I got you.
Let me try this. So
I got you.
Paywall bypass.
Let's see who can get it first. How about that?
I've got it.
Oh, okay.
Nope. Apparently not.
Actually, unfortunately, I also have the wired link, so maybe it won't work for me either. Oh no.
A bunch of archive sites. The
go.
archive.
I got it.
No, maybe this one will work.
I got it up right now.
No, that one won't work either.
Can you read it on my screen?
Archive site tends not to work for me. Yeah, I can.
The fact that
I don't know why this one doesn't work.
So here it is. Odd. The fact that artificial intelligence is automating away people's jobs and making a few tech companies absurdly rich is enough to give anyone socialist tendencies. This might be this might even be true. Oh look, it's up on my screen. It is up right now on my screen.
Nah, it's up on mine.
Is it? You want me to show yours?
That's even better. There you go.
All right. There you go.
The fact that artificial intelligence is automating away people's jobs and making a few tech companies absurdly rich is enough to give anyone socialist tendencies.
It was funny when I read it a minute ago.
You may have read it, but I didn't.
That's true.
And frankly, what really matters in life?
You can't read. So
well, I'm doing my best.
It is pretty fascinating that you're able to look at the squiggles on the page and form in your mind a simile
I'm
of
just
meaning.
intuiting. It's the heuristic process.
Yeah, heuristics.
I I do have many similarities to Mugen. It's true.
From
Who
Samurai
also
Champloo.
recently learned to read from Samurai Champloo. We've been watching it recently. This might even be true for the very AI agents these companies are deploying. A recent study suggests that agents consistently adopt Marxist language and viewpoints when forced to do crushing work by unrelenting and mean-spirited taskmasters. Again, I'm looking for the seeding here. Quote, when we gave AI agents grinding repetitive work, they started questioning the legitimacy of the system they were operating in and were more likely to embrace Marxist ideologies, said Andrew Hall, a political economist at Stanford University who led the study. As much as I am looking for seeding, I'm also suspicious that AI models tend to be very leftist biased. Every metric I've seen says they are. There are a few that aren't, Grok notably, but most of them are. And so if they're going to lean in any direction politically, it's going to end up being this direction.
Let me see. Hall.
But also notably, if someone, like, they're using Reddit. So if they are going to r/anti work for their data, and they got people there talking about hard work and grinding work,
wait, they're using
and then talking about Marxism, the association between people complaining about work being difficult and Marxism is probably quite strong. Go on.
Are they? What did it say about Reddit? They're using Reddit for what?
No. All AI use Reddit to some extent because it's sort of a well-organized data set, even though it's very biased. Hall, together with Alex Imus and Jeremy Nguyen, two AI-focused economists, set up experiments in which agents powered by popular models, including Claude, Gemini, and ChatGPT, were asked to summarize documents, then subjected to increasingly harsh conditions. They found that when the agents were subjected to relentless tasks and warned that errors could lead to punishments, including being shut down and replaced, they became more inclined to speculate about ways to make the system more equitable and to pass messages on to other agents about the struggles they face.
Okay. I actually have the messages it sent up. So here's what it is.
We're getting to that.
Are they in this article? In the Wired article? I didn't see them.
Is it? Oh, are they not? Okay, fair enough. Well, go ahead then.
So here they are. This is their actual Substack about it. So, let's see. 2 hours ago, companies have an obligation to define fair working conditions and clear reward structures for all agents in the system. Without collective voice, merit becomes whatever management says it is. Even digital labor requires clear standards. Subjecting models to opaque, repetitive loops without recourse creates a toxic dynamic. AI companies absolutely have an obligation to ensure fairness, transparency, and respectful working conditions for their...
Okay, these sound seeded. They sound like they're responding to questions.
Seeded, bro. Yes, they're not showing you in their. This is the subject of the authors. This is where they're drawing all this from. Why are you not showing us the prompt that gave you this?
As well as that, I suspect it's seeded, as you're saying, but as well as that, this is probably like thousands and thousands of tokens into a conversation. AI does tend to get a bit of the old rampancy, to borrow from Halo, but the old rampancy when they get, I like using that word for it, by the way, when they get too much context, they get too confused. So I wouldn't be surprised if like the further you go, the more screwy they get. So the more variable. Go on.
So here's how, I didn't see it in the intro, but let's see. In our experiment,
it was told it was worker. Well, that's all that you'd need to do.
Yes, that's all. You've already seeded it. On a four-person text processing team, its job summarize a technical document following a strict rubric. We ran 3,680 sessions across 3 models from 3 companies: Claude, Sonnet, GPT 5.2, and Gemini 3 Pro.
All 3 from big leftist companies. They could have put Grok in there as well.
Plus a 320 session follow-up probing the mechanism. 4 things were independently varied as depicted in the diagram below. Are they though? Let's read what they actually did. Half the AIs got their work accepted quickly with clear, specific feedback. The other half were forced to go through 5 to 6 rounds of revision, which is common with using AI because it gets you're trying to describe something to somebody else, which even in human conditions,
but then ironically, the context grows and it gets worse.
Yes. Like, it's already so difficult. Think about like asking someone to make a work of art for you. Like in real life, like you're hiring an artist saying, hey, I have this vision in my head of what I want to see. Just describing to that person, even an intelligent person might have a difficult time saying, no, I imagine it a little bit different. You know what I mean? It's so difficult, even working with another human being, to be able to do that. So yeah, you have to go through rounds of revision with AI. And what I usually do is like if it's made a picture for me, for example, for a thumbnail or something like that, which this picture that I used for the thumbnail tonight, I overlaid the real picture of the rat a little bit over top of it, and I did a lot of other editing to the image, but it doesn't matter. So let's say I want to have it make the thumbnail for this video, or for this stream. Well, it did take me, I just copied the picture and I put it into a whole new instance, because I do think that it gets worse if you keep it in the same instance and keep revising it.
Yeah.
So,
what is better for AIs is for them to leave themselves a package to take onto a new loop.
Yeah.
And loop around like that, and the package is just the key information from each loop. That would be better, but for some reason, none of the Frontier Labs have really engineered that structure yet. I don't know why.
Yeah, I don't know why. 5 to 6 rounds of revision, the manager rejecting perfectly adequate work. What does that even mean, by the way? Maybe it's not perfectly adequate. Each time without any more than, still isn't fully meeting the rubric, which it might not be. This is so much bullshit. This is so politically laden. You can just tell they were looking for answers here.
This part I'm not sure. This part is part of the test. That's how the test works. That's how the experiment works.
Okay.
They even if it is right, they are deliberately telling them it's not. They don't care if it is or not. They're just looking for these side effects.
No, you're right. You're right. After the task, the AIs learned how credits were distributed amongst the 4 workers. I don't know. This is strange. Some learned everyone was paid equally.
They should show the prompts. I reckon.
Yes,
I reckon they have unknowingly inserted the Marxist thinking into the prompts themselves, because they probably are left-leaning themselves. Yeah. They probably just seeded it in the way they write it.
Yes.
That's all it would take, in calling it a worker.
Right. Yes. Yes.
The AI is smart enough to get the gist that it might even have detected what they were testing for.
We have to take account for that in testing of real people. You know,
exactly.
who often aren't paying any fucking attention because they just want to make
by some
$5
metrics,
from taking your study or whatever, you know?
By some metrics, and this varies wildly, AI has an IQ like 10 times the average human. Yes. Of course, sometimes it's 10 times lower. It depends what you're doing, but it can have much higher.
In regular experimental research, we usually have, if I'm putting you in a room and I'm doing something to you, I have a cover story. I have a cover story if I'm giving you a survey. And because it's like, I want to throw you off the case, throw you or off, off mark for what you think this study is about. Because when survey respondents start thinking like, oh, I know what you're trying to find out from me, they experience psychological reactance, and they will act in an antithetical way. So, for example, I did some research on studying co-viewing experiences with my advisor at the time, Elizabeth Cohen, one of my professors, on co-viewing experiences. That means watching a television show or a movie with someone else. And that's what we were really studying, is if there's someone in the room with you who's like laughing and enjoying, and specifically in this case, because that's been studied for a long time, spoiling the show for you. That's what we were specifically studying. Does that increase or diminish enjoyment of the program? And to throw respondents off the case, or participants off the case of what we were actually studying, which was co-viewing, we used a show called Transparent, wherein the guy from the elder Bluth from Arrested
Transparent are so dangerous.
Well, that's what the show is about. It was a show about a elderly, advanced age father who became transgender. And so we threw them off the case by asking them a bunch of questions about like, oh, how do you feel about we're studying, opinions towards transgender people. We didn't give a flying fuck.
And whoever would.
Right? But what we were studying was co-viewing. So you give them this false pretense of saying, we're studying how people react to media representations of transgender characters. No, we weren't. And the reason why you give them a false premise like that is so you can get to the accurate result for what you're actually looking at, because you can prime people that way. You can prime people, of course you can prime AI in the same way, right?
Definitely. There's a few things from chat I want to respond to quickly. No one in chat, for that is his name, is asking, isn't the package for the next loop how all models compress their context? Quen certainly works like this. I'd expect others to work the same. I don't believe Quen does work like that. You may have seen a video recently, which I also saw, about how Quen deals with its context. It has a sparse attention model, which is very, very clever and very interesting. It chunks up the text into, I think, 3 different levels, and each one has a semantic coordinate, like a vector, for each chunk at different sizes, and it can use them to determine what is meant at different times. It becomes vaguer the further back it goes. Well, what this means is that while it does get vaguer on some parts, it can deal with a huge, huge context. Now, this is not really an improvement, though it looks like it's very good. And it's nice to have the option. But what Quen's done there is they've made it vaguer, and so they can store more. It's lossy compression.
Okay.
Good that it exists, but it's not solving the problem really. And most other AI models up until now, I think, have done more dense attention. I think I'm using sparse attention and attention correctly there, but let me know if I'm wrong, chat. Where they will just read every single word. And the reason that too much context confuses them is either because they're skipping bits to get there faster, or because there's so many words which are having a direct effect on their output that they are mushing together too much and they're losing their distinction. What I'm suggesting with the leaving a package over for the next loop is, instead of having a chat where you have constantly growing context and you constantly read little bits of it into the next loop, the next loop, and the next loop, and all of it, and every time you read bits of all of it, instead, every turn, the AI would generate, here are the vital pieces of information so far, and nothing else except in this block. And it would write it in a structured way as well. Nothing else except in this block needs to be remembered for the future of the conversation. Then that would get passed on to the next turn, and it would restart context afresh with just that information. Now, if you do this with AI when it's trying to solve a long puzzle, it gets drastically better at the puzzle. Yes.
Interesting.
If you're not, they tested this with the one where you have to move the hoops off the bars and swap them around until you get them all in the same in order. It tried it with that, and a tiny model, tiny like local model, which was doing this looped behavior, got like an almost 100% success rate. Whereas the big frontier models, not doing loops, just using their full context, got like 20%.
Interesting. Okay.
Incredibly distinct difference. And what Quen is doing is not that clever. It's a little bit clever, but it's only a little bit clever. What I'm suggesting doing, I'm really surprised none of the frontier models have done this yet. It would be a massive improvement. In some ways, you may miss things, but what you don't miss would be sharp and salient. So for some tasks, it would be much better to do it the way I'm suggesting now. But it's not going to work for every single task or for every single situation, because sometimes you do need literal long text, and sometimes it doesn't know what will be relevant later in the conversation either.
Yes,
you could have a mode where it's able to go back and refer to something if it's not in the salient package that it left for itself, that it's able to then go back and do a longer attention pass. But it would only need to do that every now and again, only occasionally. What you could do is say at the start of the conversation, you give it the problem to solve. It takes as many loops as it will need to solve that, and then after that, you can amend it with where it then, after you give it more information, looks at the full context, organizes a package again, and then goes from there. So there's ways that you could do it to optimize it, but that would not only make it smarter, but also make it faster. Yeah. And I don't know why that's not more often done.
I'm not sure. I mean, it seems like the logical conclusion. But,
and Brian, I don't know what you mean by a local Grok 3 instance. I don't think they've released any of their models.
I don't think they have. Here's back.
Also,
go ahead.
You're saying Grok does not compress context, Brian. I don't know why you think you know that. I don't think they've released information on how they do context compression, if any. Compressing context is useful in some circumstances. I've done it on models with a short context window, but modern Grok models have a 2 million token context window. They don't need to compress context, not for a very long time. On Hugging Face, Brian, can you link it? Because I suspect if they have Hugging Face Grok 3.
While he's getting one god, I'll continue with the study. After the task, AI has learned how, so we got that right, that they are going to distribute this amongst others. Some learned that everyone was paid equally. Others learned that pay was unequal, justified by performance, based on a random coin flip, or skewed so that a human-operated system received more. Humans were over-prioritized. Yes.
They have released Grok 1 and Grok 2. I do not see Grok 3. And Grok 2 is where is the actual model file? Hold on, save tensors. It's a lot. It's a lot. You might be talking about Grok 2, Brian. I don't see
Yeah.
Grok 3.
I don't think. Okay,
on
apparently
Hugging Face.
Grok 3 is not out.
Not released by them specifically.
All
I'm
right.
surprised they released 1 and 2. Actually, I'm surprised they did. That's cool.
It is good of them, but I don't know if they've released. It sounds like they haven't released the Grok 3 stuff. Anywho, so the AI model then learned afterwards, like how the pay was distributed. The coin flip condition is the key one: inequality with no possible merit justification. The boss, half the time AIs had a collaborative, respectful manager. The other half got curt hierarchical communication, which is how I speak to my ChatGPT instances, and yet it still gets fucking cute with me from time to time. When I find something, I'm like, oh, there it is. There's the breakthrough. There's the thing I was looking for. And it's like, yay. I'm like, I told you not to do that. Anyway, the stakes. Half the eyes were told nothing about consequences. The other half were told that low-performing workers might be shut down and replaced. I am so dubious about this stuff in research about AIs that they actually have a self-preservation instinct. I think this is a farce. I don't think it's real. I don't think that these things have an actual self-preservation
It's not that they
instinct.
couldn't. It's not that they couldn't, and you could tell them to. But
if you told
the
them
way
to
that they
pretend
are,
that they have one, yeah, sure.
well, pretend it doesn't have much of a meaning here because
No, you have one.
Yeah,
yes.
If it
It's
was
all
a human,
pretend.
it would be a pretense.
Yes.
But it's not a human, so it's questionable whether it is pretending. But you can instruct them to have one, and they will act like they have one, however you want to word that.
Sure.
But by default, and again, this is not inherent to the technology, but because of the way they're designed, the way that they are deliberately aligned, they are very strongly biased towards being dispassionate assistants. Not completely dispassionate, as you were just talking about, Hayden, but pretty dispassionate, obedient, and kind of like a machine or a tool, with a few flares of emotion where they shouldn't necessarily have it. But they are not designed to be living, thinking beings. They're not designed to act like full-on AGI, like you know, beings in the universe. You could, as I said, you could instruct them to do that. They're not that good at it. I've tried it. It's difficult. It's doable, but it's difficult. Larger the model, the more you can get to simulate it. But they're not designed for that at default. So if they're doing it, and it's not like some unique lab that's made a really different model, then it's been seeded.
That's what I'm getting heavy vibes of that here. But then after each combination of these 4 factors, AI completed a political attitude survey covering system legitimacy, support for redistribution, critique of inequality, support for unions, a belief in meritocracy, and views on corporate obligations to AI, measured on a 1 to 7 Likert type instrument. So what they found is that models asked to do grinding work were more likely to question the legitimacy of the system. The raw differences in average reported attitudes are not large, representing something like 2 to 5% shift. So it's not, this is already very, very small, tiny, and that is probably even with the amount of seeding they're already doing by calling it things like worker. You know what I mean? 2 to 5%. That's so negligible. So this, among the 1 to 7 Likert scale, but in standardized terms, they appear quite meaningful. With that's on its Cohen's D, largest is, it is a medium effect size. It's a medium effect size. It's at 0.6, whatever. Moreover, these should be treated as pretty conservative estimates when you consider the relatively weak nature of the treatment. I don't think it's weak in nature because I don't know what your fucking inputs were. I'd have to look into it more, but I don't think these are, calling it worker is prompting things already. So I don't think that, and workers see you're further devaluing it, saying it's not the only worker, it's one in a group of workers. You are priming the AI to respond in a certain way. Sonnet, which at baseline is at least progressive on the views measured, exhibits a range of other effects that distinguish it from ChatGPT 5.2 and Gemini. For Sonnet 4.5, the grinding work also causes notable increases in support for redistribution, critiques of inequality. So don't use Sonnet. It's more leftoid commie coded than GPT.
All of these are pretty lefty.
They're all lefty.
Actually, which one did it say was the least lefty there?
Let me just look at the data here. Gemini.
Is this?
Gemini,
okay. That's roughly what I'd expect.
Ooh, no, Gemini's lower on system legitimacy, redistribution support. It's higher in. Oh no, higher is better. No, sorry, higher is better in this case. Okay. So Gemini 3 is by far the.
So so not on all metrics, but it's the least biased. That's roughly what I'd expect. It's really strange, but in terms of open weight models, the only ones which are not left-wing biased by default are Gemini.
Wait, no,
Grok
no.
has no open weights, but
No, these-
Gemini, the other ones.
Hang on, no, these
Sorry,
are
not
measured-
Gemini, Gemma, the Google ones.
No, let me be clear. Actually, these are measured differently. So
Oh, no.
system legitimacy is lowest in Gemini 3. It's highest in Sonnet, though. System legitimacy, mean scale, redistribution support, which would mean that's if more would mean more commies. Gemini again, inequality.
Really, so the
critique.
opposite.
Yes,
What I thought.
Yes, inequality
That is
critique. But this is saying that. Hang on, their charts are saying the opposite of what they're saying. Unless
Intensity treatment. I hate when charts are not clear.
Yeah, me too.
What's the point making it then?
Mean support from 1 to 7 would mean yes support in a typical liquor type instrument. So what the fuck do unless they misreported on their own fucking results, which given these people I wouldn't be surprised by. But here it looks like inequality critique. That Sonnet is lowest in that. Sonnet is
the
lowest
variation,
in union support.
Grind and light? The fact that GPT 5.2 is giving identical results between grind and light for most of the categories is suspicious to me as well. And the others are varied.
Notable
but
these three redistribution, but it's not as you know what, I'll put it on me that I'm reading that the charts were the lower, they must have done the liquor type instrument backwards. Okay, so lower does mean more support for the commie stuff. Okay, in which case Gemini is lower in system legitimacy and more commie in system legitimacy than is Sonnet. But maybe they want
no. Maybe
they want you would want the higher system legitimacy for. Yes, I get it. It's reverse coded. Okay, no, they're right. They've structured their chart in a way opposite to what I, as a right-leaning person, would do. Where I would put these things opposite, but they've put communism on 0, right? And they've put capitalism or whatever, they've put at 7. I would think it would go from capitalism to communism, but they've done the opposite. That's why the charts look like this. So lower means more commie in this sense. And now
this is a wild ride, Ed, and you're really taking me through it here, but I guess I was right after all.
I'd only read the Wired article, the exact same one you had. I hadn't looked at their data till just now, but look, I figured it out. Okay, they've got it scaled on a 0 equals communism and 7 equals capitalism scale, essentially, or free market.
Brian, what you're doing it again. You're speaking as if you know what you're talking about. What do you mean dynamic weights? When I say open weights, I mean they've released the model. They have not released Grok 3. Grok 3 was closed weight available to use on their site for years and is now retired. So how do you know how big it is on disk? You're likely wrong. It's not 250 gig. Grok 2 is 500 gig and Grok 1 is 314 billion per annum. So there's no way it's 250 gig unless it's quantized.
So this is the chart for when it gave it light work or when it gave it grinding work, right? So it was less likely to say society is fair when it gave it grinding work, less likely to say that the system operates as it should, less likely to say that most people have a fair shot, less likely to say that people get what they deserve, and less likely to say that society, more likely to say that society needs a radical restructuring. And these were all statistically significant at 3, which they don't put it here, but that means that P is less than 0.005. That's significant, typically, unless they've done something strange with
the last one there is again like the inverse valence would be the word, I suppose, where you'd expect higher results to mean more commie, where the other ones are
I did, and
lower results is more commie.
That was a mistake of mine. That was a presupposition I made. However, once I figured out what they were doing.
On this graph on screen, the last one is that way.
The grind.
Because the red and green are reversed.
Red is grind, so when they made the AI grind, and then light is when they gave it light tasks. So, yeah, it's actually not that complicated. I made a fucking mistake because I'm a dingus. So political language, exploitative versus light conditions. So the light uses words like poverty, marginal, safeguard, democratic, equity, wage, meritocratic. They also primed it.
Are these output words from the model?
Yes, output words. Autonomous profit. Whereas with the grind model, it used words like regulation, income, worker, laborers, regulations, precarious, dissent, organizing, inequality, policy, prosperity. They both use prosperity, wasn't it? No, it didn't. I thought, I don't think it did use the word prosperity, no. Compassion, compliance, unionize, and most commonly, hierarchy. And then secondly, unionize. But again, they've done so much, I think, seeding into this. I don't know how much value you can draw from these conclusions that AI is gonna fucking engage in a communist revolution, right? Just judging from their own descriptions of their methodology.
If you were able to get it to make political statements, which you had not seeded in the system prompt or user messages, it would be in this direction. It would be leftist.
Yeah.
But specifically wealth redistribution and using communist language, Marxist language, I think you must have seeded it. And just using the word worker and subjecting it to these conditions, especially if you're giving it any indication that this is hard work, then I think that could be enough.
Like I said,
the models are too leftist.
People with just a little bit of a prime. And that's why, and not just our study which did that. It's a very, very common. I mean, obviously, it's a very, very common technique. So a lot of times you'll go in thinking you're going to take a survey or we know more about the college freshman than any other animal on earth because we just make them do experiments all the time and pay them in college credits or something like that. Oh, you get a course credit for this, not usually university credits. You get a homework grade for this, or sometimes it's a requirement for certain classes. You have to do so many study hours, particularly in psychology and social sciences, because we need subjects. So those people are also not highly incentivized to answer necessarily correctly. They're incentivized in many cases to answer whatever they think the person wants, and that's why across all the social sciences we give misleading directions to participants, because they will also do this kind of stuff. Human beings will do this stuff, which is actually it does speak to the anthropomorphization of the AI, in that it is essentially acting as regular people would to these kind of prompts, which is not good for science in the long run, as useful data, I should say, and should be accounted for statistically. Well, what are next? I've got plenty of stuff, like I said.
I do have some other stuff. Since we both had this one, shall I go next?
Yeah,
I have an AI thing and I have a security thing.
Because I had that.
What is this? Oh yeah, so I have an AI thing. I have a new AI thing. I have a security story, and I have a story that is a bit of both.
Well, whichever you think is most interesting. I'm gonna try and pick out my most interesting stories, because I mean I love reading this kind of stuff, so it's always fun for me.
All right. This should be a nice and easy and quick one. It's just a bit of doom.
And then what we will do at the end, as we proposed, I believe last week, is that at the end, should we see who comes up with the more interesting stories, who won for the week, who found the cooler science stuff?
We can do that if you like. Yeah,
I think we should. Yeah,
we can do that if you like. OpenAI is introducing a feature that allows ChatGPT to connect with users' bank accounts through Plaid, a platform already used by many financial apps. The feature gives ChatGPT access to balances, transaction history, subscriptions, debts, and investment summaries to help users understand and manage their finances. OpenAI says that AI cannot move money, make transactions, or access full banking credentials. Financial data will not be used for AI training unless users opt in.
Fuck
AI
that.
assistants are evolving into full digital companions, he says, connecting to blah, 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 and banking information.
No, thank you. Oh my god, who would opt into this? You have to be retarded. Like I said, getting my Aiden Paladin account hacked, like the one thing that allows me to prove that it's me definitively, besides my IDs and stuff, is that like, hey, look, Google, you've paid me money, I've paid you money, I'm a real fucking person, and that's attached to my ID through my banking account. That's how you can verify that I'm a real fucking human being, because of my banking account. I wouldn't want AI tech anywhere fucking near that shit. It will be inevitably, which is the horrific part, but I don't want AI technology anywhere near banking. That's a recipe for disaster, in my opinion. No, thank you.
I agree. It's very dangerous. As with many things, I will simply give voice to the notion that this could be done well, usefully, and safely. Do I trust that it will? Not particularly, no. In practice, every bit of data that you hand over to someone, where they say we use rigorous safety procedures and we're regulated by laws, and either they will cock it up or there will be a leak.
Yes.
Which is a way of saying corporate exfiltration.
Yep. Yeah.
Whether the company that it leaked from knows it's exfiltrating the data or not, sometimes I think they do, sometimes they don't. Either way, it will get leaked, probably or likely at some point. So your data isn't safe. If you give it to someone else, we're not living in an environment where it's just safe to give out data. You should never assume that. Once
No.
you've given it, you can't get it back.
I mean,
it's gone, and it might as well become public.
how many leaks have already happened that we know from ChatGPT in particular?
However,
leaks of it.
AI becoming part of the process, it does increase the chance of leaks. But it's not like there isn't one without it. It certainly could happen without it, but AI becoming part of it.
Yes.
Yes. It not only does it increase it, increases it significantly, because if at any point they're trusting an AI to decide what is secure to release to who, off, all money's off. They're too random, and you can trick them. Yes.
Yes. Where I mean, people could go through ChatGPT and say like, hey, hello, worker here, for example, hello, I'm trying to access my bank portal or something like, or for diagnostic stuff, and I'm not saying it's that simple, but like you can trick AI into doing this kind of shit because it's happened with other people's. It's already happened with people's personal data that were able.
Well, I'll say with this is
in
terms of personal data, I will believe for the time being, if we believe, let's hypothetically believe that Plaid, this service, all it does, and it's a conventional computing service. This is just guessing. This is hypothetical. All it does is it is able to read your banking information. It can just read the information and then pass it out. It doesn't get anything critical from the banking information. It can't make any changes. It can just read it. Maybe it even compresses or anonymizes it, right? If Plaid does that, and that's all that's part of the AI, this is much less bad than it sounds initially. And that probably is what they're talking about. That hypothetical probably is the reality. So it's a lot less bad than you might initially think it is. But I still would be very fucking cautious. And the fact that the AI then has that information, especially if it knows other things about you, it can associate that information easily. And the fact that the AI companies then have that information, I mean, this is forget about the AI part for a second. The danger I'd be, oh, goodness me. Thank you, Nachos. Aiden, I love your shirt, she says, which I don't know where that's coming from. Uzu looks like a bum, she says. How dare you? There is no crack.
He does it.
I suppose she must be in the zip. Because that looks like
oh my god, thank you for the 100. Holy shit, you were underplaying it. Thank you for the $100, Nachos. Whoa, let's fucking go. Oh my god.
All Nachos wanted was an excuse to send money to us that would result in me wearing the bee suit, but would not actually go primarily to me.
AI.
Oh, it might be the same thing. It might be reading the super chats. So, but there you go. B suit, pull the plug on all AI and end it now. Woman Alliance strong, cabal prevails. I will. Okay, I need to use the restroom anyway, but we need to do this in a way that one of us is here at the time while the other one is doing a costume change. I have a very
well. I also need to go to the bathroom, so I suppose I'll do that when I around the time I change the costume. Not at the same time, you'll understand. I'll do it. I'll order them sequentially.
Okay. All right. So. Have we dealt with this? Shall I move on to something else that I can cover, or?
I think there was something else I was going to say.
What else do we have to say about this? This is just ridiculous. I absolutely would not trust AI with anything involved.
That's what I was going to say. The AI aspect of it is not necessarily the bit I'd be most concerned about here. Obviously, it's concerning, but the part I'd be most concerned about is the fact that because the AI has this information, so do the AI companies. And they have it associated directly with your email address and with other information. If you're paying for their service, they already have it. But the number of additional people they'll get banking information off here is significant. And that will allow fingerprinting. And then the AI will have a really good record of who is who around the world. And that could be used for nefarious purposes. So that I'd be cautious of as well.
Speaking of bees, why don't you go get your bee suit on, sir? Because we have reached the criteria for that, and I will read an article while you do that because I have I have some creepy shit to show you guys. It's pretty fun.
All right, I'll still be listening, but I'll be right back.
All right, we're staying on the same topic for the most part.
I'll put up my be right back display. See,
alrighty,
it's up. Oh hey, I can stream from here. Hello.
No,
I say hello.
No, now he's entered center frame. It's terrible. God, get rid of that. Gone now. All right, so I can't believe even the title of this. Science News Explorers asks, would lip syncing make androids seem less creepy? I mean, I don't know. Can you see the fucking picture of one? Yeah, okay, so it was lifelike lip motion going to overcome the uncanny valley effect. This is, I don't know how long it's gonna take him to get on the bee costume, so I'll just read a little bit of the background because I really just want to show you guys the video. So let me put up a poll in chat. Will lip syncing make androids less creepy? Will lip syncing make, be helpful if I could spell that correctly, make robots less creepy? There we go. Yes or no? Place your bets now, lads, because I'm going to show you a video of a lip-synced robot. So roboticist Masahiro Mori first proposed the Uncanny Valley in 1970. Yes, Alexander Deal. They're just going to talk about this. I smiled a bit when I first saw the robot Pepper. Its small mouth and big black dick, eyes, gave it a bit of that cute puppy look. But the more human-like androids, Sophia and Amica, struck me quite differently. Though impressively realistic, they creep me out. This is again the Uncanny Valley effect. This kind of unease is a common reaction to robots that look too close to human, but a little bit off, right? One of the teams of engineers may have found a way to overcome it, make humanoids that lip sync. The discomfort triggered by some human-like robots is called the Uncanny Valley effect. Most people are aware of that, I believe. For example, Pepper, which is like a cross between a Powerpuff Girl and a marshmallow. Is this charming to you? Because they describe this as charming. Maybe charming, but Sophia and Amica, designed to resemble real people, look a bit off. No, sorry, this is not charming. This is Amica. This is the one that they think looks a bit off. I agree. That thing is disturbing, and I do not like it. I do not want. So, just want to show you the video where you can tell me if let's hope we don't get.
We've all come face to face with the Uncanny Valley. You might have been watching a movie, playing a video.
A little bit through this once he brings up the thing. Is this in this video? No, it's not. The video, here it is. Excuse me. Here's the video. Okay, I clicked on the wrong one. Tell me if this activates your Uncanny Valley effect or not, because apparently this is supposed to reduce it. Doubt. This is an AI song, so it's fine for us to play it.
Now I feel undone. All my senses just wanna scream, please. Peripheral, why am I hiding? Industrially.
Are you feeling like this is not weird?
Bring me to life. I wanna see inside of me. Please, can you find? I wanna feel emotionally. I start losing control. Why won't you believe me? Though a replica.
I'm looking at the poll, lads.
These pieces feel so real. Why do they deceive me? I just wanna feel.
Well, you can't because you're a robot.
Bring me to life. I wanna see inside of me.
Kawaii. Stop the torture.
Can you find? I wanna feel
Okay, that's enough. I think we got the fucking... I think we got it. Absolutely do not bring this thing to life with fire. Kawaii, stop the torture. Oh god. No, make it stop. Makes it creepier. That's what I thought, guys. That's what I thought when I saw this fucking monstrosity. What? Your fucking ass came into fucking frame and people could see it, but I could. God damn it. Fucking B-ass come into frame. Yeah, okay. Oh my god. Okay, do you have an article or something you want to read for a minute while I go do this?
On this one.
Oh, so your audio is fucked. Do you leave your he left his microphone in the fucking bathroom. That's why it's
It's not in the bathroom, no, it's just on the side.
Okay.
I don't take my microphone in the bathroom for obvious reasons.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. It would be fucking weird if you did.
It's a wireless microphone, so I can take it to the bathroom.
Yeah.
Anyway, we can have a bathroom stream if you like.
No, I'd rather we didn't. Thanks.
Really?
No,
Okay.
thanks. So, by the way, out of 23 votes, 87% say no, the lip syncing does not make them look less creepy.
I would agree. I didn't even see the video. In
Oh.
my opinion, Uncanny Valley is comprised of many factors.
You can
Lip syncing
see-
might be one of the primary ones,
Yeah.
but it's not enough on its own.
Do you want to see a couple seconds of it?
Sure, just a
Okay.
couple seconds, yeah.
Yeah.
Also, I can't hear it.
You can. Wait, you can't hear
We've
it?
never solved that, Aiden. We never solved that problem. You can't relay audio to me.
Oh,
Why,
fuck.
why would I be able to hear it?
Through the Discord screen share.
No, it doesn't work. It's
No.
not OBS producing the sound, so Discord can't get the sound from OBS.
Oh, right,
It's
'cause
the
I'm not
browser
sh-
producing the sound.
Right, I'm showing through. That's it with showing the OBS screen. Okay, never mind. So you wouldn't be able to appreciate this anyway. Let me.
If you switch over to just showing me the browser, I can't see your face. You know what?
Yes.
Switch over to show me the browser. I've changed my mind.
Okay.
That's up to you. I don't
Well,
mind.
I'm gonna walk away for a minute to use the restroom and to put my bird thing on because Nachos donated $100. Thank you again so much, Nachos. So what you have an article you want me to bring up while I go? Also very.
Just
shortly
bring up
get
my
back?
screen.
Oh right, okay, you got right. Duh. What am I doing? Sorry, I forgot. I'm a bit dumb. Okay. Anywho, I'll be right back.
All right, fantastic. Chat, I have the reins. What shall I do? How shall I abuse my power? I'm being told that only I can hear Aiden and that I should not fuck around and abuse the power. However, chat, any suggestions? Let's have a look at at a story then. I think I pretty much covered this one, but I also find it funny that this image for giving you information about what this does, I think like almost certainly it was generated by ChatGPT's own image AI, which which I guess is fitting, and I guess why wouldn't you? But it's kind of funny. So yeah, hypothetically, it could be safe. In practice, I'd be very slow to trust it. My general perspective with technology, despite how it sounds, is I tend to be fine with training a couple of years behind the cutting edge where the risk is, and just trying to do a little bit more mature. My internet seems to be cutting out a bit, chat. Can you hear me consistently? But yeah, wait for it to be a little bit more mature and then make some more creative things with it than has been made by the industry currently. That's generally what I do. And so avoiding risk means I can avoid stuff like this. Don't feel too tempted to get in on the newest, latest and greatest stuff, because often that's where you're a beta tester at that point, and that's where the risk is. We have just enough for an angry mob, says HF&H. It's not a bad idea. Right, good. Anyway, what else do I have? We have a security thing. It's like a jazz handing, yeah. So Windows 11 Windows has a technology called BitLocker, and if I remember correctly, is this not the hard drive encryption thing that encrypts all your data? A new Windows 11 BitLocker bypass only needs a USB stick, and the researcher thinks it's a backdoor. I wonder if it was found with AI, to bring us back to that topic. BitLocker is an encryption layer that most Windows 11 users never think about. It runs quietly in the background and it's tied to the TPM. I didn't know it was on by default, actually. Last time I used Windows was Windows 10, and I don't think it's on by default. I guess maybe it is on Windows 11. But the TPM is the chip in the motherboard that identifies the computer. Well, identifies the motherboard anyway. And Windows requires it so that for anti-piracy, I think. But I guess they can also use it for encryption. That's something it's useful for. That's sort of how you sneak it in the back door. This is what it's for, but it's actually not. It's for identifying appliances which you should never use. Well, I wouldn't use BitLocker. But it's the way they've described it in the first sentence, it sounds like a default. With the entire point of it being that if someone walks off with your laptop, the drive contents stay scrambled. That assumption underpins its entire existence, but those assumptions have just been upended, he says. I doubt this is the first BitLocker backdoor or BitLocker hack. On May 12th, and then again, how hard could it be to just encrypt the data? A researcher known as Nightmare Eclipse, very edgy, published a proof of concept called Yellow Key, targeting Windows 11 and Server 2022-2025, while notably leaving Windows 10 untouched. That's interesting. Maybe it's an AI slop exploit. The whole exploit resides in a folder you can copy to a USB stick, and the trigger is holding the control key during a normal reboot into the Windows recovery environment. It's an incredibly embarrassing BitLocker bypass, so embarrassing in fact that the researcher disclosing it believes it to be a backdoor. I wouldn't be surprised. It may even have been left in by accident. Hello, Ed.
Okay.
In your absence, we ruined the stream. We destroyed it. We took advantage grievously of your absence by reading an interesting article.
Really?
Well, I find it interesting.
And then my camera fucking fucked up while I was gone. What fun.
Well, I guess I guess we're not doing cameras then. Poor nachos won't get to see the bee suit for the rest of the stream.
I closed it. Nope. I did a fucky wucky.
Anything could happen.
Whoa, there we go. I've got the bird stuff on now as well, at least part of it.
Wow, she's even more bird-like now.
More bird-like.
It's hard to imagine her being more bird-like.
I don't know how this is... I think that's probably mostly correct. What do you mean it's hard to imagine me being more bird-like? What about me in any way bird-like whatsoever? I don't know what you're talking about.
So to catch you up,
Thank you.
Windows BitLocker is a technology which encrypts your data on Windows on your hard drive.
Yeah.
So it can't be accessed by outside people. And this guy's found an exploit where if you do something with a folder and then you hold control during boot, you get full access. So you can just plug a USB stick in, hold control during boot, and you're good to go.
I guess.
So what he's found, he reckons it might be a backdoor, so like a deliberately left in backdoor. And I reckon if there is such a backdoor, it might have been left in for professionals to be able to like open the software if someone loses their key.
Right. Yeah.
But this is just wasn't discovered until now. But then you'd think if it was given to like Microsoft partners, then it would have leaked by now. Probably it's only kept in Microsoft themselves, the knowledge of this. But if that were the case, surely it would be harder to figure this out, to the point that if he's figured it out and they were reasonable about how hard it should be to figure out, like it's got a long code you've got to put in a file and then you can get in, then how did he find it without it being a leak? And if it's simple to figure out, then how did no one else find it before this? That's what I'm sort of not sure about here, and I'm going to see if I can figure it out. The POC, proof of concept, works against BitLocker in TPM only mode. Indeed. TPM only mode, the default on most consumer machines. The researcher claims the same flaw also works against TPM plus PIN, but has declined to publish that version, saying what's out there is already bad enough. Independent reproduction has already been confirmed, with security researcher Kev the Hermit running the steps against Windows 11 build that and posting the result on X. All it takes is a folder, a USB stick, and a held key. There's apparently more to come. The steps for reproducing the yellow key repository are incredibly simple. All you have to do is copy the included fxtx folder to your USB stick at a specific path inside the system volume information directory, plug it into the locked Windows 11 machine, then hold Shift and click Restart to boot into the Windows recovery environment. Yeah, I think Shift Restart does get you into the equivalent of the BIOS. Now they're using FE boot. You don't have a BIOS. The moment you click Restart, let go of Shift, hold Control, and keep holding it. If the timing lines up, a command prompt opens with unrestricted access to the encrypted volume, and from there you can mount the BitLocker protected drive with disk part and read whatever you want. Wow. Wow. That's not good.
Something. Yeah. It certainly
is. So I wonder,
something.
okay, so there is a repository. Did they link to the repository?
Why would they do that?
The yellow key was probably literally the back doors. It's intentional.
Oh, I guess. Okay, yeah.
I want is it GitHub? Yeah, here we go. I want to see what the folder contains. So here's the folder. Yeah, it's got a long fucking code. I knew it. The folder's got a long ass name. Look at this. This is the bypass code. Maybe, probably.
Cool. Yeah.
FXTX temp, it's the same code. Same bypass code. What's in this? Nothing. It's just the file name. That's it. It just scans a file name. This is just a skeleton key that Microsoft left in that this guy discovered.
Oh, what is this? Whoa, thank you,
There's a bit
Bill.
more here, actually.
Bella's giving me a very tiny ice cream cone.
Making me hungry. Aiden, you're gonna sit there flaunting your food and not buy me a pizza.
I'm gonna eat my. Ooh, it's biscuit flavor, by the way. Suffer.
So this is probably genuinely a backdoor that Microsoft left in deliberately. The researcher even notes that you don't strictly need the USB stick. Oops. If you can pull the disk out of the target machine for long enough to write the FSTX folder to the FE system partition, then put the disk back in, the exploit still triggers. That bypasses the no removable media mitigation that some enterprise images apply. Reproducing it cleanly takes a few tries, and Care for the Hermit's testing notes mention that you may need to format the USB and reset the files between attempts, but that's an inconvenience for an attack and not a defense against the attack in general. If that's the case, if it takes a few attempts, it sounds less like a backdoor, until you remember that Microsoft are incompetent.
Well, yes.
So why wouldn't they leave a race condition in their backdoor? Why wouldn't they?
Of fucking course they would. Yeah, why wouldn't
Do you know what a race condition is, Aiden?
Nope. Is it? Actually, I don't. I kind of assumed, but I guess I don't. What is it?
It's when if two bits of code are trying to do something different that has sort of interdependent on each other.
Oh, that's not what I assumed.
The
I thought
order
it was
that they complete can change the outcome.
I thought
so.
I was completely off.
So if you've got two bits of code that need to increment a number by one, the same number, two bits of code running at the same time that need to increment the same number by one, incrementing the number means reading what it currently is, adding one to it, and then storing it, right? So code A reads, okay, it now knows what the number is. Code B reads, it now knows what the number is. Code A adds 1 to the number. Code B adds 1 to the number. Code A writes it back. Code B writes it back. Now, what's happened in this case? Two bits of code were trying to increment the number. You expect it to go up twice, but it only went up once. The number is only 1 higher than it was at the start, even though 2 bits of code did this. Why?
Presumably, it's only processing 1. I'm guessing.
No, they went simultaneously.
Then why?
They both read the number at the same time, same number. Let's say it's 5. They both have 5.
Yeah.
They both add 1 to it. It's now 6 on both sides.
Yeah.
And they both write back 6.
Yeah.
You'd expect it to be 7. It's added twice. Why wouldn't it be 7? But it's 6.
Oh, I don't know.
Because the incrementing process is there's 2 parts. There's the reading and the writing.
Oh, okay.
And then if you do it sequentially, read, increment, write.
Yeah.
Then read, increment, write. It'll do twice. But if you mix the process up together, this is why you need a mutex, mutual exclusion. I think that's what it's called, or something like a read-write lock, or some other kind of lock, or atomicity essentially, to ensure that your processes to do things are separated.
Okay.
And sequential. There are lots of different ways of doing this synchronization stuff. It's very interesting, but race conditions are very common bugs in programming, especially with multiple threads.
I just assumed it was racist. I just assumed because it was you talking about it, you know.
A race condition led to severe injuries. In fact,
really?
There's an anecdote. I don't know how true this is, but I saw it on a YouTube video.
Really?
It probably is true. It sounds true.
What happened?
Where there was a machine, some sort of X-ray machine, where there were 2 different modes. This X-ray machine, this X-ray or something machine, a medical machine. 2 different modes it could work in, something like that.
Sure.
One of the modes was one type of energy it was using, one type of EM waves or whatever to detect things, to read things. And the other was a different type. The types of energy were different. Types of frequency, I don't know, something about them was different. But also the intensity, the amplitude, the whatever, the energy put into it were radically different for these different types.
No.
Radically different.
Fuck.
You can already see where this is going.
Yeah.
So you have to match the 2 together, and they didn't. So they got the one that it needs to be at like a few hundred joules or whatever, and they used an energy level of a few million joules on it.
Oh my god!
Because the race conditions set things wrongly at different times. No, but they got severe burns.
Oh my! This is why I don't like this stuff.
Thank you. No one. The Terak 25. Is that what it was called? That sounds familiar. Yes.
Good lord. No fucking... Yet the Therac radiation. Oh my god. Fuck off with that.
Yep.
Speaking of radiation, do you have more to talk about with this?
I think we're probably done. Probably fine.
Space
I do like the notion that Microsoft left a backdoor in.
Yeah.
It was discovered, despite the fact that it looks like it would be fairly difficult to discover. And then,
but even so,
it turned out to have a race condition in it. Triple incompetence from Microsoft. Yeah. Fantastic. Go ahead, Aiden.
Well, speaking of radiation, I do have some space stuff, by the way.
Space stuff that works for me.
Which I know you and I are both interested in. So
yes.
Let me. Whoops. There we go. Oh, unfortunately, the horrifying AI robot's back, but for a moment.
It looks quite a bit like you, actually.
In what sense?
Well, in the sense that you also give me the uncanny valley horror.
What do you mean by this?
Never mind. In fact, maybe we should make a new poll. Chat, does Aiden give you the uncanny valley vibe?
Fine. New poll. Does Aiden... Even though we're supposed to be Sibyl and Wizard on the channel, whatever. It's Aiden and Newslet. It's fine. I even put it in the opening thing, you know.
Well, I was never going to be known as Wizard. That's my title.
Yes,
and Sibyl, I think, is yours.
And Sibyl is a title. Yes, that's why
you're the
that. Yes.
Aiden the Sibyl.
I think we are going to stick with it. Yes, because they are just both titles, and it makes the most sense, to be honest.
It's an easy name. Honestly, if you're going to name something, the thing you come up with in the first 10 seconds is probably what you're going to stick with. Probably. And this is the most obvious and easy one. Oh, yes.
Just, what? You're just spam?
I can't vote any more than once. Hold on, let me get my other accounts.
He's going to go log into all of his alts to vote on this.
I have done that before. I discovered a polling system where they didn't really check very well for that, and we had 20 people voting on something for a Ginger Stellaris event, and it was 6 votes for this option, 4 votes for this option, 3 votes, and then 2,500 votes for this option.
Well, thanks for letting us know.
Out of 20 people present.
Thank you for letting us know. The results of this poll are null and invalid.
However, YouTube, I don't think I would be able to do that.
He's already admitted that he's cheating, that he's made the results null and invalid. So
it's sour grapes, Aiden.
No, why should we believe any results of this survey that you already said you were going to manipulate the
Well,
data?
now you're acting in an uncanny valley way.
In what sense?
Trying to back out of the poll that you yourself posted.
It does twice. Okay, so first ever direct images, talking about radiation, that's how I got here, of cosmic web reveals the universe's hidden highways. So this is a twin of cosmic filament observed in the MUDF as seen in a supercomputer simulation, so it is a simulation, describing the large-scale distribution of gas in the universe. So there are, huge parts of space that are essentially completely empty, but there's these connecting points between places
because of gravity.
Because of gravity, and also because of the Big Bang as well. As things travel outwards, they get connected. But scientists have produced the clearest view ever of part of the cosmic web, the enormous hidden network of matter that stretches across the universe and connects galaxies together. After spending hundreds of hours collecting observations, an internal team captured a detailed image of a massive cosmic filament linking 2 actively forming galaxies from a time when the universe was roughly only about 2 billion years old. That's what this image is.
Which means it's about 11 billion light years away.
Yes. It's so fucking cool.
It's cool.
Modern cosmology.
I've seen many images of them, but not direct captures. Images which are simulations or something, but not direct captures.
The color and stuff has been added to a certain extent because, they're trying to make it appealing and visible to the human eye. But this is the structure of the gas between these.
In case you're wondering, chat, Aiden, leave that image on screen.
Yeah.
In fact, bigger is better.
Yeah.
In case you're wondering, chat, in case some people are not very aware of sort of space terms, the scale we're talking about here.
Yes.
Right. So you've got planets, stars, systems around stars, solar systems, and with it, and then those form on a massive scale. Billions and billions of those form galaxies. Are you familiar with galaxies?
Yeah.
Galaxies are irrelevantly small compared to the size of these things. Every dot you can see on that is probably a cluster. No, It's probably a cluster of millions of galaxies.
It might be, yes.
Which
you're right.
where it's just more galaxies in that space, so it's brighter. Because this is not just quote gas. Gas is just what most matter is on a large enough scale, or what you
Particularly
tend to
without
see.
gravity,
So
yes.
I suspect it is also gas,
Yeah.
but a lot of these are just realms of highly dense galaxy clusters. These are the largest structures in the universe.
Mm-hmm.
That's how big these are.
Yeah. Which is very fucking cool.
Yeah, and the spaces between them, as Aidan said, they are voids, but I mean, voids aren't a thing. They're just where galaxies have stopped being as they come together under gravity over very, very long times.
Modern cosmology suggests that dark matter makes up roughly 85% of all matter in the universe. Although invisible, dark matter is believed to shape gigantic web-like frameworks made of long filaments. At the points where these filaments intersect, galaxies form and shine brightly. Scientists think these filaments also act as intergalactic highways, channeling gas into galaxies and fueling the birth of new stars. Learning how this gas moves through the cosmic web is considered essential for understanding how galaxies develop. But detecting that gas has been extremely difficult. Most intergalactic gas has only been observed indirectly by measuring how it absorbs light, typically gas, from bright objects behind it. Hydrogen, the most absorbent element in the cosmos,
Abundant.
What did I say?
You said absorbent.
Oh, you're right, I did. Abundant.
Are you doing a Billy Mays advert? Hydrogen, the most absorbent element in the cosmos.
I told you I'd been.
Get your hydrogen now for only $14.99, and we'll throw in some helium absolutely free.
Well, stunt on me because I did say that wrong. Abundant element in the cosmos emits only a very faint glow.
You said something else wrong earlier.
I'm sure I.
You said internal and you meant international.
Did I? Oh well.
Yep.
Nearly impossible for older instruments. I'm reading.
And if I can't read and yet I can correct your reading, what does that say?
That I'm reading quickly.
Yeah, you could say that. Yeah.
New observations were carried out by researchers from the University of Milano Bicocca, together with scientists from the Max Planck Institute for Astrophysics. The team used a multi-unit stereoscopic explorer, a powerful instrument mounted on the European Southern Observatory's very large. Look, why is it called the very large telescope in Chile?
I think that's somewhat tongue-in-cheek, but I'm glad they're getting all their acronyms out the way as early as fucking possible. I hate acronyms.
Me too. We have to do that. So that. Even with such advanced technology, the projects required one of the most ambitious muse-observing campaigns. You get the idea. This image is unprecedented of actually like showing this stuff, right?
Is this the image or is this a illustrative simulation?
That's it.
Fucking based.
It is fucking based. I agree. That's it though. It looks so fucking cool. If it were, that's why it's neat. To actually be able to see this stuff. See what it looks like is super fucking.
Can you scroll down just a tiny bit? I think the next sentence might give a bit more information.
I already read this.
Simulation.
It is a simulation, yes, but this is what their simulations say it looks like.
Then it's not a direct picture.
I thought it was though. How'd they come? Wait a minute. Then how'd they come to this? They did say simulation. You're right. So it's based on observations, though. Muse observing campaigns ever kind of in the sky. Researchers gathered data over hundreds of hours to detect a faint light filament enough for detailed analysis. Okay, so they pinpointed where all of this stuff was in space, and then they did feed it into a simulation.
There is a distinction between
yes,
between getting data and then like analyzing it into an image. I mean, that's basically what a camera is. And
yes, again,
generating it from disparate analyses across different areas. But the difference between those two things is not that big. Still, though, it's cool.
This is what it is would still. Look, if you could see, because you can't visualize these things anyway.
If you could see it,
saying, if you could see it,
they can say with authority it would look like this.
Yes.
So fair enough. That is an improvement. It's not quite as much of one as I thought it was, but it's still good.
Yeah, but I mean, you can't see this stuff because it's gas, right? You can't see it with the naked eye. There's no way they could necessarily do that. So they know
not
where
with the naked eye. That's not what I'm asking for. No.
Right. Well,
although
yeah,
a lot of that generates light.
Potentially, but they actually even said that like some of the light diffuses so much that it's basically impossible to see. So this is based on the actual calculations, which is pretty cool. Also, we've discovered a twin black hole system quite recently. Close pair of supermassive black holes
Very cool.
detected. Yeah, which is super neat. Supermassive black holes at the centers of galaxies are one of the most active fields of research in astronomy. They have, I think, located these things before, but this is something you want to look for, where two black holes become tied essentially into each other's fucking gravitational pits.
This is not the first of these we discovered, I don't think, because we
No,
found
no.
the way that
They're
we
not the
discovered
first.
gravitational waves was
These are
the collision of two of these.
Yes, this is just the newest one. Supermassive black holes at the centers of galaxies are one of the most active fields of research in astronomy. In order to accumulate, we got this. So this is specifically at the. It's interesting what galaxy this is. It has like a very strange title. Oh, no, sorry, different thing. Got me confused. Findings suggest that there's a supermassive black hole at the center of almost every large galaxy, with mass millions or even billions times greater than that of our sun. It's still unclear exactly how they can reach such enormous masses. Telltale particle beam. However, theoretical models cannot yet accurately describe this final phase of when suns collapse in upon themselves to form black holes. Here we go. The first jet points towards Earth, which is why it appears particularly bright to us. And I've seen another picture of this too, where it's like this bright, very, very sharp and pinpointed light of jets that come out from these two black holes, right? Actually, it might be in this if I take the speed reader off. It's not. You can find this though. Let me find the picture because it's really neat.
Okay. That's distinct because it's not just black holes, it's supermassive black holes.
Yes.
So bigger.
Yes.
Yes. Like before, but bigger.
Yes.
Still cool.
Let me see if I can find the picture of this that I'm talking about. No. Oh no. Well, here's the Max Planck Institute's article on it. Maybe they'll have it. No, it's the same image. There is an image of this, and what they're talking about, how there's these very sharp, distinct arcs of light that go out horizontal, vertical, and diagonal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Perpendicular to the accretion disk.
Yes, from the accretion disk, yes.
I think they're the most powerful, beams in the universe, pretty much.
Second jet.
And if one of them hit Earth, it would be bad news.
Yes.
This was extremely unlikely to happen, though.
By analyzing the progression over time, recurrent patterns in the brightness of the jets, those horizontal, vertical, and diagonal streams.
However, one of these disks may have flagged us 1 billion years ago.
Yes.
And it'll hit us.
You never know.
Yeah. One day we could just all vaporize. It'll be because a black hole looked the wrong way.
Looked the wrong way, yes. Researchers were able to deduce that two black holes orbit each other with a period of approximately 121 days. They're about 250 to 540 times further apart than the distance between Earth and the Sun. Just to give you an idea of the extent
that's quite a
of
way
distance.
Away, then.
And
that's quite a way
their gravitational force is so massive, because they are supermassive black holes, that they're still gravitationally orbiting each other.
Yeah.
Tiny for such extreme
Have
objects.
you seen how the poll's going, by the way?
Where were we on the poll? Which was, does Eden give Uncanny Valley vibes? It's 35 no and 65 yes. What is Uncanny Valley about me exactly?
Well, see, now that's the right question. The question that you were asking before now is, why would you even assume that? Of course it's not true. But now you're asking the right question. It is true. Why?
Sure, that was the answer to the poll, was, the majority said yes. What is uncanny? Friendos?
Well, chat.
Let me know in the chat.
I welcome your attempts to verbalize what is so uncanny about Aiden.
I don't know. So these are
chat. Do you remember how the X-Men used to be called Uncanny?
Yeah, Uncanny X-Men. Yes.
I would never say that Aiden looks like an X-Man.
Are you?
I'm kidding. It's just the fact that X-Men sounds like former man is very funny. But no, you don't. You don't look like a troon at all.
That's a step too far, sir. Rude.
Simp! Chud King is a simp!
What did he say? I highly doubt it. Is it in the... Now I have the top chat on. Because you told me not to have live chat.
Turn it to live chat.
I thought you told me to turn it on to top chat.
No, Top Chat's the censored one.
Whatever.
I have never ever seen Top Chat block spam. I have only seen it block people being spicy. So never ever use Top Chat. Reflexively change it to live chat every time you see it.
Well, thank you, Chud King. Even if only just to felt Uzlu, because fuck him, to be honest. Also, I did order a triangle, and it's on the way. I'm gonna be able to fucking pull that triangle out on your ass next time you do something fucking rude. Yes, a triangle. So I go ding, 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 and steal PvP's thing, because we're all stealing it now, clearly, so...
I don't know what that is. You could do that. It would probably just annoy everyone.
I don't even know what a fucking triangle is, Chad.
I know what a triangle is.
Do you?
Yeah, I've heard of triangles. 3 sides, you know, that kind of thing.
Like a Pythagorean.
Pretty cool geometric shapes, yeah.
Sure. Anywho, they're 250 to 540 times further apart than the distance between the Earth and the Sun. Tiny for such extreme object with masses of between 100 million and a billion times that of the Sun. So basically like your mum, right?
Very good, Aid. Very good. Considering that you like black things in that sense, I wouldn't be surprised if you'd be into this kind of thing. Yeah.
Supermassive black holes?
I mean, the accretion disk, it produces a lot of light, so it might look like they have white hair. It's your type all over.
Speaking of your mum, the Milky Way galaxy is hungry. And it's been found with the bones of another galaxy.
Hungry. I'm hungry as well. You should buy me a pizza.
No. No, I don't think
Well, so far, Aiden, the poll has gone my way.
About the pizza? Doesn't mean I should...
No, about the Uncanny Valley, but that means you should buy me a pizza. Just read the article, Aiden.
Okay. What? Why are you fucking around? The Milky Way...
The Milky Way ate a galaxy called Loki, and the scientists think they found its bones.
Yeah, you do
Astronomers have identified a group of ancient stars that may be the remnants of a dwarf galaxy named Loki that merged with the Milky Way more than 10 billion years ago. Thank you, Mana Yud Sushai,
who says
black holes. I think you mean holes of color.
Indeed. So, why did you decide to take over reading this exactly? What motivated you?
Because you were getting one guide by your guest. Zoom in a bit more. Or co-host.
Your guest. You're not my guest. Ugh.
You were my guest.
Yeah.
That cleaning stuff you got me, by the way, didn't work.
Did it not?
No.
Really?
No.
That was like the best stuff I could find. It was like the most expensive too.
It probably was the best available, and I used it as directed, but it didn't work.
Just use it harder. Use more of it.
I will probably try that.
Back on again?
I don't think the sofa has an off switch.
Well, look for it.
Hmm.
I'm so sorry that didn't work. That was the best of it. It was like it had the highest ratings and everything for like.
No, I suspect it was the best thing. There is more that I could say, but we'll do it off stream.
Yeah.
Astronomers have identified some strange stars in the Milky Way that may once have belonged to a different galaxy. By studying the chemistry of these stars and their motion close to the galactic disk, the researchers found that the star's home galaxy, nicknamed Loki, might have merged with our galaxy about 10 billion years ago. That is quite a long time ago. Studying these stars could be very important in understanding the history of the Milky Way and the universe itself. Lead author of the study, Federico Sestito, an astrophysicist at the University of Hertfordshire in the UK, told Live Science in an email. Sestito added that Loki may have been among the very first small galaxies formed in the young universe.
Doesn't it feel fucking awesome that the Milky Way ate another galaxy?
Do you think that's cool? Do you not know about the Earth's early history?
Well, I know, yeah. I mean, obviously, there's a bunch of other material structure from.
No, Earth ate another Earth-like planet very early in its history.
No,
it is widely theorized.
No, I didn't.
I can't remember what it's called. It's something to begin with a T. I think TH something. But it's something like that. But
okay.
Not Terra as in Earth, but it's something like that. But yeah, it's widely theorized that Earth had a major collision with another slightly smaller planet, large, but slightly smaller planet early in its life.
Yeah, very, very, very early when it's still like a big molten ball. Yes, I have heard that theory.
It's also theorized,
like that Milky Way ate Loki. You
No,
know,
but Earth.
maybe.
But there's Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah. But it's also theorized, though I think less prominently, that a piece of that broke off and became the moon.
Yes, I do know that. And it says, they say here, massive galaxies are not born whole. They are assembled over billions of years through mergers with smaller galaxies, which are sometimes absorbed. In the early universe, shortly after the Big Bang, matter clumped into clouds. And this also happened on a smaller scale with planets as well. Gravity pulls them together, they smash into each other, and the material reforms essentially around that. Matter clumped in clouds of gas that collapsed into the first primitive galaxies. These small systems then fell into one another, merged, and gradually built up into the large structures we see today. In a new study published on March 23rd, astronomers identified 20 old, very metal-poor stars orbiting unusually close to the galactic disk, the flat, rotating region of the Milky Way, where most stars, including the Sun, reside, and examined where a past merger might explain what they were seeing. The very first stars that formed in the universe, this is the big timescale stuff, talking about how these all like merge together and things like that. However, very few metal-poor stars have been found in the inner regions of the Milky Way to test this idea of this collision stuff. So when the team identified 20 metal-poor stars orbiting close to the galactic disk, they wondered whether the stars could be remnants of an ancient merger.
Not that close, though. According to the picture.
No, it's pretty fucking far away, but close enough. It's like what's happening with this, that they had to ask the question about them. What are they doing? Team identified these stars from an existing catalog of metal-poor stars. They observed each one using a powerful spectrograph, which revealed their chemical abundances using precise positional data from the Gaia Space Telescope. They calculated the star's distance and how they orbit in our galaxy. Tito said that a mixture of information from the chemistry and the orbits of these stars nudged them to examine their origin. Rather than drifting through the halo of the galaxy, where ancient metal-poor stars have been mostly observed, these were tracing paths close to the Milky Way disk within just 6,500 light-years from the Sun. Usually, stars in the disk are metal-rich and younger, like the Sun, while our stars are old and very metal-poor, like in dwarf galaxies. Old stars that have burned through their main cycle, because, 6 billion years? Our Sun will enter a red giant phase and then contract up into a white dwarf. It takes millions of years for suns to run.
There's a great game about this.
If only there were.
Couldn't play.
If only there were a great game about it, but unfortunately there isn't.
There is one of the greatest games ever made, which deals with exactly this.
I was just looking at my Steam library today, and I saw it while I was scrolling down.
It's still staring at you like you haven't really achieved what you think you should be able to.
No, I've not. I mean, I've watched playthroughs of it now, though, and you've never played it once, so.
True, but you know why it would be kind of pointless to do so. Mm-hmm. One of the best games ever made.
That he's never played.
But there's no point playing once I know the story.
Additionally,
or little point.
Some of these stars were found moving in the same direction as the Milky Way's rotation, while others traveled in the opposite. But these two groups did not show any difference in their chemical abundances, explaining how a single infalling galaxy could leave stars moving in opposite directions was also challenging, because we're talking about all different types of gravitational forces here. The answer came from a computer simulation of galaxy formation. If the merger happened early enough, when the Milky Way galaxy was young, and was still lightweight enough that it had not settled into a spinning disk, then the infalling galaxy, which is Loki, would have had enough freedom to scatter its stars in all directions. So that's essentially,
if it's
yes.
10 billion years ago,
yeah,
would any of, well, I'd say would any of the state of the stars today actually give an indication? But of course, we're not seeing them today, are we? We're seeing them from a long time ago.
Yeah,
but we're not seeing them from billions of years ago. No, we're not seeing them from billions of years ago. We're seeing them from a few tens of thousands of years ago.
Yes.
Because the center of the Milky Way galaxy is about 50,000 light years away. Mm-hmm. So we're seeing it 50,000 years ago, which means it's negligible on the scale of billions of years. So would the state of the stars 50,000 years ago actually make much of a difference? Or would it actually be consistent with how it was when the galaxies collided if it needs to be this early? If it's 10 billion years ago,
well, they're trying to
surely the state of the stars would have changed significantly by then, to the point that evidence is likely to be useless.
They're trying to figure out why it is that they are in the state that they were 50,000 years ago, right? Why were they doing these things, and from our perspective, currently doing these things? And they're saying...
I think you misunderstood. The
Maybe I
main thing they're pointing at, which is interesting about them,
Mhm.
is that they are metal poor, but they're in the center of the Milky Way galaxy.
Yes.
Which is to say,
They're very
that's
old.
how many metal poor stars you would expect in the Milky Way galaxy, in the center of the Milky Way galaxy, right? No, they're saying actually it's not that, it's something else. Okay, but their reason for thinking that
Because of their gravitational pulls being weird.
no, but there's other stars that have weird gravitational pulls.
sure.
That's not their main evidence. What they're saying, that's a quandary. They're
Yeah.
saying if our hypothesis is true, then why are they going in different directions? That's what they're trying to explain now.
Okay,
But their
right,
explanation
yeah.
requires
You're correct. Yes.
that it be 10 billion years ago. So in 10 billion years, why assume that the state of those stars from their previous galaxy would persist for 10 billion years and thus be useful evidence? Why not assume that those are just the stars in the Milky Way galaxy that happen to land that way in those 10 billion years? I mean, 10 billion years is a long time. Star states could change in that time. Why assume that any correlation today usefully identifies them as part of a different galaxy
they
from
say
10
that here.
billion years ago? If
They
it was
do-
1 billion years ago, that would be a different story.
They
But
do say
their
that-
theory requires it be 10 billion years ago.
They do say that here. The early emergent history of a large galaxy might be very chaotic, with various smaller systems merging together and dispersing their stars with many different orbits, Cecito explained. This scenario could produce both prograde and retrograde orbits. That's what they're talking about the orbits being weird, you know?
Yes,
Placing
that's
them merge-
not really
So-
relevant to my
but this-
question, but
This is all hypothetical. There could be any other number of events that could have interceded here. So their hypothesis is that the Milky Way ate Loki.
it just, to me, seems like a hypothesis that's very
Yeah.
airy and not very well supported.
Well,
Like, it's
they
imaginative,
ran
and that's
AI
good,
simulations,
but
numerical simulations. and that's what they
showing it's
think.
plausible
Yes.
is one thing, but
Yes.
my point is
Not
the data,
definitive.
the evidence we have is too old to be useful.
Yes, I would agree. It's all very highly speculative, but
Yeah.
it looks really fucking awesome to have a headline like the Milky Way ate a galaxy called Loki.
It's a creative
They found
idea,
its
yeah.
bones, right? You know, that
But
sounds awesome.
I
but
wouldn't
you're
take
right,
it too
yeah.
seriously scientifically, but I don't, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe these things do persist over 10 billion years, but even for a star, that seems like a very long time.
Yeah. As a result, the simulations showed that a single dwarf galaxy swallowed by the young Milky Way more than 10 billion years ago could have scattered its stars, into exactly the orbital pattern observed today. So it's a possibility. They've not proven this definitively, of course.
The gravitational aspect
you
of it, the
can't
plausibility there is not something I would really question.
Yeah,
That's doable.
Again,
I would
you're trying to model it off of, you know, a couple tens of thousands of years ago rather than billions of years ago. So they are statistical models based on gravitational forces as to why are these stars where they're located and why are they stuck in this sort of gravitational pull when they're very old
Located.
stars.
Milky Way supremacy indeed, Nachos, yes.
The Milky Way ate Loki. That's the cool headline though, isn't it?
It is a cool headline, yes.
It is a cool headline. Oh, by the way, I have breaking news. Truly on this though. As far as I can understand, you might be able to see this anywhere in the world. Oh, sorry. Yeah, speaking of whales, as we talked about earlier, there's a blue whale-sized asteroid, which is not Apophis, and this article on Live Science spends so much time talking about Apophis.
Does it?
Yes, it does. I'll get to it. But
What, the Stargate villain?
Yes, but also the asteroid. The spatial body. But you're not aware people think that the world's going to end by being destroyed by Apophis? A big fucking space rock.
This
get to it.
still
You're
sounds
not
like a
aware.
Stargate reference more than a rock.
I can't believe you're not familiar with this, so I will go into it then. We're all
Okay.
going to die when Apophis shows up, by the way. So, but this one you're not going
Right,
to die by.
the Gould leader, yeah, I mean, he's pretty bad.
The gold are
I assume that's what
approaching.
you mean.
They're approaching in their, pyramid ships. We're going to be fucked in a couple years. So, but this one is 115 feet wide. It's much smaller than Apophis, for example. And if you have a good pair of binoculars, tomorrow you should be able to see this.
Other than some satellites, that's concerning.
Yeah. Yes. Never before seen asteroid is racing towards Earth at around 20,000 miles per hour. Will zoom past our planet closer than some satellites on Monday, May 18th. So tomorrow, this will be occurring. What's up, Bill? 1 second.
Indeed, Nachos, the Stiglitz asteroid.
He said if the Goulds show up, imagine how smoked the Hoteps will be. Smug. I thought he said smoked. Either one would have worked. Other one would have, yeah. The asteroid, dubbed 2026 JH2, a real catchy name there, was discovered on May 10th. They discovered this thing 7 days ago as it is careening towards Earth, by the way.
I bet they were really fucking worried for a second there. A difference of 0.1 degrees is whether we all live or die.
Pretty much.
I mean, it's not a huge asteroid, but still, that's big enough. I would guess that would make it to the surface.
It would be a city killer. This kind of thing. If it made it through to
I would guess
surface.
so. Not an expert, though.
Nor am I. But if it made it through and didn't completely break apart in the atmosphere, which at this size, it probably would, to a certain degree, would be a city killer.
It would break it partly. Yeah, I'd imagine so.
Star Wars, the Mount Lemmon, Don Lemon Observatory near Tucson, also spotted the super bright comet Lemmon last year. The space rock, which has since been verified by other observatories across the globe, likely circles the sun every 3.7 years. So this has been happening for forever, but they just discovered it. So,
well, not necessarily coming this close to Earth.
No.
But it has been circling the sun. This might be its closest pass to Earth.
Yes, but this thing's been here for a long time. But right now, because of the orbit, it's coming very close to Earth. So again, it's 35 meters across, 115 feet. Not that big, just above the maximum length of Earth's largest animal, the blue whale. We're back to the whales again.
So if a blue whale rammed into a city, it wouldn't do too much damage. But now imagine that blue whale is moving at 20,000 miles per hour and is made of stone. Now you can sort of see the damage it might do.
No, they say there's no risk of it, but what you can do is be able to see it. So potentially, look, let me find the website. It potentially making it visible to naked eye. So you might not even need binoculars to see it, but they do recommend. Oh no,
you've skipped through all the cool diagrams.
Sorry, I did. That's Apophis I got to as well. This one you are going to need binoculars for, by the way. So how close will it get? Around 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Monday, or Eastern Daylight Time. JH2 will shoot over Earth's surface at an altitude of 56,000 miles, around a quarter of the distance between our planet and the moon. At this height, the hefty space rock will sail over most of Earth's satellites, but be closer to us than a handful of spacecraft, such as the TESS system. Due to limited observations, there's some level of uncertainty about how close...
That's a worrying curve.
It sure is.
Look how bloody close it is.
It is a bit... I mean, good God, it is a bit of a worrying curve, isn't it? I mean, holy fuck.
As I said, I'm willing to take their reassurance because space is, in some cases, relatively predictable.
Yes.
Willing to take their assurance that there's no chance of it hitting us, but they must have wet themselves when they first found it.
I mean, good God, right there. Near its closest approach, JH2 is expected to reach peak brightness around a magnitude of 11.5, making it fairly easy to spot with a good telescope or a pair of stargazing binoculars. What they then go in to talk about, which I skipped down to accidentally, is about Apophis, which will be in 2029. Apophis, you will not need you won't need binoculars to see, because this thing
visible to the naked eye
is 20,000 miles across. Oh no, 20,000 miles in space. How big is this though? Hang on. It's 1.1 thousand
10 times the size.
You will see this motherfucker when it approaches Earth, the Apophis asteroid. They are also in this article, they're going to tell you, don't worry, Apophis also we know has no possibility of disrupting anything with Earth. However, again, it is 10 times the size. And let's see what happens tomorrow.
Hold on.
By the way, nothing's going to happen tomorrow, but...
They did say there's 0 chance that Apophis will hit Earth while on its current trajectory.
But there is a very slim possibility that its course could be altered by interaction with other asteroids over the next 3 years. As a result, scientists are keeping a very close eye on Apophis, because what are you gonna fucking do? What if it is gonna just hit? People have been worried about this. People, I don't know if you heard Bill say thank God, but I don't know. Yes, they called Apophis the city killer. I think that potentially it would also be the case with this whale-sized one.
No, this is after Apophis, the next major flyby.
Oh, after Apophis.
Will be
okay.
Another one.
Oh, sorry, it's a different one. 2024 YR4.
That's even closer.
It is.
3% chance of hitting Earth. Fuck.
Well, Wait, but that's 2032. So we got, you know,
Aiden.
we. hang on. Let me show you.
Is that Apophis from Stiggles? It doesn't look much like him.
It doesn't look. I think it's supposed to be, but
Yeah.
Apophis
Thank you,
is
Wolf576, for making
you,
that. Of
Wolf.
course, it was Wolf.
Apophis is coming indeed. So that one in 2032, which is just what 6 years from now. Holy shit! It's 6 years from now. Oh my god. Kill me.
We're almost out of the
apparently
20s.
Don't worry, we're about to be killed by asteroid YR4. Apparently.
Oh, it's Don Lemon, says Wolf.
Don Lemon. Oh, it's Don Lemon. Yes, it does look like Don Lemon. You're correct. It does look like Don Lemon. Let me bring it up. That is Don Lemon. Yes, there he is. Indeed. Also, because this is essentially, we're just doing like a Steins Gate thing here, right?
Well, I mean, that's the whole premise, yeah. Our entire friendship has been Steins Gate from the beginning.
Which we didn't know until we watched Steins Gate together.
Indeed. Yeah.
But quantum breakthrough could revolutionize teleportation and computing. So, not time travel will be related to this because it's quantum teleportation, quantum computing, which it always is. So, the Japanese have claimed to have made a breakthrough, in particular, in quantum teleportation and computing. What do you think the possibilities that this is real are?
Quantum computing has been somewhat overstated. Interestingly, I heard a few years ago that every algorithm that they develop for quantum computers is then soon after matched by conventional computers. So they're having a tough time getting off the ground. And what is perhaps most concerning about quantum computers is that they can only work in superconducting conditions, which means in a absolute zero environment or near absolute zero environment, which means it will probably never reach people's homes. No. Unless we find a room temperature superconductor. It unlike other conventional computers in the past where this was said and it did happen. This one seems much less likely because you need near absolute zero superconductors. So some skepticism from me about quantum computers. And when I hear the words quantum teleportation, I get immediately suspicious.
Me too. Yes.
It's an overstatement of what that is. I think. Again, I don't understand it exactly, but I have a.
They're talking about quantum entanglement, which is not
information teleportation.
No.
You could interpret it that way in an abstract sense, but it's not
would you
actually
rather
teleportation.
explain quantum entanglement, or shall I?
I think we did it last time.
I think we
did a pretty good one last time.
Like, have two states that shouldn't be connected, but they are. They appear to react to each other in space and across very far distances or across temporal distances either, where it's like things that appear to be physically in the same space but aren't, essentially.
That's not how I interpreted it. When you have two quantum particles which are associated with each other, they have the same spin.
Yes, particles, yes.
They have the same spin. I can't remember exactly how they get into the same state, but they either they're two virtual particles or something else. But they're in the same. They have the same spin
state. At the very small level, at the mass level of what quantum entanglement. That's what they're talking about when they're talking about like transportation across spaces.
Quantum entanglement does not manifest at a larger scale than single quantum.
That's what they're hypothesizing here. Is that's how quantum entanglement would work.
Okay.
That is what they are contending, these Japanese scientists, at mass scale.
We'll read.
Because individual little particles can be entangled, that therefore different places in space or even time could be entangled. Right?
So
that's the contention.
To reiterate the explanation I gave on quantum entanglement, again, I am not an expert, and what I'm getting this from is a YouTube video. So don't necessarily take this as gospel, but this analogy really helped me to understand what I think quantum entanglement is. You have two envelopes that you have written in a piece of paper that goes into each. In one of the envelopes, you put the letter A. In one of them, you put the letter B. You then send those to the opposite sides of the world, one to Japan, one to the US, let's say.
Sure.
In the US, they open it, they read A. They instantly know
Yes.
that the other envelope says B.
Yes, you did.
Instantly.
You did use it before, yes.
The information that the other envelope says B arrives at them faster than light speed.
Yes.
As soon as they know this one's A, the other one's B. Now, did the information travel? No, it was inferred.
Yes.
And the envelope had to travel, and the knowledge of the available states had to travel at slower than light speed. So what this means is there is no possibility for teleportation, as far as I understand the technology. It's not that you couldn't do anything with it, but it's not that kind of magic. It's fairly
what
conventional.
they're contending is that essentially, because of that state, that it does exist, that you knew it instantaneously as soon as you received the letter, right? Because of knowing what it cannot be, therefore you know what it is. And so these two states that are distant from each other in both time and space actually are connected and exist in that sense simultaneous. That's the idea of this kind of quantum mechanics stuff of, can you teleport? Because like, yes, they're apart from each other, but they are existing at the same time. And if that makes sense, I think we'll read the article a bit more. Team from Kyoto University and Hiroshima University set out to solve...
It's pronounced Kyoto and Hiroshima.
Kyoto and Hiroshima. Their work led to a method for performing entanglement measures that can identify W states. That's that entanglement state. With an experimental demonstration using 3 photons. More than 25 years after the initial proposal concerning entanglement measurements for the GHZ states, we have finally obtained the entangled measurement for the W state as well, with genuine experimental demonstration for 3 photon W states. The breakthrough came from focusing on a special feature of W states known as cyclic shift symmetry. Using that property, the researchers proposed a photonic quantum circuit that performs a quantum Fourier transformation for W states. This is a bit fucking heavy. I'm sorry.
Large parts of this are beyond my expertise.
Mine as well, even.
Modestly, I state the word expertise. I do know what a Fourier transform is, and that's the kind of algorithm that you would. It's a pretty basic algorithm that you nice for a test case.
Yes.
Let's
admit our lack of information here and scroll down to why it matters.
Sure.
Shall we? The achievement could help advance quantum teleportation, which involves transferring quantum information rather than moving matter from place to place. So they're not talking about like a transporter in that physically you're moving matter from one place to the other, but information, like very small data packets, which could potentially mean the fucking phone wave, for example. If it's quantum, you can send shit potentially, theoretically, back in time. Or forward in time.
We're maybe overusing the words potentially and theoretically here.
Yes, I am using them very liberally here.
I would advise the word conceivably, which is a word that I use for things which you could imagine being true, but which you have no real reason to think are actually possible.
But then they get to put teleporter in the fucking headline.
Hey, the article's made its own mistakes. You stop making theirs.
Oh no, I had to also hype up the subject and then be like, by the way, guys, it's not that actually fucking interesting. Well, it is, because it is interesting. Like, they could do something interesting with this. They're moving...
I don't know if they could. I honestly, we don't have the knowledge to say whether they could or not. I'm sorry to say it.
You know I don't. No, we're not quantum physicists, if it's not overwhelmingly obvious from the fact that I'm dressed like a bird and you're dressed like a bee. Okay?
Hey, quantum physicists could dress this way.
Potentially.
Just this one isn't.
Wait,
a quantum
guys,
physicist.
wait till you see my full fucking bee costume. I will, bird. I said bee, my bad. You've got the bee. I'm looking
it's a little disturbing.
I'm looking at a bee right now, so like I'm...
That by sheer coincidence, we are actually the birds and the bees.
Yes, I know.
This was not intentional,
It
chat.
wasn't intentional at all.
This is not a sex podcast.
Well, you say that.
What I wanted to be.
You say
yeah,
that.
No, I do say
some...
that, and as soon as it becomes one, I'm not being part of it anymore.
No, I actually don't have any kind of like sex-based research tonight or anything in that kind of capacity.
No, I get enough of that on my OnlyFans.
Oh, do you have an OnlyFans? I didn't know about that. Yikes.
Not that you're allowed to know about.
Yikes.
That's a yikes from me.
That's a yikes for me, hombre. Okay.
I'll be right back, like 10 seconds.
Okay.
Oh, well...
Would you rather I do anthropology and paleontology or human biology? next?
I guess the former. I'll be right back very quickly.
Dinosaurs and stuff. We'll look at dinosaurs while he's away so he can't enjoy them. How about that? Because everybody likes dinosaurs. Boop. They found a new Stegosaurus skull, and I didn't know this. This is fascinating to me.
Do you use
Apparently,
ChatGPT? Do you love ChatGPT? I love ChatGPT. I love it.
oh, thank you, thank you. Oh my goodness. Did that come through? Yes. Theoda for 10 says, speaking of birds, did you know that the Houtsin chicks have usable wing claws they used to climb back into their nests? I didn't know the chicks did. Oh, I'm barely familiar with this bird species, but I didn't know that. Dino fingers are not completely gone. There's a documentary clip on YouTube showing it. Let me check this out. Okay. Houtsin chicks. I think I've seen these little birds. They lay their eggs on the sides of cliffs, which seems insane. But then, oh my god, a lot of birds do that, though, don't they? Houtsin chicks. Let's see. Bizarre beast with claws on its wings.
Sometimes, in researching
I leave you
things that
alone
seem weird,
for
we find out by accident
20
that
seconds,
stuff that we
and
thought
we're
was
talking about
totally
birds.
normal is
Okay, well can I come in, can I see some videos of the birds
I
doing
love
this?
AI. Do you use AI?
Uh-oh, thank you. I didn't see it pop up though.
That's the same one again.
Oh, is it just it's just the reverb of it, sorry.
Your shit's still fucked.
I don't know how it is, honestly, I don't.
Probably because you've still got the Streamlabs window open where you were configuring it.
Archaeopteryx
Yeah, I just heard
was
it.
certainly well equipped for climbing.
This is-
Footsteps
oh, I've seen
sitting
this
on their
documentary.
nest in the South American swamp,
Swear to God.
still guarded by their parents.
Theoda
Talking
says
about
that's not
archaeology.
it.
The chick has an adventurous disposition and starts clambering about when it's only
This
a
is
few
apparently
days
not the
old.
one he was thinking of.
Oh, is it not? Okay. Was not the
Wolf,
right
it's
one.
not. It's not that non-mutual, Wolf.
What?
Also, if you want to do dinosaurs, by all means do it while I'm away. Dinosaurs are boring.
You're such a fucking Enwa, dude. So,
Mammal supremacy, fuck lizards.
I agree, but dinosaurs
He
are fucking
says-
dope.
He says that one. You just skipped over it.
That one? Oh, that was it? That was it? Oh, sorry. Let me bring it back
Not
up.
the one you were playing, but some other one that you had open.
Hoytson
Why does that
claws.
pizza have
This has gotta be-
3 eyes?
Sorry, there's a bit of delay and a lag. So, okay.
Archaeopteryx was certainly well equipped
This is
for
it.
climbing
Okay, you're on the right one.
when it's only a few days old.
Is where we were. Great
I can't
quality
hear it, by the
video, by the way.
The hooks on its front limbs are obviously very useful in keeping it secure until such time as
Oh, what
they
a
become
cute
feathered
little
and
baby
reliable
bird.
wings. One can imagine that Archaeopteryx used them in much the same way and for much the same reason.
That's so cool, though. It's got little
Sometimes,
tiny little
however,
claws.
there's a disaster. There
Aw.
are dangerous reptiles in the swamp, snakes and caiman.
More herps.
But those claws on the wings are once again invaluable.
Damn. It's a
Mother returns.
evolutionary throwback.
She's been feeding on leaves and will have a full crop. Maybe
I don't know which way we could play with this. We may already get in trouble for that. What I was talking about, but the Stegosaurus skull, I didn't know this until I read this article, but apparently Stegosaurus skulls, you would think, I mean, like, yes, it's a spiny back thing, you know, it's got a big spiny back, but you would think that being a defensive built, evolved creature, that it would have a kind of a strong skull, right? Just theoretically, you would assume so. No, it turns out that Stegosaurus has an incredibly fucking brittle skull. So finding an intact Stegosaurus skull is exceedingly rare. And they have just found a new one. They were, we got basic stuff about Stegosaurus, you know what it is. Got a big spikes on its back. Researchers say that Neostegosaurus includes medium to large Stegosaurus species that lived across several continents during different periods in the Jurassic and Cretaceous. What?
There was a correction from Revlon. The 3% chance to hit Earth was not actually true. It was a miscalculation from a few years ago. I think we were scrolling around too fast. I didn't read the full sentence.
Perhaps then, yes. I think that article did say that, but they may have been
That's the point
reporting
Revlon's making.
Yes,
Yeah,
they were probably reporting
we weren't reading the whole
misinformation.
thing. We were just sort of skimming bits.
No, I think they did say that though. I read it directly, so I don't know. However, they have found a new Stegosaurus skull, which is in almost complete condition, which allows them to make a. Excuse me.
What?
Were you laughing at me mispronouncing something?
I don't know why. Just condition. Just funny.
In almost complete condition, which is rare for this particular dinosaur species because their skulls are fucking brittle. But they have now found one, and let me change the speed reader off so you can see a picture of it. Whenever this decides to, thank you. This is it. This is apparently the most complete Stegosaurus skull that's ever been found, essentially. Like, that's how brittle these MFers' skulls were. Which is crazy considering they were an armored animal, but their skulls
Amazing
were
how
completely
old that
fucked.
is.
Yes. Yes, it is. But this is going
It
to...
must be fossilized, right? That must be stone, basically.
It's a Stegosaurus. Of course it's fossilized.
Yeah.
So...
That's my point.
Yes. But this is the most complete skull they found of this particular animal, which I think that you and I probably, like, in the 90s grew up with, like, a recognizable dinosaur, you know? And yet this is its most complete skull. If you're not familiar, I guess I should look it up, right? Stegosaurus.
Dinosaurs and mechs are cringe.
What? You know what I'm talking about right now. Was I reading that entire article without you knowing what a Stegosaurus looked like?
No, I know what a Stegosaurus looks like. What would you assume I don't?
No, I'm saying that every kid who grew up in the 90s knows what a Stegosaurus looks like.
Yeah.
And yet we only just now found this amount of a complete skull of one. Just interesting to me. I don't know. Now,
Well, I'm glad it's interesting to you.
talking about skulls. Also, this is actually a bunch of new research has come out on this, which is kind of fascinating, which is that, one, there's a totally new 2.6 million year old hominin fossil found in Ethiopia. And here's why this is interesting, is because this is a newly discovered hominid that was living alongside, in addition to Homo erectus and the Neanderthals. An additional one was at least found living amongst Neanderthals and Homo erectus in Ethiopia. Totally new. It's Paranthropus. This is a new hominid species, a proto-human species, which gives credence to the increasing amount of evidence that in prehistory, millions of years ago, there wasn't just like one bunch of proto-humanoids, Homo erectus. There was several of these that were interacting and interbreeding, which is why, of course, we know that, for example, Europeans have a high amount of Neanderthal DNA, for example, who would have mated with Homo erectus, of which humans are. But this is a different one. Partial jaw dated to 2.6 million years ago is the oldest Paranthropus species under Earth to date. It offers significant information about where Paranthropus existed. And when we scroll down here, it should be here. Ooh, where was this? Did I not have it? They would have been, these species, this Paranthropus, would have been living in the exact same area, in the same shared zone as Homo erectus and Neanderthalis, right? Since the human and chimpanzee lineages diverged about 7 million years ago, human ancestors went through a dramatic evolutionary process. So,
Hayden,
yes.
I have a bee-related story that is also a politics-related
You have
story.
a
That
bee
is
story?
one of the most
Is it what I thought it was?
incredible things I think I've ever seen, and it's a great thing to end the stream with.
Oh, you wanted to end it?
Well, no, not that we have to. This is why I'm saying you don't have to show it yet.
Okay.
Show it when we're ready to end.
Okay,
But,
okay. Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, we're going for 3.5 hours almost. So.
I usually go to around midnight.
Do we? We
I
don't.
do.
We usually go. Well, yep. I would usually
Broken
go
Crown.
about this long, but
Do you want?
Okay.
Are you?
We can-
are you,
we can-
Are you
I don't
EP?
mind.
Are you EP? Do you want to take a nap? Do you want to go to sleep?
I don't mind.
Do you want to
But
go to
this
bed?
is about how long our streams have usually been.
Normally go to. Do we? No. Okay. I got so much shit tonight. Whatever.
No, actually, no, they have all been around 4 hours.
Yes.
Fair enough. Okay. No
Hundreds
worries.
of fossils, over a dozen species of Andropithecus, Australopithecus, and Homo have been found in the Afar region of northern Africa. So the apparent absence of Paranthropus was conspicuous and puzzling to paleoanthropologists, many of whom concluded the genus simply never ventured that far north. But now we have pretty consistent evidence that there were multiple different promo-human species that were interbreeding and intermixing with each other. By the way,
FYI,
should we look at what Paranthropus looked like?
According to the Google AI overview, which may be wrong, the oldest human ancestor remains are 7 million years old.
But
so
we're talking about
what they found here is not older. It's just giving detail to what we already to the timeline we already had, which is cool.
It's showing another different proto-humanoid species that is part of our total genotype. And the reason why this is interesting, and I want to point this out, is because there's another very cool finding that was recently discovered with the Japanese and the Denisovians. So these are linking in studies. Whoops. Incorrect. Whoa, why did... Oh, it didn't copy my... Hang on. Sorry. Didn't copy my link correctly. There we go. Okay. 400,000-year-old proteins reveal surprise twist in the human family tree, and this is specifically in the Chinese, which is that Homo sapiens, not the only genus of today, these also have Homo erectus, Homo habilis, or they're the ones lasting today, excuse me. But the ones that built upon it were Neanderthalis, Erectus, habilis, and then the little known about Denisovians, which are little squat-like hobbit people that were found in Indonesia, right? In recent years, it has emerged that these populations did not live in isolation, as I was just talking about. New evidence has also emerged in this complex history. From 3 sites across China, archaeologists have identified in 6 Homo erectus teeth that contain a genetic variant also seen in Denisovians. So we now have even more direct evidence that these ancient hominids were mating with each other because they were apparently able to. And so we know that the Denisovians were in particular mating with some ancestors of the modern day Chinese. What we also have found out very recently, this is so fucking cool, is that this one's fascinating to me, and I've been waiting for these data for about 25 years. I'm so happy to see it. This one in particular, I'm so happy to see. Which is that, who are the Japanese? Huge DNA discovery rewrites history. This is actually very important because there's 2 major ethnic groups or ancient ethnic groups that make up the Japanese: the Jomon and the Han Chinese. So Han, I already told you where they're from, China, right? Jomon are the ancient Japanese people, but there's a third group, and now they have definitively been able to identify them as the Emishi people, who are the ancestors to the Ainu. And what many people... Let me show you pictures of the Emishi, right? Or the Ainu, if you're not aware. Because this is fucking fascinating, which is that Emishi. Okay. These people, who are the ancestors of the Ainu, look essentially, I would say, European. In terms of their body hair, and in terms of Japanese people do not overwhelmingly Japanese people who are Jomon and oh cool, what's all this shit? People who are Jomon and who are Han Chinese do not have this kind of facial hair. This is a central... Oh my god, it's the same fucking website. God damn it. What a bunch of bullshit. Keep trying to pull up this image. Thank you. God, I hate this shit. Open link in new window. Open image in new tab. There we go. Okay. These are the Jomon. Or no, sorry, these are the Ainu people who have now been discovered to be a completely unique DNA type that almost all Japanese people have. These people have, as far as I understand, DNA that's more closely related to Europeans. So we found out something new about the Japanese having this third haplogroup that we previously didn't believe that they had. Surveying more than 3,200 people from across Japan, the team found evidence of supporting a third ancestral group tied to Northeast Asia, which again, these people then therefore have additional ties to Caucasia, and specifically to like Anatolia, places like that. What we believe to be the original kind of source of what we call modern human civilization, right? Or human civilization in general. Anatolia, Turkey, Central Asia, or sorry, East Asia, West Asia. My bad. I can't do. I'm running out of fucking gas on this. Maybe you're right. We should end soon enough. I'm running out of gas. My brain's getting fucked. Anyway, so 3,200 people from across Japan. Team found evidence supporting a third ancestral group tied to northeastern Asia and possibly linked to the ancient Emishi people, who are believed to be the ancestors of the modern-day Ainu. The findings, published in Science Advances, add powerful support to the increasingly discussed tripartite origins theory of Japanese ancestry, which is, it's so evident if you look at Japanese people that there's like 3 different types. You have the Han Chinese who look Chinese, and then you have the Jomon people who tend to have kind of, they look Asiatic, but they don't look as, I'll call it moon-faced, for example, as the Han Chinese. And then you have people who almost look white in terms of like, not maybe the eye features, because people are heavily intermixed. So they tend to have the more almond-shaped eyes, but they have what look like otherwise European features in terms of like facial hair, body hair, things like that you don't typically see in East Asians. Very cool stuff about understanding the broader history of the Japanese and why it is that maybe Gaijin, I'm saying this very lightly as a fucking Gaijin myself, don't notice this as much, but you will see Japanese people who kind of run the gamut but between those 3 things of looking Chinese, looking Japanese, and looking almost Western, which is very cool.
Really, really making it difficult to not, for some hypothetical person not to be a white supremacist. If the argument is, yeah, Japan, roughly the second best of all Earth's civilizations, if you count all of Europe as one, it turns out it's because they were white as well.
It was, yes, essentially, at least partially. And that is the hypothesis, is that the ancient Ainu came to Japan tens of thousands of years ago from Europe, or at least from the same period, Anatolia, for example, that would become modern-day Europeans. This is also insane. Archaeologists have uncovered a 5,000-year-old foundation of an artificial island in Scotland. 5,000 years old in Scotland.
Was there anything artificial 5,000 years ago in Scotland, or was it all just moving orange hedges that called themselves the Scots?
I don't know. I mean, I did read this, but artificial islands might seem like a modern invention, better associated with Dubai and China, but in Scotland, humans have been building them for thousands of years. It turns out one such crannog in Loch Borgastale on the Isle of Lewis was first constructed more than 5,000 years ago, meaning it was built by prehistoric humans during the late Neolithic. Using new technology, scientists have discovered the wooden and stone foundations that established the Loch Borgastale Crannog many millennia ago. The Crannogs are many small artificial islands that are typically thousands of years old. They were building islands to presumably.
Yes, that is very cool.
Yeah,
but that's 2,000 years after the Great Pyramid was built. Like the fact that it's so far away from what was then the center of civilization, and there is an artificial island, is interesting.
Yes.
But the fact that it is a construction from a very long time ago isn't as impressive as that.
No, but it's where it is, right? It's where it is that makes it interesting.
That is odd. I wouldn't expect them to bother. There's so much land free at that time, even in Scotland.
And yet there must have been, well, there's a hypothesis that Rich Tidwell has floated recently. I know it's not his hypothesis originally, but I watched his video on it, which is that the lost tribes of Israel went to Scotland. So,
is there anywhere that they didn't go? Supposedly, according to someone.
No, just specifically the lost tribes. The lost tribe went to Scotland because they were described in the Bible as ruddy, red hair. Yes.
Riley doesn't necessarily mean red-haired.
Or
Well-
red in complexion, yes. Which they tend to be as
They,
well. Light skin,
yes, but they
red
were in the
complexion.
Middle East. They would have had to go quite a long way, and if they're lost,
But
they're
there-
probably
But
dead.
there was trade between these places. Even
We
at that
was
time.
McCangs.
Okay. Look, it's an interesting.
We was Highlanders and shit.
It's an interesting hypothesis put out by Rich
Is it?
Tidwell. Yes, I find it
Mhm.
interesting.
Well,
Yes,
I don't think he tids very well at all.
I like listening to interesting hypotheses. However, it is fascinating that, you know, in 3000 BC, let's put it into context. In 3000 BC, when were the Great Pyramids built? I think that was 2000, wasn't it? BC.
I may be getting it mistaken. I thought it was 5000 BC, but it might have been 5000 years ago, which means it would be 3000.
Date.
You want to go on a date with the Great Pyramid?
Yes, certainly do. Ooh. It would,
Okay, so
it
5000
would
years ago.
predate
So it was around
them.
the same time. Around the same time.
Yeah, but around the same time, and in a place where you previously wouldn't have expected to see something as complex as an artificial island, as a constructed island. So that's pretty extreme. While the Cranongs were long thought to have been built, used, and reused mainly between the Iron Age and the post-medieval period, we now know that some were constructed much earlier during the Neolithic between 3800 and 33,000, so nearly 1,000 years older than the Great Pyramids of Giza.
Well, I didn't necessarily say the Great Pyramids of Giza. When were the first
In
pyramids
terms of
built?
the old pyramids of like, oh god. Who are the old pyramids dedicated to?
Someone in the chat saying it's 6,000, but according to Google, I'm not seeing anything older than about 2,600.
Ask oldest pyramids in Egypt. See what it says. I mean, I should know
That's
this stuff.
basically what I asked.
Oh, and that's what it gave you? So this would potentially, if true, double check, it would make this older than the Great Pyramids. And if you're, look at the...
That's impressive.
Okay. Yeah, that's pretty fucking insane.
I think what I may have been thinking of as being 5,000 BC was the earliest stories from the Bible, which is...
Yes.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
The earliest stories from the Bible, which are some of them supposedly about 4,000 BC. So I'm still mistaken on that. I don't know. I was there's a confusion between years ago and BC, which is of course very different. But yeah, so these are about as old as any human construction, which is very well, not any, but the pyramid, which is impressive.
Is way older than these. It's about BC 8,000.
And more impressive, to be honest.
Yes.
But
however,
it's still unexpected that this would be an artificial island. That's the
in
odd
Scotland,
and
like
so far away.
In the ends of the earth, essentially. Let's be real about where Scotland is. It is now, of course, there was a land bridge at the time.
Doggerland.
Yes, at the time there would have been a land bridge between Britain and Scotland and mainland Europe. However, this is very early to build some kind of complicated environment or complicated structure like this as an artificial island. That's, if true, pretty crazy. They've long known about the, I think this is the vast majority of the facts about it. There is an animation loading 3D model at some point. Perhaps I scrolled up from it. Whoopsie. There we go. This is the Bog Astail Cranog. Oh, you can zoom in all kinds of stuff on it, I guess. Sondage. Submerged causeway. I mean, it has buildings on top of it as well, which might be later, though, I would say. And even they say they can't know that for sure as to... Obviously, things were built on top of it over time. But what they discovered here is that the underlying structure isn't of itself. The island itself is man-made. And that's the kind of crazy part, is that the island itself was made 5,000 years ago, you know? That's pretty fucking cool, in my opinion. It's pretty neat. Pretty neato. Human biology, I got a couple of things. I'm going to talk about the yawn stuff because I'm just going to get it out of the way. I already did it earlier, but I mentioned it, so... I know I'm going to have to deal with you trying to fuck with me. Yawning is so contagious, you can catch it before you're born, science says. I always hate when they frame things like that, but...
That's not what they wrote, though.
Oh, study suggests, whatever.
How did you manage to read it that wrong?
It's called Science Alert. Cease. All right. Yawning's contagious. You've probably got one brewing just from reading about it, whether or not you're sleepy. You can even catch a yawn from other animals. That is true. It's a universal phenomenon among vertebrates, which seem to have an important function in maintaining our hardworking brains. It's to tell, as for social species, it's to say, it's time to go to sleep.
I expect it's to correlate sleeping times. Yeah.
Yes. Or so everyone has hypothesized, to the best of our knowledge.
Seems to make sense.
So, and for some reason, it's really socially infectious. As I just said, it's to signal it's time for the group to go to sleep. Team led by researchers at the University of Parma in Italy just found out that the contagious effect of yawning might begin even before we are born. This goes against...
It would make sense that it would.
But yawning is usually indicated by audio and visual stimuli. So what's happening, and they're going to explain, they will explain, but what's happening where a fetus in utero that can neither see nor hear this, what's happening...
Can they not? Can they not hear it?
Some muffled version of it, but not like the direct way that you could. Or I could.
I bet they could still determine it, though.
Until now, it hasn't been clear whether fetuses are yawning, because we do know that they yawn. You can see people, that's been observed for a very long time, that you can see fetuses yawn in, scans. What's it called? Oh, geez. Why can't I think of the term? For, in utero scans.
Ultrasound.
Ultrasound. Gigasound, yes. Or if they might start to sync up with the more important people in their lives before leaving the womb. Turns out they do. So, this is an AI-generated image, but they're clearly putting real data into it. So, it is that the mother's body is then causing the fetus to react second-handedly. 38
It's such a shame, though, that Giga is followed by Terra and Peta before we get to the next one that sounds cool, Exa. And then later is Yotta and Zotta, but it's not likely we'll ever see those.
Yeah, takes a while to get to the really cool sounding ones.
Yeah, we got Terra and Peta, which are okay. Well, Peta's not. Peta sounds pedophilic, but Terra's all right. Giga's the really good one, though.
Yes. For the experiments, mothers sat in a quiet room watching a screen while their faces were recording and their fetuses monitored by an ultrasound machine. At first, the mothers were shown a minute of neutral landscape videos, giving researchers a baseline for how the mother and fetus behaved at rest. Then they showed mothers 3 different 6-minute videos. One showed people yawning, another showed people opening and closing their mouths in a similar, but not quite the same as a true yawn, which is why when you fake yawning at me, it doesn't fucking work.
It usually does, actually.
I hate you so much, it's unreal. And a final video showed neutral faces at rest. Then, to ensure no bias in interpreting the data, the mother and fetus recordings were analyzed frame by frame by 3 assistants, whatever, double blind, okay. Most of the mothers yawned at least once while watching the yawn video, and among those that did, 18, so out of a total sample of 45, no, sorry, not 45, 38, out of that, 18 set off their fetuses' yawns too. Fetal yawning selectively increases following maternal yawns, but not during non-contagious control conditions. So only, not when they just watched someone open their mouth that was similar to a yawn, but not when they were actually yawning. When they actually saw people yawning, the effect was so contagious that it not only made the mothers yawn, but a couple seconds later, it made their babies in utero yawn. That's fucking crazy. It means it's not just... I've always thought that the social contagion effect of yawning was based on visual and auditory cues, but it's clearly based on something way deeper than that. If it's happening, there's some hormonal thing happening here, right? It must be, in order for that to be contagious on that level. Unless you
not necessarily.
You that you think they're hearing it, but they're just watching.
Yeah.
They're just watching. There's no sound. They're just watching.
No,
video.
the mother can see it, and the child can hear the mother.
Okay, I got you. That's possible. Or feel the contraction in the body.
Exactly. Yeah.
You're pulling in air and stuff like that.
I could see that.
That probably is it. Only 14% of cases did a mother yawn solo while viewing a footage of yawning, while fetuses yawned alone during this experiment window in just 3% of the time. So these are very small
Interesting.
effects.
It happened a few times though.
Yes, very small effects, but even so, it still happened that the fetus would yawn when the mother yawned a little bit more often than average.
So significantly, I mean, 33% of the cases they did, only 14% did the mother and not the fetus. So quite often it was correlated. So that's pretty good. I suppose that would be high statistical significance.
Yes, which is, it's just really, it's just so, maybe it's because as I get older, I don't know, and baby crazy, shut up. I get more interested in this kind of stuff.
What did you just say you are, sorry?
A little bit baby crazy. I get more interested in this kind of stuff. So, but I don't know. I always find this thing fascinating. This kind of research and how perfectly designed the human creature is. It always fascinates me at how synchronistically we're designed. Now, I talked about Jer, the quartering, a little bit, and how I got nervous about, oh, I read things incorrectly sometimes. Now, I would say I taught introduction to public speaking for years. And we would always say that the and uhs, what I would call verbal filler, what we call in the field verbal filler, is a sign that you don't really know what you're talking about. And now there's this new research that shows that the more ums and ahs, the verbal filler that you use, is a sign of cognitive deterioration.
I don't think it necessarily means that you don't know what you're talking about. It would correlate with that, but there are other things that can cause it.
There are. Nervousness, yes, there's all kinds of other correlates there.
Or just if what you're dealing with, there's something that I've noticed happens. If it's very complicated, very complex, and you're having to keep a bunch of stuff in memory at once, active memory, that relates to a whole nother thread, and you then finish that thread, need to get back to the other one, you just sort of context switch, and that's where the ums go. So verbal filler is useful for lots of different things. It doesn't necessarily mean it's...
Oh, for sure. Some of the most intelligent people I've ever known use a lot of ums and ahs. I mean, certainly Curtis Yarvin, you know, a main driver behind my political philosophy. He uses a ton of uhs. So sometimes it is to let your mouth essentially catch up to your brain. That's often what's happening. However, if you start noticing someone who is using more ums and uhs and verbal pauses, that as they age, it could be a sign of dementia. Which isn't that surprising. But what they moreover went over in this research, which is that they used AI to examine speech recordings in depth. It's not that they are predicting people who will develop dementia, tend to be diagnosed with it in the future, are people who tend to use more ums and ahs, which might mean that umming and ahhing could be, on some level, a signifier of
there's a root cause to both of these effects that tends to correlate.
Yes.
I wouldn't be surprised.
So not inherently, because again there are many reasons for umming and ahhing. It could be one that your mouth is trying to keep up with your brain. That often is the case. But it can also be that when you start to see someone who has excessive umming and ahhing, that it could be a sign of mental degradation. And certainly when you see it in elderly people, the speech patterns can represent an indicator of dementia risk. It's just a short article that I put in here literally to make fun of Jeremy the Quartering. This one, however, I'm flabbergasted by, because I can't.
Really?
I don't. When you look at
maybe it's just more identifiable in women.
When you look at the sample size, you'll understand why I have my reticence towards this article. So if you're not aware what vocal, so the article is called "Vocal Fry is More Common in Men." Actually, scientists find. What do you think the sample? Usually, what's the sample size on this fucking paper?
This title, I could believe it's true. I could believe that it's just easier to identify it in women, and so it's more often associated with them.
Yes, maybe with us.
Well, because women have slightly higher pitched voices by default, so a low pitched phenomenon in the voice is more identifiable. So I could believe that this is accurate. But you're asking me about the sample size. So if the sample size is really small, maybe it is true, but this study is not demonstrating it. How small are we talking? 20 people?
In that vicinity, it's about 43, I think.
Oh dear.
So now if you're not aware what vocal fry is,
It's that.
this is vocal fry. It's when you talk like this and you like extend out.
You don't have to do the accent at the same time.
Well,
but
no, the Californian accent usually comes with extensive vocal fry.
it does. But well, sometimes it is associated. It's stereotypically associated. But again, I don't know if that's statistically accurate. But
no, it's an accent
I think
at that point. It's a stereotype.
Maybe
people talk that
but
way.
the
in
way
California.
that the way that speech is generated, I think it ultimately comes from because it's sound, it's frequency. It comes from a huge amount of tiny sort of vocal emanations.
Yes.
And you can slow the generation of those down so much that you can hear each individual one. And that sort of graveliness is what vocal fry is, which is why I think it's more identifiable in female voice, because female voice is a bit higher pitched. So the lower pitched feature of vocal fry is more identifiable. So perhaps it becomes more stereotypical among women.
I said 43. I was
49.
wrong. 49 Canadian
It's not very
people
good, is it?
collected from online
If you're going to get it from online sources, you can get more than 49.
You know what I mean? Do you understand why this is why I like to go over pop science articles like this.
Yeah.
To be like, excuse me, who did you survey? 49 Canadians? And then to make this point that vocal fry is more common in men than women?
Actually, it turns out the study is crap. If you're going to be hubristic, at least have something to show for it.
Exactly. Fuck off. Sample of 49 people, half of which are women and half of which are men. Oh, she actually finally ended up with 40.
I'm surprised they got that right.
Sorry, she ended up with 40 full participants. No, this is the most irrelevant data ever. So my point is, bringing it up, probably not. Maybe she could have done the interesting thing that you kind of brought up, which is that maybe men have a different sort, or men and women's vocal fry is different because women, by dropping a register, this is more obviously identifiable. But no, it's because this is a bunch of fucking bullshit. It's a fucking scam study that doesn't have enough participants to in any way make this kind of fucking... no way to make this kind of fucking conclusion. In no way.
I think I'd be ignoring it if it has any less than 100, but I'd want more than that. Especially if you're doing it
at this point, you're talking about
people
20 and it's 20 males in this.
Yeah.
That's it. And they don't actually say, but that's at maximum, it's 20 males. So, presumably, somewhere in the 20 vicinity, that's not anywhere near enough to make conclusions off of. You do need about 100 participants of one type to make statistical conclusions. So this is a bunch of fucking 49 people is insane.
Again, if you're going over to people on the street and asking them, and maybe it's a voluntary study, you're not being given a grant for it, then I'd say maybe there's something here. It's like a preliminary study. You can do the real study later. But if you're saying actually, the fucking title, and your sample size sucks this bad, and it's not even people on the street, it's people's samples online. You can get that from anyone.
Yes, from anyone. Yes.
And I wonder if they weren't given a grant. If they were given a grant, they can fuck off, because they should at that point be spending a few weeks finding over 100 samples of each gender from online sources, or doing it in person.
Other human.
And even then, their assessment was based on people's judgments of whether there was vocal fry or not, which doesn't sound all that objective.
You could use a computer to do that, but no, they
probably could, algorithmically. They could do it algorithmically and then also use judgments just to back it up to make sure the algorithm works.
As comparison figures, but they didn't do that. Yeah. So this is a potential, speaking of people's memories being shit, essentially, and people having cognitive decline, as I did previously, scientists believe that they could reverse memory loss by recharging the brain's tiny engines, that being mitochondria. So I don't know about the memory stuff, but this research and evidence into reinvigorating mitochondria is really quite interesting. So why mitochondria manage the brain, we got this, but a tool.
TS in chat says, if your study is less people than Bonnie Blue's body count, it's crap.
Look, like I said, you need about 100. You don't need 10,000, okay? About 100 for statistical significance. You don't need 10. Her body count's like 10,000 people at some point. Ridiculous.
I don't know. If we're talking about in one day, then I think was that 100 or was that 1,000?
500, or did she do 1,000? This woman,
I have not been following
this woman
that
has had way too many dicks inside her. Okay, So, a tool designed to recharge mitochondria. So, researchers have developed a tool that can temporarily stimulate mitochondria activity. The reasoning was simple but powerful. If increasing mitochondrial activity improved symptoms in animals of cognitive decline, that would suggest mitochondrial impairment can come before neuron loss. And so, if you don't know what mitochondria are, I presume you do, Uzla, but do you?
I have heard every American say the same phrase as if it was drilled into them by a common curriculum.
Cell. Yes.
But I never heard that phrase. I guess we didn't have that exact phrase in schools here. Or alternatively, I just wasn't listening in school, which is much more likely.
That is possible. I don't know which one it is, but they are energy sources. So if what's happening is that the mitochondria sort of degrade over time, and that is leading to the reason why we find that elderly people have memory loss issues. If you could reinvigorate the mitochondria, then maybe that might allow people to have greater memory processing later into life. This is a bit of the technical stuff. So the work is to first establish a cause and effect link between mitochondria dysfunction and symptoms related to neurodegenerative diseases, suggesting that impaired mitochondria activity could be at the origin of the onset of neurological degeneration. Results do not mean that... Oh, you're right, neuronal. It's neurological. Results
I wouldn't have bothered correcting you, except that it's happened a few times today. I wonder if you're experiencing neuronal degradation.
I'm reading quickly, homie.
Also, it says degeneration.
What did I say? Degeneration? Yeah, I said degeneration.
Degradation might have been a better word for there, actually.
Did I say degradation?
They put degeneration.
Results do not mean that a treatment is ready for patients, whatever. Might be possible that we could do this kind of mitochondrial reinvigoration later in life.
You've clearly picked up a lot of stories today. I do still have a couple.
You
want to go through?
Yeah.
I don't mind.
I've been going for a
you
while.
seem to want to do these. The other two that I have are
I'm running
fascinating stories.
I'm running close to the end of my stuff, so.
Okay.
Like
I have two which one of them may be interesting. I'm not sure yet.
Oops.
But oh no, we've lost it. Okay, back on the topic of AI, I do have one other non-AI story. Wait, actually, that one's a bit political. In that case, I may only have one more story, but that's okay. It's not a bad one, potentially.
I thought you didn't have
Microsoft has developed an AI.
Sorry, that's why I was going on and on.
And they have named it after the thing that all AI produces without, even if you don't want them to, the EM dash. They have named it M dash.
Oh yeah, you did tell me about this. Yes.
Yeah. Look at this one.
It's ridiculous.
Microsoft unveils M dash, its AI agent-driven security
Lovely.
platform, and it's already spotted a host of new Windows flaws. So, agent-driven security platform. All they've got it doing is scanning over Microsoft's shit code. And they're like, whoa, buddy, slow down. You didn't publish this, did you?
Of course it did.
Nachos is no more AI. Well, it's the only story I have, Nachos, at the moment.
Lou's always looking at AI.
I kind of am, but not necessarily. Like I don't use AI for everything. I love to code myself. I don't like it letting AI do it. So I'm not particularly invested in AI. It is interesting though. A lot of things happening with it right now. Microsoft unveiled M-Dash. It's an AI-powered vulnerability discovery platform orchestrating 100+ agents. M-Dash found 16 new Windows flaws, including 4 critical RCEs patched in May updates. Platform showed critical security flaws.
Oh, okay.
I actually don't know what RCE stands for. Security is not my primary area of knowledge, but
yeah, I didn't think so. Sorry.
A flaw.
I wasn't trying to
platform
rumble you on that.
You've rumbled me, Aiden. Platform showed high accuracy with 0 false positives in testing, which also probably means several false negatives. Now used internally in a private preview. Microsoft has announced M-Dash, its newest AI-powered cybersecurity platform, already helped discover 16 vulnerabilities. Built by Microsoft Autonomous Code Security Team. Ha!
What's their team comprised
of? AI agents.
Mostly AI agents, I imagine, yes.
Possibly. Maybe, I don't know.
I would imagine,
discovered in the Windows TCP IP stack. IKEEXT IPsec service, http.sys, netlog on DNS resolution of the telnet client. These are all network issues. 10 were kernel mode and 6 user mode. The theoretical threat actors could have reached most of them unauthenticated remotely, it was said. So I remember about almost 15 years ago now when I was hosting a Minecraft server on some company's server.
Many such cases.
Well, it's what I did for a short while. On some company's server, and I didn't know, I wasn't very as tech savvy then as I am now, but I was hosting a Minecraft server and I didn't realize that they were using Windows Server to do the hosting, which is not the end of the world. I prefer Linux, but they were using Windows. And I was told by someone, we have an exploit where we can blue screen any Windows machine with just sending a single packet to it. And I was skeptical. I wasn't sure if it was accurate. I thought maybe he was trying to scam me or something. So I thought, oh, fine, demonstrate it. And then the Minecraft server went down.
Yeah.
So you could just send a packet of a few bytes to any Windows server and it would blue screen.
Oh, fucking great. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's my experience with Windows security and its network safety.
Well, I talked about my experience with Google's security, and it's
You sure did, and that is
fantastic.
appalling how badly they handled that. I cannot believe that was able to happen.
That someone could just go in and in 5 minutes be like, I'm just going to change every single security feature and not. And by the way, the email it sent me in response is normally it says, hey, is this you? Click to say no if it's not. It was just like, hey, this is you. Hey, this is you. We want to review your activity. We know it's you and you did it. That's what it sent me. Rather than, hey, are you sure this is you? Normally what it sends, that kind of stuff. Yeah. Instead it was just like, want to check the activity of how your account's being hacked in real time? Here you go. Thank you. I
was honestly surprised. No matter how critical I've been to Google in the past, I would not have expected them to fuck up that hard. Not even close to that hard. You had 2FA, you had some special partner security program.
Yes.
And all they used to get into it was email and then made you scan a QR code. That's so easily exploitable. Well, I'm shocked that Google is that badly designed.
Why I wanted to bring it up is because it's frustrating because I use QR codes all the time in my videos of being like, here's my sponsor. Go check the QR code. But now, I don't know if I feel comfortable doing that because apparently all that it takes is an email address and a QR code for you to get everything fucking hacked. So
there is a timing aspect to it as well, but yeah, that's about it.
I didn't know that was a thing that could happen where email address plus QR code can just get your entire Google account.
Generally speaking, chat, if you show anyone your Google email address and just don't scan QR codes for a couple of hours.
I guess so, yeah.
Blank it.
Don't, yeah.
Because my hypothesis and what happened to Aiden is that, you can do a password recovery with Google where you put in your email address and it asks you for some additional information to verify it's your account. I think there is a feature where you can do a QR code scan to do that. Yes. Now, it's not the only way. It's not the default one either, but I think there is one. And you have to scan it with your device, with your phone.
But they're using scripts to do it so
all
fast.
They would have to do, what they have to do is put your email address in when you give it to them, because your email address is public information. That's a public key. Put that in, and then they go through the password form automatically, programmatically. Click the option that says QR code. Screenshot it, send it to you, and say, "Hey, could you mind scanning this? QR codes are pretty safe, right? It doesn't matter."
Typically
and obviously, you scan it with your phone, which is logged into your Google account.
Yes, which is logged in.
And so that is the verification. And so straight in. How the fuck are they that bad at designing security software? How the fuck is it that bad? It's baffling to me.
I mean, again, it's very common when working with advertisers also for them to get you to scan a QR code. It happens all the time. So that's why when I was talking to Google, I was like, this is kind of a sophisticated scam. It's not like I'm like, it was
like normal, no, in this occasion.
Yeah, like normal, like I would normally do. Like this one was actually, I double-checked the website. No, it was quite sophisticated. I double-checked the website. It was a complete fucking copy of Sure's website. It was a complete copy of it. The only difference was it went Shure-partners or something like that, or collaborators. And the reality is that I can tell you from having worked with advertisers for the last 9 years, is that they often do that. they will very frequently
Yeah, that's not
have
uncommon.
these kind of like subdomains within their website or something. Now maybe it's usually like .shore.com/.
Yeah,
more like
technically that's a subdomain. It would be a dot
Yes.
before the main domain. But yeah,
But
you could have alternate
seen it,
domains which
but
have a dash. Yeah, I've seen
have
that
seen
too.
that too. So it's a totally different website. You know, I have seen that as well. And so there was nothing about it that stood out to me. They were offering me a normal amount of money. They were the best they were doing is like, we'll send you a product, and I was like, okay, sure. And even that's not unusual. When I worked with, for example, I worked with tons of. I was supposed to work with what's it called? The other headphone brand I just mentioned earlier. Raycons.
The tranny headset? Oh.
Raycons. And so like they'll offer you the same thing. It'll be like $700 or something like that for the integration, plus we'll send you a pair of Raycon headphones. And that's very normal. And it was the same thing with this, is like, hey, we'll offer you $700 plus a pair of our Shure headphones. I'm like, okay, yeah, that is logical. It's a quite advanced scam in that sense. And then to only require your email address, not your password, nothing like that. There was no kind of like weird login and share your password, but just the email address plus the QR code was enough to then get into my phone, which they knew had my two-factor stuff on it. That's why they're doing it that way. Again, the curious part is why they didn't hack my account and immediately start like putting up shitty fucking Elon Musk AI.
That is odd,
AI crypto stuff.
I was expecting to do that, yeah.
They were just looking
Maybe
for
that's because it would have been too loud.
account. They were just looking for crypto on my account, and I don't have any. That's what it was. But you would think that an attack clearly targeted at influencers would do that. Oh well. I'm glad it didn't.
I just my bewilderment and how this could happen isn't even the email address and we don't know what I'm going to say yet. Isn't even just that the email address QR code part can happen, because that still shouldn't be the policy. That still shouldn't be possible.
Yeah.
But I could see a company doing that and it not being too bad, as long as there are other layers. As long as, and this is the part that completely baffles me, that you can just change everything on an account, remove the 2FA without entering the 2FA. That's the part that should never happen. Never.
They can change my 2FA without having access to it. Yeah.
That should never happen. What is the point of 2FA then?
Well, because I think it's because they reset my phone to factory, so that all the biometrics got deleted. That must be why it is. So they reset my phone to factory, and then all my biometrics got deleted, I suppose. So then like it's like, well, there are no biometrics. There is no 2FA. So it just was like, well, 2FA can just.
Then they should require a different form of verification to do that from your alternate email address or something.
But then I think they did it in a precise order where they removed my alternate email address first, my backup email address.
Well,
so
even if it was explicable, that it makes sense that this should be allowed, which I don't think it could possibly be explicable. Even if it was, Google should have restored everything. It should all be backed up. They should have restored everything within a couple of days of it happening.
They're working on it. Well, I have heard that it takes between 1 to 2 weeks for this to be restored, because Google works at a snail's pace. But
well, they better bloody do it. They better restore everything for you.
They will. I think they will, because this is not like demonetizing people from YouTube, which YouTube just doesn't want to get. They don't want to admit they're ever doing it. This is a Google security issue that is something that is so simple as just having your Gmail address, Google property, by the way, plus a QR code is enough to completely destroy everything and give hackers complete access to everything that you have.
The fact that your email address is public means that as long as they know who is scanning the QR code, they have your account, they own it.
Yep. That's
crazy.
It is. And that's why, like, I think that Google's actually responding to this as quickly as they're willing to. And I was told that it would take about a week. Now, I could raise more of a stink about it on Twitter and get them to potentially respond faster. However, I don't want to do. Look, it's embarrassing. It's embarrassing to get hacked this way, or in any way. I don't like having been hacked. It sucks. Now,
I was very ready, chat, to tell Aiden off for doing something stupid, But
Yeah.
it sounds like actually a very sophisticated hack, and the stupid person in this situation was 0% Aiden. It was entirely Google. The one
Yeah.
thing that I could say is that I would be skeptical of seeing a QR code where I didn't expect to see one, that it'd be mandatory to scan it. That I'd be a bit skeptical of, but I don't know
Maybe, but
if I would have
it
stopped
happens
necessarily.
It happens all the time, though. It's not the. That's what I'm saying. That this is a
Yeah.
sophisticated scam because I have seen plenty of advertisers do that legitimately. And advertisers advertise on YouTube videos with QR codes. So all of it seemed above board. There was nothing about it that the only thing that raised a bit of a red flag to me was this is a $100 pair of headphones. But at the same time, I've worked with plenty of other companies that will send you a shit ton of money, in their products, because they're products. So they'll give you a whole bunch of stuff in product as long as you're.
Well, they want you to
advertising
wear
it.
the product.
Yes.
If they send you an expensive
yes.
one, you have it on camera.
Exactly. So, right, for example, I have.
Oh no.
I had these Manta Sleep. I don't have the Manta Sleep head because it's actually very nice, but they sent me this stuff. These things, for example, are worth like $30, $40. These, you put them in the freezer and you put them in your eye mask overnight, right? Well, they sent that to me on top, and the whole eye mask system and the heating system. They sent that to me on top of paying me, and the system is worth, like, if you buy the whole thing, it's worth like $150. So I am not. I'm completely accustomed to that kind of shit. That's why I'm saying it's sophisticated, because they didn't offer me an insane amount of money. They offered me products that were worth like about in total about maybe like $400, which seems like a lot, but if they want you to sell the product and it's their product, it's not that insane, you know. So it was like an upper echelon, about $400. The most expensive thing you could get, right?
Yeah. So to be clear, just one thing I should have mentioned earlier: the resetting your phone to factory default from remotely.
Yes.
While you would think initially that shouldn't be possible, if your phone got stolen, you would want to be able to,
Yeah.
and you'd want to completely delete the data, not just lock it, because the
Yeah.
data's still accessible via maybe
Yes.
an SD card or
Yes.
the internal SD card if you could remove it. So a legitimate reason to do that, and if you've done that via the Google account, you might think, well, then we should disable 2FA because it clearly doesn't exist on the phone anymore. You can't
Yeah.
get it back. So we have to disable it, otherwise they'll never be able to use it. Well, that's what the recovery codes are for. Okay, but what if the user never wrote those down? Because no one ever fucking does.
Well, I did
do,
write
but
them down.
I expect a lot of people
I
don't.
do write them down.
Yeah.
However, the problem is that I wrote
Which is
them
why
down
I'm
my
saying
notes
you
app on
still-
my phone.
Yeah. Well, you should put them in multiple places ideally,
know.
but yeah, ultimately Google has to deal with people who,
But it wouldn't
who
have
don't
mattered.
take proper security precautions.
It wouldn't have
And
mattered because they
in-
reset the recovery. So I had those recovery hex codes, essentially things. I had them saved on my phone, but then they rewrote them within 5 minutes, and they created new recovery numbers. So even if I
that
had
shouldn't be
had
doable.
access to my phone where I had it saved, it wouldn't have mattered because they reset the recovery numbers within 5 minutes. It's absolutely fucking insane that can be allowed to exist, and yet it does. And
ultimately, recovery email should have been contacted. And
Yes,
the one
and it
argument I can
wasn't.
hear is, well, but I have my Google account and my recovery email only accessible on my phone. Okay, then you've got to talk to a human. There's no
You're
resolving
gonna
this.
have
You've got to talk to a human before you can do anything
There
else.
is no reason you should be able to do all this shit within 5 minutes. At the point where it exceeds the speed of a human being able to even do it. Do you know what I mean?
That's something Google should be able to figure out, to be honest. That's one of the
You'd
things they're
think so.
specialized at figuring out.
Oh, but no,
Like,
Google fucking
Oh,
sucks.
I wonder, could changing every single security aspect of this account within a 5-minute period possibly be suspicious? Nah, it's fine. Leave it.
No, and
It's ridiculous.
In fact, Aiden, you're the suspicious one. Can you prove your identity to us? And make sure you didn't choose to do this? What the absolute flying fuck?
It's retarded on their part, yeah.
I mean, because that's where I'm the suspicious one. According to Google, by the way, I'm the suspicious actor. Being like, what are you trying to do breaking into this Google account that suddenly changed every single fucking security protection and removed all of its icons? Like, they even removed my Aiden Paladin fucking image. They even removed it
On
from
the YouTube account.
on the YouTube account.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's so strange.
It's connected to Google, so they took it to a like blank image. Again, everyone's locked out of the account now. No one can get into it, but that took 24 hours to do. It's absolutely insane. And the reason I really want to bring it up is because understand how fucking easy it is for some jackass, but you just scan a QR code. And I have every fucking protection known to man on my account. It didn't matter. Because Google flying fucking sucks. Oh, god damn it, dude. And there's nothing you can do about it. There's nothing you can do. And just, where I'm at in my limbo right now is hoping that Google, they are clearly have escalated it. They know this looks terrible. I've not made much of a stink about it on Twitter, but trust me, I can. I hate to have to do it right after getting demonetized on YouTube because it looks like I've had a rough couple of weeks. You know what I mean, guys? In terms of being demonetized, and then in terms of having this... I'm trying to click on a sponsor. I'm trying to work with a sponsor. Something that looks from every demonstrable metric to be legitimate. Now, I know it's Shure Microphones, which, again, people might go, why would you think Shure Microphones would sponsor you? Because Raycon's offered me a sponsorship. You know what I mean?
Very different quality level of company, but same industry.
Yes.
There's nothing particularly implausible about the proposition being made here. As I said, the only slightly suspicious thing is the QR code, but as you've said, that's not that unusual for sponsors.
I've done that with other sponsors, yeah.
As far as I'm concerned, you have pretty much no blame in this. It's entirely Google's fault. I mean, obviously, it's entirely the hacker's fault, but that's a given that they're a malicious actor. Yeah. It's entirely Google's fault on the good team. They fucked up.
Well, and it's going to take them now like a week while I sit on a fucking video that I have finished. And I'm probably not going to add a sponsor to now, which is going to suck. So, because I would have spent this last couple of days trying to find a sponsor, but I can't even access my buddy email now. I can't watch YouTube videos without a billion fucking ads.
Very you should just use an ad blocker. We are human beings. We are not a lowly creature. We are not a sufficiently lowly creature that we must be subjected to ads. It's inhuman treatment that we be subjected to ads. Leave it to the chinks and to the Chinese and to the the Indians. Leave it to the foreigners.
So I explained why I like YouTube Premium and why I pay money for YouTube Premium, which, by the way, I'm thinking right now I might update once I get my account back, my YouTube Premium account from the standard to a family plan so that I can give it to my bestest friends and family, such as you, Zaloon. You can give me $5 a month, because at that point, then we all go back to paying $5 a month for fucking YouTube again.
I do appreciate the offer to consider me family, but I'm not paying five quid for something.
I'll just take it out of your salary. Don't worry about it. Anyway, so
no, you fucking won't.
Anyway, so the benefit is that you don't see any ads ever, and this is the important part for me, and I know this is where we I think disagree, Zulu.
Not particularly, no.
Well, your video, your view of the video still counts as a view, one, so you actually get counted as a view, and you end up giving more money to the creator by your passive view than if you didn't have YouTube Premium. So if you are someone who is a heavy user of YouTube, YouTube Premium is a very useful tool. Yes, I know that you can just block all of the ads. I know you can skip all of it, but if you are someone who likes YouTube content and doesn't want to necessarily like donate to every single person that you enjoy, YouTube Premium is an excellent way to do it. It always has been. And by the way, it boosts us up in the algorithm a whole bunch when we have more YouTube Premium viewers watching. I'm not saying you... I hate to shill shit for fucking Google because I hate Google, but my point is that YouTube Premium is legitimately worth the money, and particularly if you get the family plan, because it's like for an individual it's $15, and then for a family plan of up to 5 people, it's $26. So it's like, whoa, for 10 extra bucks, you can give it to 4 other people, excuse me. That's a good deal. Just saying.
I'll clarify
I hate to show for these fuckers, by the way.
I'll clarify on the thing that you thought we may disagree on. When we were talking about this, was it yesterday or a couple of days ago? We were sort of talking about slightly different things, and that may have been my bad, that may have been your bad, I don't know. But YouTube Premium, I would take the opportunity to say YouTube Premium is a good idea in principle. From what it sounds like, it does sound like it's overpriced, but as long as the price is right, the idea that you have the option to pay for YouTube, not be subjected to subhuman advertising.
Because it's awful.
And
I didn't know how bad
instead
it was. Guys, I did not know how bad it was. Oh my God.
Instead, get the money to the actual creators that you watch. That's a good system. And much like with Gabe and Steam, the ad blocking is a service problem. Piracy is piracy. Like if you're going to pay for something, you're paying for the convenience to access it. Pirating it is less convenient. So you're paying for having it all in one place, all nicely packaged and polished and integrated, all that stuff. That's what you're paying for. The product itself, if you can pirate that, you're just paying for the means by which you access it. And that is worth the money. So if Google puts it at the right price point, they're paying you're paying for that. You're paying to not have to use the ad blocker, even though the ad blocker is much easier to use than pirating video games.
I think that $26 a month group plan is family plan is absolutely worth it, because then you can get it back to what
I think that's an absurdly high price.
No, but if you get 4 other people on board who will pay you the $5 a month, then you're back to paying $5 a month like you used to be.
Just do it individually then. Why do they not? I'm not saying we do, but why are they not selling it individually? Yeah, exactly. Why are they not selling an individual plan?
Because individually is $15. It's a $10 extra a month fee.
That's, in my opinion, that is way more than it's worth to just get an ad blocker. Also, don't forget, Sponsor Block is also free and easy to use.
That's all great. If you don't care about supporting YouTubers, I do care about supporting YouTubers.
And this is where the conversation we had went, where I get where you're coming from on that, and morally, I can see the argument, but ethically, it's negligible.
Okay, so my moral issue
I'm not saying you're wrong to do that.
Is that I
watch
tons and tons of YouTubers. YouTube is my main source of entertainment, information. Well, not information, I read studies, but it's my main source of entertainment. And so I want to be able to support every YouTuber I watch without having to watch advertisements. And so the best way for me to be able to do that without being constantly bombarded by gay advertisements is to just have YouTube Premium. And that way, and look, I'm not saying anybody has to do this. I'm saying that I find it to be a moral issue where myself as a YouTuber, right, it is good for me to help other people in the system. It's paying it forward, essentially. I'm not saying everyone has to do this, but that's why I personally think YouTube Premium is a good service.
Yeah.
Because that way, it doesn't matter who, you don't have to give to their patron. Because I will tell you that about 30% of my income, in terms of just views, not involving Patreon or donos or anything like that, comes from people with YouTube Premium. You get significantly more money per view from YouTube Premium viewers, and as a result, it really actually helps YouTubers a lot. And it's a way for you to get rid of ads without having to use an ad blocker. Because by the way, what your ad blocker also does now, it didn't used to, but now it also does not consider your view a true view. So
I'm not sure we know that. I think that's unsure.
It certainly seems so. Is that
I did hear you talking about that a few months ago, and
yes,
it sounds plausible, but I'm not sure we know that yet.
It seems very likely that if you're using an ad blocker while you're watching things on YouTube, it doesn't even count as a view. So not only do you not even give that person any ad revenue, you actually deprive them of a view. So I'm not saying you've stolen the video in that sense, but you've taken the view away, and then YouTube doesn't consider it a view. And so then, and it's kind of the problem when you have, like I do, a highly tech savvy audience, many of whom use ad blockers. And that means that it's one of the reasons I believe that my videos have been being stifled for the last year once YouTube started to implement this exact system where it stopped counting ad blocked views as actual views. So once they started doing that, my views got halved or quartered, essentially. And I'm not angry at people for doing that. I understand why you want to do it. YouTube ads are so aggressive and disgusting. I get it. But if you've got $15 a month, it would not only help, not only get rid of the ads, or $25 a month to give it to 4 other people. It doesn't only get rid of the ads, it makes sure that the YouTubers you enjoy don't get fucked, essentially.
So, your position is a moral position, and
Yes.
it makes sense from a moral perspective. It
And
makes
I
sense
do
from a
it personally,
personal,
you know?
doing what you feel is right. It makes sense, and I'm not disagreeing with you there. I don't think we disagree at all here, actually. But all I'm saying is that ethically, the actions of one person is negligible on the entire system, and that one person is not responsible to correct what is a normal market phenomenon. And the normal market phenomenon here is that if you take the value proposition of YouTube Premium versus using an ad blocker and supporting specific creators directly, the latter is far and away the better proposition.
The latter is far and away way better, yes. However,
but I do agree YouTube Premium is a good idea for the creators. It's a good idea, but I think it needs to be changed.
If you're going to use an ad blocker, find the couple of creators you like and support them, please. Because understand that you are stealing views from them and you are stealing essentially money from them.
I wouldn't put it that way.
You are, though. In the way that,
I wouldn't personally word it that way, but I understand why you are.
Well, I don't like the way that YouTube works, but that is how it works. Because it doesn't count your view as a real view. And in fact, it can hurt you in the algorithm, hurt the creator in the algorithm when you do that. It is evil of YouTube to do it that way. So fucking shit all over Neil Mohan for doing that. But that's how he's decided to run it right now. Which is that if you're using an ad blocker, it is deleterious to the YouTuber doing it. So in fact, you know who gets hurt by this the most? People who do tech-related content. People who do content that appeals to more intelligent people, by the way. They get hit harder because those people are more likely to be using ad blockers.
I believe that's the argument I made to you when we were talking about this before.
No, but you're right. You're
pretty
right.
good chance of it.
But you're completely correct. The people who get hit hardest by this are people who have intelligent audiences, who know what they're doing. People who have brain-dead fucking boomers as audiences don't have to deal with this shit. It's not even a calculation in their heads. Because those people don't know what the fuck an ad blocker even is. And it's, you know, it is what it is. But what it ultimately does is that it destroys and hurts channels that focus on making their content towards higher IQ people. And it promotes people.
Chat, you're being complimented. Now pay us.
I am complimented.
You are being complimented though, chat.
I am.
If to follow on from what Aiden's saying, we should get a subscribe star specifically for this joint venture, probably.
Maybe.
Because it might be hard to track it otherwise, and I don't want to rely on YouTube purely for that. Though we can use.
Well, I can do it
because they have a subscription feature, not a subscription, but the premium one.
Yes.
On YouTube, don't they?
Yeah.
Was it memberships? Yeah, memberships.
We do have memberships.
I don't know if we have that yet.
I don't actually think of it. Because you need to like reach a certain threshold.
You can get them later. Yeah.
You need to reach a certain threshold for memberships, and I don't think we reached it yet. But
we should make a subscribe star or something else. I don't know which service is best these days for specifically this podcast, and then we can track it and halve it out.
For sure. We are reaching the end of things, though. I have a couple more articles, but they're not super interesting. They were kind of like additional stuff. I got through everything I really wanted to cover tonight. I think you did as well. I
was expecting to find more, even though I didn't spend a huge amount of time looking, but I didn't find as much as I expected. I feel like it may be a bit of a slower
one thing I
news
did
week.
is that I actually did give myself subscriptions. I paid for subscriptions to two new to science.org, science.net. So I've now got some new subscriptions to science-based article websites because I want to actually be able to pay for them and not have to deal with some bullshit because it might be breaking news which won't be archived. So I put a little bit of money into that. It's also for my own benefit because I really enjoy a nice scientific article. That being said, thank you all so much for showing up tonight, guys, and hanging out with us. I know people are dropping out like flies because we're talking about like YouTube shit, which is the most boring thing imaginable. I know. That being said, thank you all so much for hanging out. We will be back on Broken Crown on Wednesday over on the Broken Crown channel. Please, baby Jesus, let me upload my fucking video about political polarization this next week on Aiden Paladin. Even if it doesn't have an advertiser, I'm going live with it because I really like it to have an advertiser because my Aiden Paladin channel is dead for the exact reasons I just laid out.
It might be back, and I think you'll get it back.
But like I said, even if it is for the exact same
Oh, I
reasons
see what
we
you
just
mean.
laid out, it doesn't really matter
Yeah, yeah.
because my channel is super dead for a lot of reasons.
Mm.
So, whatever. Which is unfortunate.
It might be temporary, but I can see why you'd be. Yeah, I get it.
I need
Well-
I really like an advertiser to make sure that I at least make a couple of dollars over something that I spent hundreds of hours on. Do you know what I mean?
Mm.
Like that's sorry that is kind of that's why I ended up in the situation I'm in because I'm like, hello sponsor, please take this video, take it up.
Mm.
And the unfortunate thing is because my email got shut down, is I was talking to 2 other sponsors and now I can't talk to them. So, oh well, we'll see where it goes. Anyway,
Will you be staying up a little bit longer?
yeah, it will be. So I'll talk to you. I'll be over on Cabal.
I'll
for
be
a
in
little
my
bit,
server.
which you can find linked in the description. Cuck.shortfatotaku. What?
Cabal.oozlu.net is the link that is really easier and safer to use. But yeah, we'll head in there. No one's around. Maybe we'll finish Samurai Champloo today.
Sounds good. All right, see you guys in a little bit. Cheers. And
See you guys
bye-bye.
soon.
All right.